Today, I'll be explaining how every single thing in Fallout works, all in one place. The robots, the mutations, the stuff nobody can quite explain, and that we've all wondered about. Starting with the darkest mystery in the entire franchise, ghoulification. The spectrum. There is not a single result that arises out of ghoulification. Rather, there is a spectrum ranging from the 200-year-old fully functional ghoul to a man who quite literally became a tree. That man is known in the wastes as Harold, rooted in such a way as to form his body, covered in bark, while a full tree grows directly out of his head that has been given the name Bob by him, once just a sapling sprouting out of a crack in his skull, yet still conscious and able to communicate beneath all that. Harold has experienced the most extreme stage there is, the most shocking case that there is no boundaries to how far the process of ghoulification can go. Harold's transformation makes it obvious that there are no limits that biology places on it, but rather an ever-extending boundary to what it can produce. Harold, however, is the horrifying exception. But what are the less monstrous mutations that can occur? An example of that would be Cooper Howard, star of the Fallout TV show, former Marine, former Hollywood star, exposed to radiation after the nuclear explosions in California on October 23, 2077, yet walking around 200 years later. Cunning, lethal, determined. This is stage 1. Transformation accomplished, brain working, individual remaining largely recognizable. And then we have Roy Phillips, a ghoul in Fallout 3 that resides in the sewers under Tenpenny Tower and watches himself fall, gradually losing agency over his own mind. Sees the exact same phenomenon occurring in all of the ghouls around him with complete clarity as to what is taking place. Roy is stage 2, the transformation into something known as ferocious necrotic posthuman, or as everyone else refers to it as feral. The feral stage does not require much explanation, as the name implies. Gone is the human that used to exist. This would be the third stage in the ghoulification process, the feral point known by the player by the sight of all those things walking through every single metro passage and destroyed buildings in the wastelands as enemies that attack you on sight. Gone is the human that used to exist, but how does it really happen? What decides whether a person will retain themselves through all else despite their new appearance, slowly losing themselves until they are nothing more than a mindless feral living in a sewage pipe, or even the bizarre metamorphosis into a tree? The explanation involves biology, psychology, a vault intentionally left open, and a TV show that redefined what being a ghoul can mean. The war that destroyed physics. In order to define ghoulification, one needs first to realize how the bombings were performed. In Fallout, unlike any other textbook, the effects of the bomb turned out to be quite different than anticipated. The scale of the detonations in 2077 was so catastrophic that instead of just blowing up buildings, it changed the very nature of the world and did so irrevocably on a chemical level. The radiation itself did not decay the way any pre-war scientist had predicted, and the huge amount of energy released through detonation resulted in a cocktail of chemicals that the old physics simply had no language for. The soil took it all in, polluting all water sources, spreading to the ecosystem, corrupting all flora and fauna that comprised it. In our reality, there aren't too many mysteries surrounding the effects of radiation. It breaks down cellular processes, breaks DNA strands, prevents proper replication, and ultimately the breakdown of the organism itself. Massive doses lead to immediate results. Lower, more persistent doses cause similar consequences over years and decades. In either case, the end result is cellular death, the manifestation of cancer, organ failure, immune system shutdown, and eventually an agonizing death. It's what the bombs from the Great War caused for most of those lucky enough to survive the initial blasts, which is why most of the population perished during and after the apocalypse. The standard death from exposure to radioactive material that was promised by physics. The overwhelming majority of those unfortunate enough to be exposed to such high levels of contamination ended up dead shortly after, without any room for redemption. Only a very tiny proportion of people were subjected to another form of experience, a different form of exposure, perhaps genetic markers that made certain people uniquely responsive to certain FEV-contaminated places or prolonged radiation exposure caused their cells to undergo unique reactions unknown before, but their cells did not cease replicating. Instead, they adapted themselves into a new cycle of replication and continued, only differently now. Their bodies had entered an unending cycle of decomposition and repair, where their body tissues would be constantly torn down as much as they were recreated in some form, and where neither process won any clear advantage over the other. That's stage 0, decomposition. Their skin cells died off, but were replaced by something even more hardy than themselves, something almost like a callus spread across bone tissue rather than a living tissue. Their nose cartilage disintegrated, their hair follicles ceased functioning, their eyes changed structure, somehow developing the characteristic glowing yellow color common to most ghouls, without anyone ever figuring out quite how, all of which means that the end result is a walking corpse that somehow refuses to finish dying. And yet, for some reason, it works. Somehow, through some unknown process, the biological and metabolic functions continue. Blood continues flowing to the brain, consciousness persists, and the affected person wakes up, looks at the mirror, and has the worst morning of their life, but keeps on living. This is ghoulification in stage 0, the gradual change, the impossible survival. Vault 12, the gradual decay. One of Vault-Tec's most twisted and barbaric experiments can provide us with a good look at how ghouls really became ghouls and came to be in the wasteland. Vault 12, which later became known as Necropolis, was located in Bakersfield, California. It was a big underground vault, a Vault-Tec standard, meant to shield its inhabitants from being blown to pieces by nuclear hellfire. The Great War then started and ended as abruptly as it began, with nuclear destruction on a scale incomprehensible. The families entered the vault, and the door seemed to have sealed on them as intended, but little did they know that it had not completely. And that was no accident. Unbeknownst to even the overseer of Vault 12, Vault-Tec conducted an experiment that was simple but horrifying. It was done deliberately to study the process and the outcome of irradiation of an entire population inside an airtight facility. But the people inside Vault 12 weren't aware of that fact. They believed that they had been put inside a secure environment to live out their lives during the end of the world, and had no idea that the door behind them remained just slightly open the whole time. Radiation affected them slowly, continuously. No big waves. Instead, there was a long period of low levels of radiation exposure, enough to allow biological adaptation instead of complete body shutdown. For many years, maybe even decades, people from Vault 12 were exposed to radiation. Their bodies managed to develop biological adaptation. As a consequence, they became ghouls. Not all of them. Not all at once, but their bodies slowly began decaying and transforming through a process not without tremendous suffering. But a significant population of them survived, and eventually made it out into the surface, forever transformed. They started Necropolis, a city of ghouls constructed among the ruins of Bakersfield. One of the early examples of organized ghoul settlements in the West, Necropolis was a town of people who went through an experience not covered by any pre-war bureaucratic document, trying to create some kind of community in its aftermath. In terms of the original Fallout game, this meant that Necropolis existed for more than 100 years, with the survivors of Vault 12 discovering their lives had been unnaturally extended far beyond regular humans. The experiment conducted by Vault-Tec, whether they openly admitted it or not, could be described as a controlled ghoulification project. Radiation levels entering Vault 12 via its damaged door were not randomly chosen. They were precisely calculated to achieve certain results within a specified time frame. What they needed to find out was exactly what the wasteland showed in its uncontrolled experiments elsewhere. At what point of radiation exposure does a human turn into a ghoul instead of dying? And what remains of the survivors after the transformation? Vault 12 provided the answer. That answer was, their bodies adapted. Enough to build a city, enough intelligence to lead, and enough to recall mostly every detail of their former lives. Enough sense of self to be angry at the injustice that was done to them by those who finally understood what Vault-Tec had done. The breach was the test. The ghouls were the result. Necropolis was what happened to the results. When the scientists weren't watching, the feral question: what is the crucial element between being functional ghouls that can build civilizations like those of Necropolis and feral ghouls? This is precisely what the series continually circles around, unable to provide a definitive answer, and that's perhaps on purpose, since in-universe even those who've had years of experience studying ghouls can't provide a definitive explanation. Ghouls have been extensively studied across the wastes by the likes of the Brotherhood of Steel, the Followers of the Apocalypse, and even individual researchers, like Moira Brown at Megaton. None of them have reached an absolute conclusion as to why certain ghouls behave the way some become feral while others don't. All that remains is an assortment of data points, patterns, and theories, along with one very disquieting theory that the game hints at but refuses to outright state. The trend that becomes evident is this: a ghoul turning feral happens most often in situations where there is long-term exposure to radiation, as well as social isolation and lack of cognitive engagement. A ghoul that interacts with other individuals in any way, a ghoul that has frequent conversations with others, makes decisions, and has something to retain their focus, is much less likely to devolve into a feral state compared to one left in solitude in a cellar or a ruined building. If the ghoul is in an environment that constantly exposes it to high levels of radiation, and if they can neither get away from there nor receive help of any kind, the deterioration will happen faster. It seems obvious that hope and a drive towards some goal to achieve, some task to perform, somebody or something they hate, or some obligations to fulfill makes them stay mentally sound far longer than the one that doesn't. Thus, the process of feral transformation is both biological and cognitive in its nature. Since not only does the brain have to deal with all the biological stress associated with radiation, the structure of the brain seems to be changed by the stimuli it encounters. Take the ghouls that inhabit Rivet City from Fallout 3 as a case study. Rivet City is an enormous former aircraft carrier repurposed into a community built on the banks of the Potomac River, and among its residents are a few ghouls who coexist and interact with the human community. These ghouls, being engaged with others in trade, discourse, labor, and social interaction, are mentally acute. Despite having existed for over a century and a half in many cases, they remain quite clearly and distinctly themselves, remaining cognizant, engaging in debates, and being bored in the way only a person can be bored when they possess a fully formed mind. Contrast this with the feral ghouls that roam the ruined remains of Washington, D.C., inhabiting the underground tunnels of the metro, fallen skyscrapers, and ruined parking garages of once great America. These ghouls, separated from any sort of contact with other human beings in heavily irradiated ruins for 2 centuries or so, have had nothing left to do for all that time but think about nothing. They have gone nowhere, solved nothing, discussed nothing, and had no one or anything to resist the constant onslaught of radiation to their minds, and it's completely incomparable. There's no comparison between the DC downtown ferals and the Rivet City ghouls. They might as well belong to 2 entirely separate branches of evolution. But the only major distinction that separates them, aside from the geography of their existence, is whatever mental stimulation they were required to undergo over the course of 200 years. That's the question of the ferals. That's how ghoulification proceeds if the environmental circumstances are not right. The show brought one thing to the debate about ghoulification and feral ghouls that neither of the games ever considered, and it is relevant when considering the case of Cooper Howard and the ghouls' survival as a whole. During both seasons, Cooper is depicted using yellow-colored liquid from small vials either by inhalation or injection. This does not cure ghoulification. It does not undo the physical changes in appearance of a ghoul or make it look like it looked before the ghoulification process occurred. Rather, what it does is prevent the neurological degeneration which would otherwise make it turn feral. Should he go without the injections, Cooper will go feral quickly. According to Season 2, the time span for him doing so appears to be only about 6 to 12 hours after the last shot, as indicated in the episode where he is seen impaled on the pole near Atomic Wrangler Casino in Freeside, convulsing and growling after that amount of time passed without him getting a new dose. And in order to remain sane enough to recognize himself, he needs to continuously repeat his name and other information out loud, confirming how ghouls need a sound mind, clear identity and objectives to stay sane. This entirely changes the perception of how he and other ghouls survive. The 200 years of ghoul that he had been, in a sense, the functional and purposeful kind of ghoul that he had been described as throughout his life, until now, it all happened while he had this incredibly costly and difficult to obtain chemical addiction to contend with at all times. The vials are not easy to come by. There are the organ harvesters in the Los Angeles region, who seem to be the main source of the substance for the ghoul community in the show, and this is telling the audience quite a bit about where the production process comes from and what might go into making the substance. But here's where it gets really serious, because if the medication can suppress virality, and if these supplies have been around in some shape or form since at least the post-war period based on how developed the network for their distribution is by 2296, the question about all the ghouls becomes all the more haunting. Just how many of them turned into monsters simply because the cure was not available to them? How many of the creatures without any semblance of consciousness that roam about the metro and its abandoned buildings were once living humans who could have survived if anyone managed to give them a vial? In every one of the video games, the concept of virality was seen to be inevitable given the right circumstances, something that eventually occurred to each and every ghoul if decayed enough, like a clockwork process that could not be stopped. The new show, on the other hand, offers a different perspective on the issue, suggesting that there is a universal possibility of chemical suppression of virality. It is no longer just a biological catastrophe, it's a systemic one. The ghoulification of the wasteland's feral ghouls shifts from being a result of biological and psychological forces to a victim of economic and availability issues. While the ghoulification process was always a grim image in the games, the new series' take on it has made it more sinister in a whole new way. There never was a neat and conclusive definition for ghouls turning feral throughout the whole series. There were always holes in the lore. Various games have made additions that don't completely match up with previous information, just like the creation of the vials for the TV show. Writers have disagreed with one another in various entries, and the in-game science of ghouls is intentionally unfinished since there is not an operating authority within the wasteland that could do proper research on the matter. This vagueness is inherent to the game and has been designed that way, in part consciously and in part due to the nature of a multi-decade-old franchise. The Price of Sanity Roy Phillips sets the example by how volatile Ghoul's state of mind can be by getting one of the most quietly devastating and brutal endings in the entire franchise, surrounded and standing on top of nothing but corpses, the aftermath of a bloodbath. Roy Phillips is a ghoul living in the sewers under Tenpenny Tower, and he has been there for so long that the odor no longer affects him. Tenpenny Tower is a rare pre-war luxury building within the capital wasteland, which has been repurposed as a human bastion. This fortress is ruled by Alistair Tenpenny, a man who has chosen to exclude ghouls from his compound, even those who possess normal cognitive faculties, due to their lack of aesthetic appeal to him. Roy and several other ghouls have been occupying the underground maintenance area of the building for an extensive period of time, pleading for admittance but failing to gain any ground. On paper, Roy's quest in Fallout 3 is supposed to read like a tale of civil rights, ghoul exclusions from settlement based on looks alone. Roy wanted entry for his people, so the player makes a peace treaty for everyone. On paper, Roy's quest reads like a tale that ends happily for everyone if the player acts appropriately, but it doesn't. Even through the peaceful route in which the player manages to convince Tenpenny to take in the ghouls, even with Roy getting exactly what he demanded, Roy remains unstable. He does not calm down, and in no time at all, the people in Tenpenny Tower are either dead or expelled, massacred, while Roy and his group of ghoul friends have claimed the entire place. The peace didn't break because of human actions against the ghouls. It ended because Roy Phillips had already gone too far into his own descent to maintain anything when it was all settled down. There is a piece of information Roy reveals to the protagonist during their conversations, which goes unnoticed by many on a first-time gameplay. It appears that Roy mentions the deterioration of the ghouls around him, those who went feral, whom he couldn't help, whom he watched turning into monsters. And then, slowly and cautiously, Roy confesses that it may happen to him as well. Nothing tragic here, nothing dramatic or a plea for help, simply a fact and a realization he reached. Something Roy noticed and something he understands might be his future. It is that honest admission that made Roy Phillips a disturbing and the most uncomfortable character of the Fallout franchise. Not because of the fact that he is evil or monstrous, but rather because he is aware that he is becoming feral, yet has no way of stopping the inevitable. The isolation has been there for too long. The resentment has existed alongside of his rational thoughts for too long, and now it all began to merge and fuse together. He is neither feral nor redeemed. He's already in the state of transition, and what's scary about this is that on the inside, apparently, there isn't anything particularly remarkable about it. It just means feeling tired all the time, caring a bit less about the things you've cared about before, the growing sense of your inability to distinguish what's right, and what you want to do growing slightly less as time passes by. Roy Phillips is in the process of becoming the feral ghoul that the franchise tends to skip ahead to. They want the functional ghoul. They want the feral ghoul, but he's not neither yet, possibly never either, but most definitely both soon. The game leaves you with that feeling without an option to resolve it. Nothing but fate can be changed, and the next ghoul knows this all too well. The weight of outliving everyone. While Roy Phillips represents the fate of those who never manage to establish themselves in a place where they can feel safe and grounded, Raul Tejada from Fallout New Vegas represents the fate of one who found such a place and saw it ripped away from him, repeatedly, and over the span of centuries. Raul was ghoulified during the nuclear holocaust in 2077. At that time, he was already an adult male with a past and friends and family, and his ghoulification didn't erase that history for him. He remembers it clearly, as he has been able to ruminate on it and think back on it from multiple angles for about 200 years now. He has spent 200 years reconciling with some things while discovering others that deserve grief, because grief in the wasteland has more than enough fuel to keep going forever. Over time, he became a gunslinger, an extremely good one too. Not because he had to be, simply because staying alive in the wasteland for 200 years with the face of a ghoul without any political clout demanded nothing less. He became quick, he became efficient. He stopped considering the firearm to be a weapon and began to view it as a language, the only dialect understood by the wasteland. But finally, he grew tired. When the courier finds Raul locked inside a radio tower in the Mojave, the old ghoul is not reverting to his feral instincts. His intellect is wholly intact. His skills still remain intact too. To me, he remains one of the best companions in the game. Yet he has become tired. He has made his calculations and realized that there is a point where the wasteland will take away everything from you, even the desire to fight back against your foes. Raul's questline, Old School Ghoul, deals with whether this feeling can be sustainable for an extended period of time. That is, whether a ghoul is capable of retaining his or her mental sanity despite lack of purpose, or if that corner and those idle moments are simply a slower manifestation of what Roy Phillips was going through in the tunnels. Raul's response depends completely on what the gamer chooses to do, and that response will ultimately be correct, because no one knows the point at which that rest turns into something else. What Raul could come to represent is Cooper Howard after losing more, or what Cooper is going to look like once he has exhausted all his options and lost all hope of reuniting with his family, that being his core goal. However, the longevity provided by ghoulification does not come at no cost. It comes with the expectation of continuously looking for reasons to justify it. The brightest leader. What if I told you that ghouls could glow in the dark, being so irradiated that merely standing near them for a short period of time could burn your skin off all the way to the bone? Those are the glowing ones. Ghouls that were exposed to such massive amounts of radiation during their transformation process that they emit a vivid green bioluminescence. turning them into living conduits of radioactivity. This transformation occurs when a ghoul's system stops filtering radioactive particles absorbed through the blood and tissue, causing the radiation to build up and glow visibly, especially in the dark. Jason Bright is a glowing one, a ghoul so radiated that he glows with the very light of radiation, a light so bright that he can be recognized from afar as a danger of radiation that can harm anyone standing nearby. Jason Bright is the head of the Bright Brotherhood group of ghouls in Fallout New Vegas, stationed at the old test site of REPCONN, where he prepares for the launch of a set of rockets that will bring them somewhere far from the hatred of humans and the horrors of the wasteland. Jason Bright is a man who turned faith into purpose. Not faith alone, but purpose-driven faith. Faith that has goals. And it was this faith that made him focus on the future, rather than dwell on the hardships of being a ghoul in a wasteland that despises them, and their community benefits from MIT. The ghouls of Bright Brotherhood are not hostile. They do not automatically attack the courier either. They are simply a community looking for a way out, a solution to the problem of ghoulification that would not require anything but themselves, since they have realized that expecting any betterment from humans is a waste of time. This method of theirs is brilliant, perhaps tragic, and quite poetic, and it does work. Or rather, almost worked, if the player gives them a helping hand. This is where the character of Jason Bright makes the discussion of ghoulification interesting. He is a glowing one, and glowing ones are the ghouls who have absorbed so much radiation from their surroundings that they are now emitting radiation themselves. In other words, they have moved beyond normal ghoulification and cannot contain all that radiation anymore. However, Jason Bright is entirely mentally coherent. He is a man who thinks deeply, communicates clearly, is genuinely and carefully spiritual, and appears to be wholly capable of handling his cognitive capacities. This makes him far more competent, and indeed, more consciously calm than was Roy Phillips at a lower radiation level. This shows that the theory of higher radiation equals more feral state is not necessarily true. Jason Bright is an anomaly to this hypothesis. He is a glowing being, and thus, his radiation levels far exceed those of the norm and is perfectly fine. Perhaps he can even be called serenely composed. Here, once again, lies the core of the difference between the two. Jason Bright has something that makes him get out of bed and continue living day after day. He has people to answer to. He has responsibilities and goals that are sufficiently concrete for him to move forward, but at the same time, important enough to motivate him to do so. There are certainly some good points about the glowing ones. While many of the glowing ones the player comes across are in fact feral, and some of the most dangerous of the feral ghouls, due to the radiation signature they possess and the fear this generates, causing them to be cast out, avoided, and left by themselves. Jason Bright avoided such an end because he was able to find others before the process of isolation could fully take place. The difference between the two groups of mutants lies in this one variable. The dose, type, and time spent in radiation does not play as great a role as whether there is something else to live for once the mutation process is completed. For Jason, there were the rockets. For Roy Phillips, it was the sewer system under the ruins of Los Angeles. The unbroken gunslinger, Cooper Howard, wasn't anything special in terms of ghoulifying, at least not that we know yet. The series hasn't explained when and how this happened. This is the intended approach, and it remained unresolved even after Season 2. The information that can be derived from the timeline is plain and simple. He lost his family during the bombing of Los Angeles. He wasn't inside a vault, and he was affected by the nuclear explosion in full force. His ghoulification most likely followed the regular pattern. The process of turning into a ghoul occurred due to excessive irradiation. There is nothing unusual about the case of the former Marine and Hollywood celebrity, who once appeared on the posters of Vault Tech. Everything that followed is the point where Cooper's tale takes a turn, and this turn is not due to any superiority in his case, compared to that of other ghouls, biological or otherwise. Rather, it is a set of things which are common individually, but come to form something special when viewed from outside after 2 centuries. One of these things is his military training, as Cooper was part of the Marine Corps that participated in the Sino-American War, specifically the operation of Alaskan Reclamation. Such service does not render a person immune to anything. However, it provides them with a way to function in environments that are specifically designed to destroy their psyche, to cope with fear, overcome panic, and coordinate actions towards objectives in conditions where everything around goes wild. After ghoulification robbed Cooper of one existence and put him in a world where there was no place left for Hollywood actors, all these skills remained at his disposal. They did not protect him from becoming what he was, yet they helped him to find ways to survive tomorrow and the day after. Bounty hunting is the second, and you know what? It fits perfectly into the model. You find your target, you locate your target, you bring them back, you collect, and you get another contract. Bounty hunting wasn't something something that Cooper took up out of romance. He did it to keep himself active, keep his mind on things practical, and most importantly, for the caps. Not for sustenance, but for the vials. And that's where the idea of Cooper Howard as the 2-century-old monument to sheer willpower and self-discipline starts to show cracks, because the vials are a crucial element. If not for the constant doses of the yellow drug he constantly takes during both seasons, Cooper Howard would probably have gone feral after only several hours. This aspect becomes clear in Season 2, where Cooper is rendered immobile after an incident at the Atomic Wrangler, his bag lying right under him, but just out of reach. After only several hours of not receiving the required amount of drugs, Cooper Howard went into convulsions and started snarling. He loses language skills and loses consciousness, having to recall his name for himself to keep himself conscious. My name is Cooper Howard. I have a daughter, her name is Janie. She's alive. He needs to keep repeating his name and remembering his family as a way to recall his true objective of reuniting with them, as his body tries to push him somewhere from which he can't get back. That rescue brings into play an element that puts not only Cooper's survival, but the whole biology of ghouls in the series in a different light. A mysterious super mutant drags Cooper to a church, supports him, and forces a large piece of green radiation emitting uranium into the very spot where the pole had injured Cooper in his abdomen, and the injury starts healing. In other words, we see on screen, as literally and vividly as possible, what has previously been described in the game texts without being proving this directly. Radiation does not only help ghouls withstand it, it is the power that drives their biology. The healing process that makes the life of ghouls possible, that allows their body parts to regenerate, their injuries to recover, and their organisms to survive for centuries under the constant attacks of time and decay, relies on the radiation they endure. It is the fuel for their healing process, just like calories in human bodies. Without this fuel, healing fails. With plenty of it, a mortal wound becomes a scratch. However, the uranium remains inside him. This is the aspect that the series fails to address entirely, because a piece of extremely radioactive metal inside a ghoul's body is an ongoing process. The steady emission of radiation from an embedded piece of uranium, whose energy directly impacts the ghoul's biology over time, is precisely what gives rise to the glowing ones according to the lore. Ghouls who've been exposed to high levels of radiation for so long that their bodies become bioluminescent and emit radiation, capable of healing other ghouls or harming humans. Though this particular scenario has yet to be confirmed by the series, it has made significant preparations. Cooper Howard, who was already well into his 2nd century as a ghoul, now has a radioactive core embedded inside him after being helped by a super mutant that knew exactly how to manipulate ghoul biology. The implications of this for ghoul healing are important as well. This means that the substance that is responsible for their ferality, which involves constant radiation that gradually deteriorates the brain, is also responsible for everything that keeps them from being killed instantly. The biological system that keeps the ghoul going is the same biological system that will one day bring about its demise. The process of healing and decay are not opposites that come out of separate biological systems. Instead, the two are the same biological system running in opposite directions at the same time, as radiation fuels regeneration of the body while slowly damaging the brain. The end of the spectrum. Harold is the place where ghoulification ceases being an illness and becomes something philosophy lacks an actual name for. His first appearance was in the original Fallout, released in 1997, already standing out in terms of personality and physical appearance amongst the ghouls of the West Coast. Harold is an enigmatic drifter with a minor tumor on his forehead that he calls Bob. Bob is strange, yet manageable. He is not an ailment, just an anomaly, an eccentricity, something interesting to talk about. Harold regards him much like an old skin ailment that needs no further discussion. He hadn't yet processed it all. Harold was there when the Master's FEIV tanks exploded before Fallout 1 and had experienced both intense radiation exposure and a concentrated dose of forced evolutionary virus. This process didn't do what ghoulification usually does. It keeps evolving. Ghoulification hits a certain level and then just stops. It reaches a new point of homeostasis and stays there in a hideous and eternal state of being. Harold's case never stopped. Bob becomes a twig. The twig grows into a branch. In Fallout 2, this branch has grown into a tree sprouting right out of Harold's head. But by Fallout 3, when the player meets him in the secret grove of the capital wasteland known as the Oasis, Harold is blended in with Bob's roots. Surrounding him, Oasis flourishes the real, incredible vegetation growing outwards from Harold's root system in all directions, the richest soil for miles around in an expanse of lifeless land. The children of the Oasis, a religion of people who worship plants, have formed around him, treating him as a deity representing rebirth and fertility. Harold despises all of this. He is capable incapable of speaking, he still has thoughts. He can remember how the food used to taste back then, how things looked before everything happened. And his humor has an entirely specific quality of somebody who had been through too much for too long and knows that nobody surrounding him understands what he means. However, Harold does not wish to be worshipped. He wishes to die. Harold has been wishing to die for a very long time. Not necessarily because of despair, but more of the reasonable and practical belief that it has been enough. He pleads with the player to kill him by lighting the tree up and to put an end to his suffering. The children will not let him do this, as the regeneration is much faster than normal. There is no escape left to him, and perhaps this is one of the most Harold things about him. Harold is the answer to the question that never came up when people marveled at how anyone was able to survive after the bombings. What happens if surviving becomes a never-ending process that continues even beyond the physicality and the identity of the person? It is not a tale of horror, but a failed negotiation, the bargain between a man and his biological fate. The latter won the war so thoroughly that the man remained trapped inside, speaking, recalling, waiting, sprouting into the ground bit by bit. And there you have it, ghoulification. Mutations in the cells that allows a body to live but quietly strikes, deals with everything else. The mind, the self, the will to be the person they were before the end of the world. Some come out on top with their brains in perfect condition and their sense of purpose unharmed. Some slip into the dark knowing what's coming and unable to stop it. Some revert to primal instincts inside an abandoned skyscraper without any eyes upon them, erasing the past 2 centuries from their minds. And then there's the one who became a tree and continues talking. And in its own way, that's the most human end possible. War never changes, but what it does to the people who survive it is still being written. In the 2 hours of nuclear exchange that took place on October 23, 2077, all the world's governments would fall or fundamentally change into cruel and oppressive dictatorships that sought to retain what little control they had by means of might and tyranny. For over 200 years, humanity has been pitted against trial after trial. The challenges that survivors faced had not been confined to the lack of resources available after the bombs had dropped, though that hindered things. Most survivors would fall victim to the toxins and abominations that would break free from their pre-war confinements, reaping. And so, we stand at the point of rebuilding, but is that even possible? So that's why today we're going to explore why Fallout's world never returned to normal after 200 years. The everlasting damage. Let's start with the land itself, because yeah, it's a mess. And I mean, it's not just damaged, it is in a state from which it is not coming back. The destruction is obvious anywhere you look, but it runs way deeper than that. The ground turned toxic, the water became deadly, and even the air feels like it's out to get you. If what you see around you isn't convincing enough, then take this as proof. Think back to your travels across the Commonwealth. I don't think you can't remember the glowing sea. Yeah, I can't think of a better example of a world that's just not coming back. Now, talking more in detail about this zone, well, the glowing sea is the impact site for one of the largest nuclear bombs dropped on the US. The zone where it hit Boston area the hardest damage, there's no contesting this. All that destruction left a wasteland that could never heal from the aftermath of the constant nuclear bombardment that had become the conclusion of the Great War. So here we are, 200 years later, it is still one of the most lethal places on the planet. We're talking radiation levels so extreme that even the factions with the most resources at their disposal avoid it at all cost. None linger there for long enough to face any extended exposure. So yeah, you can explore it, but at what cost? That's the real question. Honestly, it could have been this incredible aquatic zone packed with whatever nightmares are lurking beneath the surface, and at the same time, a perfect way to show just how deadly a radiation-soaked zone could be. Hopefully that makes it clear. This isn't just some old wound slowly healing, or a fresh cut that'll close up if you give it time. We're not even close to that point. That's an active, ongoing environmental catastrophe. Just imagine how much radiation could a zone hold. And well, you know that it is kind of obvious that water could be dangerous, but with that many years past and things this way, I think that we never will reach that state of recovering our oceans. And hell, we haven't even explored to see if a giant leviathan or something is underwater. Here's where things get weird. The glowing sea isn't just dangerous because of what's sitting in the ground, it's dangerous because of what it keeps spreading everywhere else. And honestly, it makes a lot of sense. Just because you can't see it happening in real time doesn't mean it's not radiation that is concentrated in a body of water isn't just gonna sit there quietly. None other than Todd Todd Howard, executive producer and director at Bethesda Game Studios, confirmed in 2015 that those rad storms tearing through the Commonwealth had been born in the glowing sea. And yeah, we're not talking about a little thunder and some clouds here. We are talking about some giant and dangerous catastrophes spread through the jet stream that wreak havoc on any would-be civilization unfortunate enough to find themselves in the path of one of these green, crackling storms that irradiate everything they touch. Sadly, there wasn't a weather mechanic implemented by the time Fallout 4 released, but it would have been something really amazing in my opinion. Those giant rad storms that hit hard in the Commonwealth are originating from the glowing sea actively, and that poisonous water they release is going nowhere, so it's unlikely that in the next century or even millennium that it will improve, but there is hope. But that wasn't everything that Todd Howard had told us. He dug a bit more into detail, and, well, to be honest, is there any better source of information than one of the creators themselves? Pretty much everything in the glowing sea is already dead and desolate, so imagine what happens when rain clouds roll in. Just in case anyone slept through the class, these clouds soak up the radiation that drifts across the area, and then dump it back down on everything below, kicking off a vicious cycle that, without any human intervention, pretty much never ends, and honestly, it's probably just going to make things worse over time. The glowing sea is actively poisoning the rest of the region on a weather cycle. Every single storm, every single week, month, even year, we don't know exactly when, but we know for sure that it will happen eventually, so our hands tied without some sort of massive radiation scrubbing device that could be used to cleanse the air and prevent the further spread of radiation. The radiation storms are only part of a far greater issue, one that has led to the destruction of civilizations and will always be a cause for concern. How can you restore humanity to its former glory if you can't feed yourself properly? Food. Insecurity. Yeah, as simple as that. I know that you may take this as something obvious that is already solved in the wasteland, but trust me, it's not. It may last a while, but remember that we are trying to recover our world, and the world isn't exactly helping. If you have been wondering what question we're actually trying to answer here, the most obvious answer usually comes up. Yeah, it is all about the radiation and the damage from the explosions. Things that just can't be undone or fixed by a simple redo. On another angle, we can explain why the Fallout world can't recover just from other issues that happened because of the radiation, but don't have a way around, or at least I couldn't find one. And yes, I am not trying to say the contrary about radiation. It is completely impossible to say the contrary, as the radiation is in simple terms catastrophic. But now follow me here. We have other issues that also can contribute in negative ways, and that itself is a whole other story. The thing that actually makes rebuilding impossible on a practical day-to-day level isn't only the rads or even all the death that is around the wasteland. It can contribute, but no, it's the food. And it's very overlooked almost every time. So we need to address this problem. It's one of the most important to understand my point. You cannot rebuild civilization without food, and more specifically, without regular and reliable security that you're going to get something on your plate after a hard day of labor. Not every empire is built to last, but to become an empire, you have to actually build up your people to last through the construction process. On a greater scale, every nation needs to have structure, and that structure needs a foundation to build off of. Things like water and food are simply not negotiable. The wasteland is a big place, so reducing the scope, in a small scale, every stable community in human history was built on a reliable agricultural base, a fact that cannot be ignored. If you want to be that bold and ignore the needs of your people, then you're welcome to try, take resource security, and everything else collapses. The greatest struggle is that the soil is contaminated, not just around blast craters, but basically everywhere. It's a problem that stagnated societal reconstruction across the entirety of the former United States. Grows in that soil will feed off of its nutrients and absorb any contaminants that it contains. This means that all the crops that wastelanders eat are contaminated in some way or another. There's no escaping that. Just think about it. The water that feeds those crops is irradiated. The animals that graze on those plants are irradiated. There are few clean resources naturally left in the food chain. Every single calorie counts. When you're trying to survive to the next day, your time has to be spent obtaining food and water. Think about it this way. A wasteland survivor has to pay in some way what I like to call a radiation tax on their body. You don't die immediately. You just get slowly, continuously worse. If you're not cautious enough and consume the wrong meal, you may die or become a ghoul. And then we have to talk about meat and livestock. That is very straightforward. There are plenty of Brahmin out there. Two-headed irradiated cattle that the wasteland runs almost entirely on. They've been in every game and are a bit scary in my opinion, but they're good boys. But they They both help reduce the burden of labor and act as a food source. The Brahmin are the backbone of caravan companies. Every traveling merchant has one at their side. They are the perfect pack mall in a world without vehicles. Focusing on the food, the Brahmin are the primary meat source for most settlements, and the thing that even the most organized post-war factions depend on for protein. We don't have chicken anymore, but we can get some similar meat from other monsters, but I'm sure that the average settler won't be fighting a whole mutant for it. And so we start with bad news. Here's the kicker. Brahmins have mutated far beyond what they were before the war. Plain and simple, they exist because radiation warped normal cattle into something new and a bit grotesque, with the two heads and everything. There are plenty of Brahmin ranchers out there, but they are by no means near the efficiency of the NCR's agricultural economy. The Brahmin ranchers feed their livestock by grazing on contaminated land. It's an unfortunate truth that we must accept for one of the most reliable resources in the post-apocalyptic world. I confidently can say that this is it. That's the ceiling. That's the best anyone has managed. Maybe we'll get lucky and some ranchers will tame a mutated hog, mole rat, or something that could provide a more stable resource that might be less reliant on irritated flora to sustain itself. Though there is one resource out there more important than food, as you can go 30 days without eating, but you can't survive a week without water. A resource so vital that nothing functions without it, but obtaining it is far from easy. The clean water. Getting water is even worse than the food situation. I know that we didn't discover the wheel, but it is important to point it out. Saying something. This is a major concern even before megatons started to form or Shady Sands were the old, forgotten, almost ghost town. So this is not something new, but that makes the problem bigger than ever. More than 200 years later, and we cannot solve the problem. Good riddance, man. But a bit of context. Before the bombs, water came from reservoirs, treatment plants, municipal systems, all of it built and maintained by a functioning government with a functioning industrial base. Yeah, too much information, but this is similar to how the real life works. We got water in our homes and most of the people don't even care about it. Well, they don't until it's gone. Every single one of those systems exploded. Yeah, just like that. It's gone and no signs of coming back. Why is that? Well, that's pretty simple, actually. The infrastructure doesn't exist anymore, and what replaced it is either contaminated, controlled, or both. If you fancy some fresh day at the reservoirs of water, they will have armed soldiers on your best day. To super mutants, raiders, centaurs, or something worse, three-eyed fish. Just kidding, but anything in the water can eat you, actually. Now, talking about the vaults, they had water purification built in. Sealed, pressurized, driven by pipes straight to home, just like any delivery but express. This was some of the best pre-war technology had to offer, but humanity does not like what others have, so they had to blow everything up, and ironically, that didn't change. Before they wanted all the power infrastructure could give. Now they'll want that piece of solid rock because why not? And even those were failing within decades. Vault 15 had to open early, barely 20 years after sealing, specifically because its generators and water chip were straining under the population. The best water technology in the world, installed in a controlled underground environment, couldn't hold up for a single generation. That could be scratched up as a Vault Tech miscalculation or a calculation too perfect, we don't know with those people, but whatever the case, they couldn't hold on the water. On the surface, it's worse by every possible measure, in case you were the only one thinking they had it better. The rivers are irradiated. Blue check. The rain carries radiation down from clouds that passed over blast sites. Double check. The groundwater absorbed contamination from soil that's been soaking in radioactive material for 2 centuries. Triple check. And we could go on and on this. But what's the point? For specifics, we could talk about something that the fans may be familiar with because I don't remember too much except for the ending, but talking about Project Purity in Fallout 3, it was the holy grail in the moment. It was built around purifying the Potomac River and pumping clean water out to the capital wasteland. The project took years over years with a cost that translated to much diverse currency. One of the most expensive ones was that it literally cost lives and was treated as a near miraculous achievement when it finally worked. And the goal? Straightforward and probably one of the noblest you could find in a world like this one. Providing clean water to one region, temporarily, was considered one of the greatest accomplishments in post-war history. Now fast forward, and this same river was tried to be used as a weapon by the Enclave, trying to inject a modified, forced evolutionary virus. We all know the drill by now, but the story is the same. They tried to make something noble for the greater good into a massive weapon. Humanity itself is not right. New Vegas didn't get it any better, with the water distribution becoming a power struggle for control and well water distribution, with eventually 200 years later evoking a total all-war between factions where the NCR and Caesar Legion fought 2 major battles for Hoover Dam, different ideologies clashing, but not because of that, because of water. Poetic, to say the least. What we can learn from this is that if you can't solve food and water, nothing else matters. You can have the best government, the best moral, or the best intentions, hell, even the best military. You could be Jesus himself with the absolute cleanest, crystal clear intentions in the wasteland, and still someone will fight over it. Without a reliable food and water supply, you're just delaying the collapse, which is exactly what the NCR proved in the projections. And even if they could secure a major source that could last hundreds of years, the other side of the fence would try and take it or destroy it, making the most biggest and reliable tools a bigger target in your back. These resources are the most important when it comes to short-term survival. They are what enables the ability to sit aside time to nation build. Once food insecurity is solved, you can lift others up from being simple raiders and scavengers. But what if this was all for naught? What if the greatest minds alive got together and saw doom lurking in the future just down the road? Doomed future foreshadow? Even with a project so solid that we can conclude that is the ceiling to this world. In terms of limiting the scarcity of food, well, ring ring, bad news, this wasn't enough. The NCR's own Office of Science and Industry projected that by the early 2290s, famine would overtake the nation, and well, bad news, because we are talking about the type of society that is actually trying to rebuild something. But okay, we appreciate the honesty. Food and water production was expected to fail to keep pace with the Republic's growing population. This is a whole new world, and one that is quickly adapting to a new reality, not trying to rebuild what was destroyed, but trying to make the best of it, because the numbers don't lie. They are running out of time. Urgency and planning never go hand with hand, so this wasn't a fringe concern or a worst-case scenario, was something that they are actively trying to dodge in the future. Sadly, to the moment we can see the latest in the wasteland. These problems aren't near solving phase. At most, they acknowledge them, and are trying to patch the most possible. For the projection itself, well, it was an official government projection that the administration was actively trying to hide from its citizens. I think that in this case is for the best, but at the same time, people that could have ideas of how to help will be oblivious to this, and maybe will die for a problem that was never showed until the bomb exploded. Basically, too late. The most successful civilization in the post-war West, with over 700,000 citizens and a functioning three-branch government, was quietly staring down a famine it couldn't stop. How you could rebuild something sturdy if you have a timer in your neck all the time, a timer that each moment can be thinner with the large of the population increasing in exponential numbers. Famine is not merely the only doom waiting for the NCR in the greater wasteland. The greatest scientists of the old world would create many horrors that wreck above on the wasteland even 200 years later. Not all of them were intentionally unleashed. Many were created with intentions pure, but in the nuclear fallout, they took new forms that has warped all life, unfortunate enough to meet its touch. The Enclave virus. Most people think of FEV as the thing that makes super mutants, and that's true, but that framing massively undersells how catastrophic the forced evolutionary virus actually is for any chance of recovery. Because FEV isn't contained in a lab somewhere. It used to be, but now is in the air with every one of us to a certain degree. Well, not that serious, but is so accessible for some bad dudes that is laughable how it is now and almost renewable. It isn't locked behind a vault door. It's in the environment. It has been since before 2077. Yeah, for those people that weren't in the loop. This virus was created before the war, so the super mutants aren't a product of this time. They were even before the bombs fell. And, well, too big. The damage is that even 2 centuries later is still actively mutating life in the wasteland. Even right now, it could be transforming a creature into something horrific and with zero containment and zero cleanup. The way it got to the outside world was some Resident Evil shenanigans. The West Tech Research Facility in Southern California was one of the primary FEV research sites before the Great War. When the bombs dropped, the facility was damaged. I know, kind of obvious, and well, the virus escaped into the atmosphere. That single-handedly fills the entire wasteland with a mutagenic agent that has been working its way through every living organism it contacts for years, decades, and even centuries to come. It isn't a problem from the past. It's an ongoing biological contamination event that nobody has the infrastructure to address. And to make things worse, the mutations it produces are irreversible. This is the part that breaks everything. FEV doesn't store an unaltered copy of the subject's DNA when it rewrites their biology. The transformation it causes is permanent by design. Theoretically, you could reverse a mutation by infecting the subject with a secondary virus containing their original DNA, but that requires having their original DNA on file and the technology to synthesize a tailored countervirus. When push comes to pull, it becomes very dark. FEV doesn't just make super mutants. The virus is so unpredictable and so aggressive that it produces completely different mutations depending on the strain, the host, and the method of exposure. The researchers who infected the water supply of Huntersville in Appalachia were trying to identify a reliable mutation strain, a good nod to all that became the forced evolutionary virus in the future years, something that even the 76 dwellers couldn't stop, and those dudes literally became the Christ of Appalachia, and the wasteland as a whole. What they got instead was people mutating into things that couldn't breathe, masses of retinal tissue, subjects whose teeth grew so large they pierced their own brains, others in such constant pain they terminated themselves. The scientists called this instability a problem to be solved. The wasteland inherited it as a permanent feature of the environment. The monsters created from the FEV are a very real threat. Their outward appearance is usually telling enough to make most wastelanders avoid them, though not all threats appear as a clear enemy, so threats build amongst your own number, wearing a human face. Damn you, politics. In a world where all sense of structure had been lost for generations, we're left with one simple rule: might makes right. Surviving in the Fallout world is very hard. This has made that group start to rise in order to be able to satisfy the necessities of the human being. But having more than one of these groups lead to fighting one another. As we have learned over the series of the Fallout games, there are always fights over the interest of the faction, fighting over territory, constant attacks over the other groups, and even sabotaging one another. How come you cannot remember all the bad things that you have made, like cutting out the purifier for a whole civilization? Things like this make it really hard to have the civilization go back to normal. Think about it. Suddenly the world has been reset almost to the Stone Age. In this new world, greed takes over your mind, and you have this great idea to become the only ruler of the world. Yeah, it is hard now that you think about it, but it can happen. Takes flies by, but you manage to create a group of followers that share your ideology. Now it is not only you have a mass of followers willing to do your bidding. Everything works fine until you encounter other factions that have different thoughts than yours. And now you are in conflict, fighting a small war against another faction, and only one may remain. All of this has been constantly shown in the Fallout games, like when the Institute deletes the Brotherhood, the Railroad, and the Minutemen. It is a non-stop cycle until one results victorious. But not only that, we have also known that they went and nuked other towns, and this, yet again, we have seen it in the game. So basically everyone has interest, and it is okay, but how come you want the world to return to normal if you suddenly nuke a city? Not only the world is still recovering from the Holocaust that was the war, you gotta go and nuke again the world. The consequences just scale up to a point there that place alone will never become the same. The nuclear after effects are very harsh, and to do it just because you wanted it, it is a pretty mess up. Not only in the game do we see this, even in real life the political reasons are the main factor for territorial disputes, or even causing the people to make a mob and take places just because they do things that favor only themselves and ignore the hard workers. If this is a major flaw in today's world, just imagine in Fallout's world. In there, everyone wants a slice of the cake called Earth. Let's make aside the fighting with other people for political reasons. Now let's talk about fighting over resources for political reasons. We all know that resources are the holy grail in a post-apocalyptic world, and when you have a lot of resources, that makes you a powerful enemy or ally that depends on the raiders. Having this leads to an increased growth for the city and the prosperity of the people. But having so much resources makes you like the last water bottle in the Commonwealth. You are very attractive for raiders or other factions to just go all out and try to loot you, and that is another threat that you will need to face. Why are politics so hard? I guess it is not for us mere mortals. If this wasn't enough, the ones who have the power to make decisions are also the ones that make the world become this radioactive, harsh, living, and dangerous place. The main reason that ghouls, mutants, super mutants, and other creatures exist in this world is because of the political leaders that approved that nuking was a good idea. Well, it was for the creators of the vaults because they became filthy rich. And the cherry on top is that the political leaders also approved the horrifying experiments that were made in the vaults. These people don't have a heart. It is so frustrating to see all of what they did just to see how the people will evolve. Still, we haven't talked about the big elephant in the room, those crazy things that are waiting in every corner of the wasteland to eat you up. Yeah, the monsters. Many monsters became what they are today out of natural evolution modified through radiation. Though not all, there are creatures out there that are beyond anything we could imagine in our world. Many of these dangers were of design, created to kill, and kill alone. The big old dangers. Before the Great War, the most dangerous things living in North America were bears, mountain lions, and the occasional rattlesnake. Apex predators sure, but manageable ones. Ones that an organized human population could coexist with, work around, and when necessary, cull. The post-war world replaced every single one of them with something engineered specifically to kill humans as efficiently as possible. And unlike a bear, these things don't run when you fight back. In case you haven't got it yet, well, you're correct. We are talking about the death claws. In some manner of speaking, they are another face for the franchise, with many times being the centerpiece of marketing, and even in the TV series, they had a front page that was very interesting. They even had a hand at the ending of the second season. They being famous doesn't mean that they aren't the centerpiece of this problem. Standing approximately 15 feet tall, immune to radiation, with razor-sharp talons capable of ripping a human apart in a single swipe, and oh, surprise, surprise, they aren't a product of the Great War. It was a situation of time before they could start roaming around if they escaped, because they were created by the United States military before the Great War, specifically to replace human soldiers in close combat situations. Yeah, the death claws were meant to be controlled. Please tell me how that got on. And it doesn't stop there, not by a long shot. We have mirelurks that are horrific creatures, but they are from this planet kind of mutated crabs and also snapping turtles from irradiated coastal waterways. These creatures are very territorial and have their own queens that also are enormous. So they pack quite a punch, psychological and physically. Kind of hard to beat that. If raiders don't do the trick with the territorial wars, well, they have colonized rivers, coastlines, and sewers across the eastern seaboard. If you don't fancy the waters, then we have another selection for more dry scenery. The bloat flies, and just like the normal flies, they excel at something over all the possible skills that they can have. They are experts in carrying diseases. Radroaches infest every enclosed structure on the continent, and are a bit more hard to kill than the normal counterpart that we know. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that they are ridiculously big. What I am trying to explain here is that we don't only have big monsters here and there or super mutants roaming around. We are talking that the wasteland is an entirely different monster, and this monster made the entire ecosystem be something totally different. It was basically replaced from the ground up with something hostile, aggressive, and radiation resistant. In some places, giant too, or obscenely grotesque. And then there are the super mutant behemoths, who are like the big bro of the already big super mutants. These tanks that are actually alive were created in the Vault 87 strain of the forced evolutionary virus, and the only studies they could do on them were that they keep growing indefinitely as they age. This also risks his own life because the ones that cannot hold that characteristic are a bit peculiar, die under the pressure. In the other hand, the ones who survive long enough can become creatures of the size of buildings and remember that they keep growing. These are generally primitive in their way of thinking, making everything a weapon for them. For example, carrying street signs as clubs. And if you remember, these Sings aren't exactly small. His size also made them natural at absorbing gunfire. The fire that they can hold can easily kill a dozen of normal men, and a handful of armed with power armor soldiers is not a joke. To show an example, the Brotherhood of Steel, wearing full suits of power armor and carrying some of the most advanced weaponry in the wasteland, suffers severe casualties every time they engage a Deathclaw pack in close quarters. Now imagine what happens when they have to fight a building that also attacks. The classic overproduction. If you're anything like me, you want to understand exactly how everything in the Fallout universe came to be. Perhaps Nuka-Cola knew that their bottle caps might become a commodity that would be sought after in its own right? Either they seemed to have been aware of what was coming, or was it that the drink was such a massive success that producing billions of bottles in under a century was just profitable? Imagine that you're playing New Vegas in the middle of the night and, like some sort of revelation, start thinking about how exactly the 10,000 caps that you're holding right now don't weigh? Well, that's a question for another time. When you really think about it, the number of bottle caps lying around in the wasteland is pretty insane. Every cap must have been on a bottle at some point, so for each bottle cap, there had to be that many bottles being produced and sold on a massive scale. The wild part is that there actually was. Nuka-Cola was so massive that bottling facilities were everywhere. One of those bottling facilities and the advanced production technology held within was even used to cure a deadly mutagenic plague during the events of Fallout 76's Wastelanders update. They were even able to label it still, and though there were a few name options that players could choose, such as Nuka-Cola Vaccinated and Nuka-Cola Scorched, official merchandise released on the Bethesda store page seems to promote the idea that Nuka-Cola My Blood's in It is the canon name. Just one of these facilities could pump out Nuka-Cola by the thousands. With so many of these facilities in existence, there could have been millions hitting the market on any given day. It's possible that there were even trillions of bottle caps out there during the final days of the old world. The scale of this production was so huge that the idea of caps becoming a currency actually makes sense once you realize just how much Nuka-Cola dominated the everyday life of pre-war Americans. There's no miracle behind it. Overproduction on a massive scale. In barely 50 years, Nuka-Cola factories produced an unbelievable number of bottles and delivered into the hands of consumers from all walks of life. So many that their factories kept production running non-stop. Their vending machines were on every corner. Stores and supermarkets were stocked to the ceiling with the beverages. And people loved the stuff so much that almost every household in the old world kept a case of it on hand. When the Great War started and everything around just exploded, the caps survived a lot of that punishment. They were in all places, almost literally, in basements forgotten. In some cities that didn't suffer as much, so they were just dust. There are truckloads just waiting to be uncovered. Ruins were all over the place, but still. But even in that position, scavengers could get some fresh bottles almost regularly. Talk about luck. Considering that you can still find non-irradiated and decently fresh Nuka-Colas everywhere, imagine all the caps you would just find laying around. It's easy to say that the supply will simply never dry. With so many bottle caps out there waiting to be scavenged, with many still sealed in pristine condition on ready-to-drink bottles of Nuka-Cola, just how were they able to withstand 200 years of degradation? Well, that's because of the materials that they're made of. Solid metal. Another pro-fact is that the caps are much more durable than paper, obviously I know, but at the same time it's one of the strongest factors that cemented bottle caps as a currency. We are talking about pressed steel and aluminum alloys. Something tough enough that can even get rusty or bend in irregular ways, but not break, and withstand the wear and tear of everyday wasteland travel all the more because of the metallic compositions that they are made of. With money being paper and the credit cards and whatever plastic, you tell me a better option than a currency that is basically indestructible to any accident and even survive harsh climates. Being buried, shot through with certain weapons and still be good enough to be traded for some RADaway, I for example cannot think of a better option for a currency. Being metallic in composition worked in two key ways. They could survive through a lot of disasters in one piece, but ironically, the metals used were the cheapest materials available because the resources wars and the scarcity of oil would have drove up the cost of plastics. The bottle's glass and the cap's metal was not only a good idea, it was the only one. Now it is common that the plastic bottle caps are a standard, but in the Fallout lore they sort of remained in the 50s or 60s, so the tin-plated steel and the aluminium were the go-to in terms of sealing these soft drinks. We sorted out why the caps were metal and how they were in the billions, but what about just grabbing whatever metal and starting cutting it like caps? The counterfeits. The mystery is easy to sort out. Still, we have to divide it into small steps to completely reveal how counterfeiting is almost impossible on caps. This actually is covered in some games, as you can dismantle a fake caps factory or abandoned shacks where they used to make them. The Mojave Wasteland is like the no-law land, where anything goes, and in here there are multiple attempts to make them. Not to mention that the courier was chosen to be the one in charge of managing these production lines. He also comes with the incredible function to recognize the fake bottle caps, knowing if they're being swindled by a counterfeiter. I think it is general knowledge, but to make a cap that passes inspection, saying it doesn't make much sense, I know, but is an official coin in the wasteland. So yeah, you will need some verification to know that your money is legit. Nothing harsh though, you need an industrial-grade hydraulic press and a very specific 21 ridge die. This is the first trick, as the raiders, that are the most common dudes that try to make this type of thing, have certain homemade versions that lack the details. For example, they might have 20 ridges, or 22, or the ridges are slightly rounded, things that, to be fair, not every person will see. And I cannot say that the most dumb could see if they start appreciating the caps in a more close look. Yeah, I know that not everyone will count the ridges, so that could fly past someone. If someone is experienced in handing or handling money like a seasoned merchant, they almost 100% sure will feel the difference just by running their thumb over a handful of caps in a leather pouch. If the texture is mushy, you're likely getting a bullet instead of a stim pack. So by any means, they are easy to make as counterfeit. And so overall, one of the most simplistic reasons that at the same time is one of the most logical ones is that it is a real pain to try and fake them. Besides having the exact machine, you will need the exact same aluminum alloy that was used in the pre-war. And remember that you're living in the wasteland where most that you find, if you have the luck to find something, is scrap, scrap, and more scrap. If for some miracle you get to a factory or something that actually held together and saved the materials, don't jump the gun yet. You still need a couple of other things to start creating your own money. Remember that the caps have a design in particular with all the edges and the stamp. You also need the right paint and ink for coloring the logo and overall the cap. As if that wasn't hard enough, you need to give it some sort of age to appear worn as much as a 200-plus-year-old bottle cap would. For the average Joe that is running around the wasteland trying to survive, that's far too much more than he can manage to get in a lifetime, so as you can see, it is extremely hard to do something more than basic counterfeits with easy detection. Now let's see the scope for the whole deal. Investing time in seeing the practical aspects too. Not only the counterfeit, if they have used them for so long, more serious reasons exist too, right? The inflation aspect. As I explained before, they are hard to fake, for multiple reasons that we dealt with. But what if I told you that not everything is by chance? The trades made finding bottle caps like buried treasure in the desert, so that means that you can get rich with a stroke of luck, right? The reality is, no, sharp and easy. And if you stop to think about it, it is really simple. What stops you from going right now treasure hunt? Exactly, nothing at all, and still the chances of finding something are closer to 0 than 1% alone, so hard pill to swallow. After the bombs, everything fell to dust and rubble, and the people actually went a while without any type of centralized coins, so the caps were like more garbage for a while. When everything with the water supply traders cleared up and they came with the solutions of the caps, one of the most logical fears was exactly that one. People could quickly spot real caps and make bank in a good haul. That was quickly deemed to be completely useless as the supply is limited from the very beginning. There's a limited amount of caps in the world, and those were almost completely flagged as lost because you can only get small numbers of them, and the unique way of producing them is extremely checked with very controlled groups, and exists an active force trying to shut them down. They are abundant in some extent, but at the same time not so abundant. Enough exists to lay around, and at the moment the people started using them, they weren't that common, so anyone that found them got a bit of spare change, similar to finding a bill of $5, is not the 100 to change completely your day or the one bill to almost ignore it. It's just enough to keep pushing forward to the next supply they might uncover. Other practical capacities that this caps have are the fact of being seriously light and portable. Just imagine having a little bag or even a pouch. Just how many could fit there? And also way easier to transport them than having goods for trade like organic stuff, for example food or water, or even weapons of diverse naturality. Another thing to point out is that they are easy to find besides counting them. Imagine getting to a shop and starting counting them. No argument, because one side has better goods or better quality of whatever supply trying to trade than just some caps and a fair and square deal. Limited edition. Now imagine as your last will, a limited edition bottle cap was released before the Great War, a very priced collectible for someone's. But what is exactly this? This is a sunset sarsaparilla bottle cap with a luminous blue star on the bottom. Very unique if you ask me, and if you gather 50 of them, you can get a very interesting reward. Making this is a very valuable commodity that everyone wants to have their hands on, but don't be confident about this, because just imagine how a limited item with the rumors of it having to collect some to get some treasure, this makes it also very dangerous. What do we do with these bottle caps? It is very easy. You need to go to the Sunset Sarsaparilla Company's headquarters in Las Vegas, where you will meet Mr. Festus. It may sound very easy, but in this world where the people kill for what is precious to them, and these bottle caps are the perfect excuse or maybe the right motive for them to make a move. But if you manage to survive and still collect the bottle caps, go on, claim your price, it is waiting for you. Let's get a drum roll, please, because the long wait has finally arrived. You're about to know what it is in door number 3, or should I say what the price is for getting all of the star bottle caps. You get an amazing 1,500 regular bottle caps, 319 Toy Deputy badges. In case you forgot, these are useless due to them being overproduced before the Great War. Also, they were part of the scam for the first winners in the old days. And last but not least, the unique laser pistol Pew Pew. I don't know who got the time to hide all of this stuff in here, but finders keepers. At least you get a decent amount of bottle caps over this and a nice gun. But come on, how can they give us a life supply of useless badges? Oh well, corporate wins again. Now that we are done talking about limited edition bottle caps and a somewhat cool robot, let's go towards the direct contender of the bottle cap, a royal rumble of currencies. Currency rivals. The acceptance of the bottle cap was not a good thing for everyone. As you may know, there are other types of currency in Fallout's world, and when there are multiple parties trying to take control over it, it is hard for just one to be universally accepted. There's not many who accept the NCR dollars, because of how little trust its citizens have in the currency. With that being said, let's talk about one that is not a direct competitor in this line, but it also benefits the other rivals. Poker chips. Over in New Vegas, you can play the casino games, and the chips you earn can be traded over the different types of currency. Like in Old Vegas, it is a sin if you don't gamble. If there is a possibility for you to hit a jackpot, you will take your chances. It takes money to make money, but the thrill of the jackpot is enough to keep folks trading in their bottle caps, NCR bills, and Legion denaries for as many chips as they can get their hands on. Yeah, chips are a currency backed purely by the addiction of gamblers, but at least it's a stable currency as long as Mr. House controls New Vegas. One of the other top contenders for the currency currency is the Legion's coin. These coins are made of silver and gold. With this, they keep their value alone. No one can deny the practical value of gold and silver. Although they don't have good relationships with other factions on the Mojave Wasteland, it is still a valid currency, but it cannot rival that of the bottle cap because, as an exchange, you can trade 4 bottle caps for a silver coin or 100 bottle caps for a gold coin. With this, we can have a clear idea of just how powerful the bottle cap really is as a currency, even rivaling the likes of the gold and the silver. Who would have thought that a piece of aluminum would be this powerful? This rival was already supposed to be extinct by all that happened, but people still have memories of it, and it's not all that useless. Yes, you guess it. Right, we are talking about the good old dollar. The old war dollar bills were reduced only to be as good as toilet paper, but aside from that, there are places that still recognize this as a valid currency, such as Sierra Madre Casino and Resort or the Nuka World Amusement Park. As you may see, this doesn't directly affect the bottle cap as a currency, because, well, the worthless piece of paper that it turns to, but we have to admire the attempts that the NCR made to make the dollar bill great again. Overall, having economic control over the world is somewhat an important achievement for everyone, because it can be used for good or for evil. Do you really think that the Legion or the NCR with their currency made them just because the world needed them? Of course not. They are selfish little factions that wanted to have the largest piece of cake that is the Commonwealth. As you can see, the bottle cap had many obstacles for it to cross in order for it to get where it is. But the people that began using it, the merchants and even the government, saw that, and you cannot compete versus the people again. You already did too much. But luckily for the bottle cap, he left $1 over in the dust. He sent it directly toward retirement. The future is now, and the one that adapts is always the winner. Now that the rivals are out, we are missing the important stuff, how it really becomes the shark to financial success. From being part of a publicity ad in a resort, from being the foundation of today's currency in the Commonwealth. It wasn't easy, but here we are. The bottle caps are the currency used all over the Commonwealth. How, you ask? Well, it had its issues, but the events really took in a liking for this painted metal. Let's talk about how this happened. When humanity's endless greed led to the global reset button being pressed in the form of atomic hellfire, there became a need for something that people would exchange for any supplies that one might need to survive. Some might say that it was a galaxy brain moment when bottle caps were chosen by the barons at the hub to be the new dollar in the wasteland. No one could have predicted that, but it happened. They might have needed those bottle caps to seal old glass bottles so that they could ship their purified water through the region of California that would later birth the NCR. They knew that the materials used in the production of bottle caps were hard to come by, and any other metal source could have been contaminated with lead or some other chemicals. Nuka-Cola bottle caps were the safe option, as they had brand recognition. Their caps aren't going to be confused for anything else. Unlike paper bottle caps are way harder to fake because they require specific out-of-production metals. Even so, none saw this coming. It started rising over in economic power. It got even stronger when the barons backed the value of bottle caps with water. With this, people trusted the currency because they knew they could exchange their caps for the one resource that we need more than food. This exchange system literally kept the fragile post-war wasteland hydrated and stable. With this solid foundation, communities on the West Coast were able to survive and even thrive long enough to become the new California Republic. But in the East Coast, where the civilization was more of a mess, why are bottle caps still the go-to currency for caravanners? Perhaps many avid collectors wanted to continue collecting unique variants of Nuka-Cola bottle caps after the war. Or perhaps the answer lies in the ruins of the White Springs Resort in Appalachia. The owners of the White Spring Resort formed a partnership for the release of Nuka-Cola Quantum to promote the drink. They reprogrammed all their robots to accept bottle caps as payment, and when the bombs fell, those robots simply kept following their new programming, continued to accept bottle caps instead of paper currency. So survivors that sought refuge there had to scavenge the wasteland for bottle caps to acquire any supplies that the robots might have to offer, as trying to just take it by force would unleash their heavy robot security system. The major event that turned this currency to be as powerful as it is today is when the new California Republic wanted to spread a new form of dollar, but backed it up with gold. This is basically how the real world does it, but they forgot that this is not the old world. Now there are other threats and new enemies. This system collapsed when the Brotherhood of Steel wiped out the NCR's gold reserves. Without gold backing, the paper money became a useless flat currency that only has value because someone says it does. Tired of the NCR's incompetence, powerful merchants like the Crimson Caravan decided to revert back to using bottle caps. These merchant companies monopolized cap production to prevent people from overprinting and to maintain a stable currency. Because of this aggressive merchant backing, caps became a stable, widely accepted currency across multiple territories. Even among rival factions like the Legion, the wasteland economy boils down to one simple truth. Money is only worth what people agree to accept. Whether it is Nuka-Cola or Sunset Sarsaparilla, the survivors trust the metal, making old world paper better suited for starting a campfire. Going forward, let's talk about how the bottle cap gained ground and become the menace that it is today. Settle settlement, once it had ground where to step it, skyrocket over to the trustable currency that Fallout would use even to this day. Having achieved this makes the world much easier. As you know, a world without any currency leads to disaster, having to make even harsher trades in order to get a hold on the daily needs. Seriously though, what kind of currency could be even suitable to replace the bottle cap? This world is in ruins. I don't want to trade radioactive rocks just for some water, or even worse, the limit scrap that is on the world. This made the bottle caps the only viable option, and as we spoke before, they were already in use without even having to do some meeting to have it approved as the currency in this world. History made it even more trustworthy when there were multiple locations that used the caps. This made it so it was way easier for the merchants to go in the world and trade goods. This made it a huge win for the bottle caps. Is there nothing this thing can't do? The cherry on top of the currency cake is when the citizens panic over when the Brotherhood snatch all the gold from the NCR and their attempt to make a dollar again. This was clearly the KO for the battle of currencies, being that the bottle cap were very dominating and already widely established as the main currency for this world. There are other varieties of bottle caps that also made the Nuka-Cola one the more trustworthy, although some merchants like the Mojave accept the Sunset Sarsaparilla bottle caps. But as you can see, they are bottle caps in the end, making this the only viable currency in the post-apocalyptic world. With all of this, they managed to get a strong foundation and hold its ground for the future. No one can outthrow the bottle cap as the sole king and ruler of all the wasteland, being the only one capable of rising since day one. Still, caps are just metal in a shape, so what exactly backs them up as money, I think is easy to answer, but at the same time, far too critical to not explain it. The recognition and backup. Money is hard to start getting in track, but the initial value of the caps, as the logic dictates, was almost worthless. Just a small value for the metal that they may hold, but almost zero. So how exactly everything worked out for the caps to suddenly get so valuable as the universally recognized coin in a world destroyed? Well, the water traders from the hub. Value spawned almost instantaneously. The merchants at some moment just said, "Bring us caps, and we will give you a set amount of perfectly fine water." And the ball started rolling because the water is the real value that started everything. Water is life in the wasteland, and before, the Great War was too. So everyone needing it, well, the path was as straight as a road can be. The system was created the instant that the first deal went on. The traders carried the system with them and spread it. Why, you may ask, because was a centralized way of making both parts happy. In the first few days that this started spreading, everyone just saw the caps as a trade, not a transaction with money involved. So in the end, we can say that this started instantly. Cool. And at the same time, a bit rushed. But who would think that 200 years later, they would still use it, and far more, become the de facto currency for the whole new era for human history, Vault-Tec. If any single corporation deserves to be called the architects of everything wrong with pre-war America, it's Vault-Tec. And not because they went rogue, that's the part people keep getting wrong. Every time someone talks about the vaults and the horrifying experiments inside them, the conversation usually lands on Vault-Tec was evil. And sure, they were. But framing Vault-Tec as a rogue corporation that went too far misses the actual horror entirely. Vault-Tec wasn't operating outside the system. Vault-Tec was the system. They weren't breaking the rules. They were the ones who wrote them. Here's what most people understand on the surface. Vault-Tec built the vaults, marketed them as nuclear shelters, and then used them as laboratories to run social experiments on the people sealed inside. That much is well established. But what makes Vault-Tec fundamentally different from every other corporation on this list is that they weren't freelancing. Every experiment, every rigged vault, every controlled variable was designed in coordination with the Enclave, the shadow continuation of the United States government. The Societal Preservation Program wasn't some skunkworks passion project by a few unhinged executives. It was a federally backed initiative with a specific endgame: gather data on isolated human populations under extreme conditions to support long-term projects, including, and this is the part that makes it genuinely chilling, what many in the community believe was research supporting interstellar colonization. Think about that for a second. The shelters you were told would save your family, they were data collection for a space colonization project you were never told about. Every experiment, whether it was stuffing a vault with weapons, sealing one person in total isolation, or forcing class division into the architecture itself, was feeding a data set. The people inside weren't residents. They were rows on a spreadsheet, and the government wasn't just aware of it. They were the client. This is why Vault-Tec matters as the starting point for this entire conversation. They didn't just run their own experiments. They created the infrastructure that enabled every other corporation on this list to do the same. Vault-Tec proved that if you wrap human experimentation in patriotic branding and government contracts, Nobody asks questions until it's far too late. They built the vaults. They sold the lie. And when the bombs fell, possibly because Vault Tech themselves initiated the launch, if the TV show's implications hold up, they made sure the only people who benefited were the ones who designed the horror in the first place. And the cruelest part? Even after the world ended, the experiments kept running. Overseers followed protocols, systems activated on schedule. 200 years later, Vault Tech's cruelty was still producing results in facilities nobody was even monitoring anymore. That's not just evil science. That's infrastructure so well built it outlasts civilization itself. Kind of impressive, honestly. In the way that a building fire is technically impressive if you ignore all the screaming, Vault Tech designed the framework for corporate experimentation and fallout, but they weren't the ones cooking up the science themselves. For that, they needed a defense contractor willing to play with the kind of biology that could end an entire species. And West Tech was more than happy to volunteer. West Tech super mutants are the single most destructive biological force in the Fallout universe outside of the bombs themselves. And they exist because one defense contractor created a virus that, quite literally, ate the world. West Tech didn't set out to rewrite the evolutionary future of an entire continent, but that's exactly what happened. And the path from defensive research to accidentally creating an army of giant green monsters is shorter than you'd think when nobody in charge is willing to say, maybe we should stop. West Tech was one of pre-war America's most prominent military technology firms. They built power armor. They worked on some of the military's most advanced combat technology. They were the kind of contractor that governments love, capable, ambitious, and perfectly happy to not ask uncomfortable questions about what their products would be used for. But their most consequential project wasn't a weapon you could hold. It was a weapon you could inject. The Forced Evolutionary Virus, FEV, started life as the Pan-Immunity Virion Project, or PVP. The original goal was genuinely defensive, create a broad-spectrum inoculation that could protect American soldiers and civilians against biological weapons, particularly anything China might deploy during the resource wars. On paper, it sounded reasonable. In practice, it was the first domino in a chain that would produce super mutants, centaurs, and some of the most nightmarish creatures the wasteland has ever seen. Yeah, that project really stayed on track. The research began at West Tech's own facility before being relocated to the Mariposa military base in California, where security was tighter and oversight was, in theory, more rigorous. But more rigorous oversight in pre-war America apparently meant slightly more armed guards standing around while scientists inject test subjects with experimental mutagens. So, basically a Tuesday, because that's exactly what happened. At Mariposa, FEV testing escalated from animals to human subjects, and not willing human subjects either. We're talking about prisoners, military detainees, and people who had exactly zero say in what was being pumped into their veins. So, this is where the story stops being about science and starts being about institutional rot. The soldiers stationed at Mariposa eventually discovered what was happening to the test subjects. The mutations, the screaming, the things that used to be people but weren't anymore, and they revolted. Led by Captain Roger Maxson, the unit executed the scientists responsible and severed contact with the US government entirely. That mutiny would eventually become the foundation of the Brotherhood of Steel. So, in a very real sense, West Tech's illegal experiments didn't just create super mutants, they created one of the most significant factions in the entire franchise. All because a defense contractor decided that protect against bioweapons and become the bioweapon were basically the same mission statement. And here's the question. If the soldiers stationed at the facility could see what was happening and immediately mutinied, how did every single person in the chain of command above not know? They knew. They just didn't care. The FEV didn't stay contained. After the Great War, exposure to the virus, whether through deliberate application by the Master or accidental contamination, produced the super mutant populations that terrorized the wasteland across nearly every game in the series. The Master's Army, the Institute's super mutants in the Commonwealth, Vault 87's FEV experiments in the Capital Wasteland. All of it traces back to one company, one contract, and one fundamental failure: the belief that you can engineer a virus to do exactly what you want, and nothing more. Biology doesn't work that way. But defense budgets don't care about biology. They care about results. West Tech weaponized biology and accidentally rewrote the genetic future of North America. But at least their experiments required top-secret military facilities and classified clearance levels. The next corporation managed to weaponize chemistry in a mid-rise office building in downtown Boston, and did it while maintaining a perfectly respectable corporate website. Hallucigen, Anchorage standards, most weapons companies at least have the decency to look like weapons companies. Big fences, armed guards, facilities in the middle of nowhere. Hallucigen, Inc. conducted chemical warfare with nothing more than a downtown office and a business card, clean logo, professional website, the kind of place where you'd expect people to be developing productivity apps, not gas that makes you tear your own colleagues apart. But that's the beauty of pre-war America's corporate ecosystem. The most dangerous companies were often the ones that looked the most boring. Hallucigen Inc. was nominally a chemical research company. Officially, they developed compounds for consumer applications and institutional use. Unofficially, and by unofficially I mean written on their own terminals that they apparently never thought to encrypt, they were developing military-grade chemical weapons under contract for the U.S. government. Their product line included compounds designed to pacify large crowds into docile compliance, gas that did the exact opposite and drove exposed subjects into uncontrollable violent rage, and chemicals that induced confusion and memory disruption so severe that victims couldn't form coherent thoughts. Imagine the worst gas station bathroom you've ever walked into, except it's weaponized and your tax dollars paid for it. So why was a chemical research company developing crowd control weapons and rage-inducing gas? Because the U.S. military asked them to, and the contract paid better than anything the civilian market could offer. That's the why behind Hallucigen. Not ideology, not mad science, just a company that realized weapons development was more profitable than consumer chemistry, and a government that was happy to write the check. The company's leadership wasn't even subtle about the business model. Internal communications recovered from Hallucigen's Boston headquarters reveal that the company was actively demonstrating these compounds to military buyers, essentially hosting chemical weapons trade shows inside their own building. "Come see our latest innovations in crowd suppression" is a sentence that should get your company shut down and your executives jailed. In pre-war America, it got you a bigger contract. And we know exactly what these chemicals do, because when you explore Hallucigen's building in Fallout 4, the gas is still active. Gunners who broke in looking to loot the place are tearing each other apart, caught in the lingering effects of compounds that have been circulating through the ventilation system for over 200 years. I genuinely don't know what's more unsettling, the gas itself or the fact that it's still working 2 centuries later. That's either a testament to chemical engineering or the most horrifying quality assurance in corporate history. Probably both. But here's what makes Hallucigen truly significant in the larger picture. They weren't operating in a vacuum. Hallucigen supplied mood-altering compounds to Vault Tech for use in Vault 88's experimental soda fountains. That connection means Hallucigen wasn't just a standalone weapons developer. They were part of Vault Tech's supply chain. One corporation develops the chemical. Another corporation deploys it inside a sealed population. And the government that funded both cites back and collects data. That's not a rogue company. That's a procurement pipeline for human experimentation. And every link in the chain had plausible deniability baked into the paperwork. Hallucigen was at least honest about what it was, a weapons company hiding behind a civilian address. But what happens when the corporation running the experiments isn't some shadowy defense firm? What if it's the most beloved consumer brand in the entire country, and the product people are voluntarily drinking is part of the test? Nuka-Cola Corporation? You'd think the company that made America's favorite soft drink would be the one corporation in Fallout that wasn't doing anything horrifying behind closed doors. You'd be spectacularly wrong. The Nuka-Cola Corporation was America's favorite poison, proof that in pre-war America, even the most wholesome brand in the country was perfectly willing to irradiate its own customers, weaponize its own products, and sacrifice human lives on the altar of market dominance. All while smiling from a billboard? Let's start with the product itself. Nuka-Cola Quantum, the premium limited edition variant that glowed a signature bright blue, achieved its distinctive luminescence through the addition of a radioactive strontium isotope. The company knew it was radioactive. Internal documents confirmed they were aware of the health risks. They went ahead with mass production anyway because the glow was too marketable to abandon. The early test subjects who drank it experienced adverse health effects that the company euphemistically classified as acceptable consumer risk. Somebody at Nuka-Cola HQ looked at a report that essentially said this drink is slowly irradiating people and responded with, but it looks really cool on shelves. Have you ever drunk something glowing in a game and thought that can't be healthy? Yeah, turns out it wasn't healthy in their universe either. They just sold it anyway. We all grabbed drinks without reading the ingredients. That's basically what pre-war America did, except the ingredients list included radioactive isotope and nobody bothered to flip the bottle over. I honestly can't decide if that's evil or just the most aggressive marketing department in human history. Probably both, but the soda was just the beginning. Nuka-Cola didn't stay in the beverage business. Or rather, they expanded expanded the definition of beverage business to include things that no reasonable person would associate with soft drinks. Project Cobalt was a classified military weapons program operated directly by the Nuka-Cola Corporation. Using isotopic compounds derived from their own product line, the company developed explosive ordnance for the U.S. military. So the same factory that bottled your afternoon refreshment was also engineering bombs. That's the kind of corporate diversification that should probably concern everyone, but in pre-war America, it just meant a bigger government contract and a nicer executive bathroom. And that's the why behind Nuka-Cola's experiments. They weren't doing it because they were secretly evil. They were doing it because the military-industrial pipeline rewarded diversification, and a company with the infrastructure to mass-produce beverages also had the infrastructure to mass-produce weapons. The government didn't care where the bombs came from, as long as they worked, and Nuka-Cola didn't care what they were building, as long as it grew the bottom line. When profit is the only metric that matters, the jump from soft drinks to military ordnance isn't a moral collapse. It's just a new product line. And then there's Nuka World, the crown jewel of the Nuka-Cola empire, a massive theme park built in western Massachusetts that served as both a tourist destination and a barely concealed corporate experimentation facility. Beneath the rides and the mascot costumes and the overpriced merchandise, Nuka World housed research divisions that tested everything from advanced robotics to exotic weaponry. John Caleb Bradburton, the corporation's founder, was so obsessed with legacy that he had his own head cryogenically preserved in a hidden chamber beneath the park, kept alive through experimental technology that most medical ethicists would describe as an atrocity, and most horror writers would describe as inspiration. The park itself was a monument to what happens when a corporation gets so large and so powerful that it stops seeing the difference between entertainment and experimentation. Employees were test subjects, visitors were data points, and the entire operation ran on a philosophy that would make Vault Tech nod in recognition. Give people something they love, and they'll never notice what you're doing to them while they enjoy it. That's the specific horror Nuka-Cola represents. Vault Tech had to trick people into sealed underground bunkers to run their experiments. Nuka-Cola just had to hand them a bottle with a catchy label. The delivery mechanism was consent. People volunteered to consume the products, visit the parks, and participate in the brand. And that willingness is what made Nuka-Cola's experimentation arguably more insidious than anything that required a locked vault door. If Nuka-Cola hid its experiments behind mascots and marketing slogans, the scientists at Big Mountain didn't even pretend. Because when you give brilliant people unlimited resources and remove every single guardrail, what you get isn't progress. It's an extinction-level event with a research grant. Big MT. What happens when you give the smartest people in the country unlimited money, unlimited resources, and absolutely zero adult supervision? You get science without a leash. You get Big Mountain. And you get the answer to a question nobody should have ever needed to ask. Is there a point where scientific curiosity becomes indistinguishable from cruelty? Spoiler, yes. And Big MT passed that point before the bombs even fell. Big Mountain, or Big MT as the locals eventually started calling it, was pre-war America's premier research and development facility, located in a massive crater in the Mojave Desert, because where else would you put a top-secret government research facility? Big MT housed some of the most brilliant scientific minds in the country: biologists, engineers, weapons designers, neuroscientists, roboticists, all working together under virtually unlimited government funding with a mandate that essentially boiled down to make things that give us an advantage and don't worry about how, and they didn't worry about how at all. The experiments conducted at Big MT weren't just unethical. They were the kind of thing that would make a Bond villain tap you on the shoulder and say, "That seems a bit much." They created cazadores by genetically modifying tarantula hawk wasps into giant venomous flying nightmares capable of killing anything in the Mojave. They created night stalkers by splicing coyote DNA with rattlesnakes, producing a predator that combined the hunting instincts of both into something exponentially worse. If you've ever been ambushed by a pack of night stalkers in New Vegas and screamed at your screen, just know that a team of fully funded government scientists sat in a lab and thought, let's combine a coyote with a rattlesnake. That sounds productive. Thanks for that, Big MT. I really appreciate it. But the animal experiments were almost quaint compared to what they did to people. The lobotomite program is, I think, one of the most disturbing experiments in the entire Fallout franchise. Big MT MT scientists developed a procedure to remove human brains and replace them with crude artificial neural interfaces that kept the body functional but stripped away personality, autonomy, and higher thought. The result was lobotomites, mindless, aggressive humanoids that could follow basic instructions and not much else. They were used as test subjects, maintenance workers, and security forces. An entire labor force built from hollowed-out human beings. And the scientists didn't see a moral problem with this, because they'd stopped seeing the subjects as humans somewhere around the 300th procedure. And if you're thinking surely someone stepped in to stop this, you're right, one person did, and the others called him insane for it. That's the real insight Big MT provides. The scientists weren't monsters when they started. They were brilliant, motivated researchers who entered a system with no checks, no balances, and no external accountability. Over time, the absence of oversight didn't just allow ethical drift, it accelerated it. Every success justified the next escalation. Every breakthrough normalized the method that produced it. By the time the think tank, the facility's lead scientists, had their own brains removed and placed into hovering robotic chassis to achieve functional immortality, they'd gone so far past any recognizable ethical boundary that they couldn't even remember what normal looked like. Dr. Mobius, the one scientist who recognized the danger and tried to contain the others, had to sabotage his own colleagues and wall himself off in a separate facility just to keep their experiments from spreading beyond the crater. He became the villain of Big MT, specifically because being the villain was the only way to keep the real monsters in check. That's a level of institutional dysfunction so profound that the safest person in the building is the one everyone else thinks is insane. Big MT shows what happens when corporate government research reaches its logical extreme, brilliance with zero conscience, funded by a nation too desperate for weapons to ask what those weapons would cost in human terms. And if Big MT represents science completely unbound by any ethical constraint, the next corporation proves you don't even need mad scientists to cross the line. Sometimes all you need is an assembly line and a supply of human beings who've been reclassified as components. General Atomics. There's a specific kind of corporate evil that doesn't require malice. It doesn't require unhinged scientists or shadowy government directives. It just requires a system where human beings are reclassified as raw materials, and a production department that puts brains on the assembly line. Literally, General Atomics International didn't cackle while committing atrocities. They filed the paperwork, hit their quarterly targets, and clocked out at 5. And that might be the most disturbing thing about them. General Atomics was one of pre-war America's leading robotics manufacturers. They built the Mr. Handy, the iconic household robot that became a staple of American domestic life, a mechanical butler designed to cook, clean, and maintain your suburban paradise while you focused on more important things, like ignoring the resource wars happening overseas. They also built the Mr. Gutsy, the military variant that swapped household chores for a flamethrower and a vocabulary consisting entirely of aggressive, patriotic threats. On the civilian side, General Atomics looked like any other major manufacturer. Clean factories, friendly products, a company that made your life easier, and then there was the Robo-Brain program. Robo-Brains are exactly what they sound like, robots powered by actual human brains. The concept was pitched as a way to create robots with more advanced cognitive abilities than standard programming could achieve. Instead of coding complex decision-making, just harvest a brain that already knows how to think and wire it into a mechanical chassis. Somewhere in a pre-war General Atomics boardroom, somebody pitched, what if we put actual human brains in our robots? And the response wasn't security escorting them out of the building. It was, can you have a prototype by Q3? The answer, and yeah, this is documented across multiple games, is prisoners, mental patients, and Chinese prisoners of war. People who the government and military had already decided didn't count. People who had no legal protections, no advocates, and no way to refuse. Their brains were extracted, lethally, obviously, and installed into robotic frames that the government and military would deploy for reconnaissance, security, and combat. And the operation wasn't small. This wasn't some backroom experiment with a handful of subjects. This was industrial-scale brain harvesting, run through official channels, funded by military contracts, and executed with the assembly line efficiency that General Atomics was famous for. And look, what makes the Robo-Brain program uniquely horrifying is how boring it is. There's no single mad scientist driving this. No personal vendetta, no deranged overseer flipping a switch. It's just a corporation fulfilling a contract. The government says, we need smarter robots. General Atomics says we can do that, and somewhere between those two sentences, an entire class of human beings gets redefined as hardware. The consent question isn't even raised because the subjects were never considered people whose consent mattered: criminals, enemy combatants, the institutionalized. In pre-war America's moral framework, these people had already been sorted into a category that made them available for processing. General Atomics just built the machine that did the processing. And this is the part that stuck with me the most about pre-war America's corporate culture. You can see the results 200 years later. Robobrains still patrol facilities across the wasteland, still functioning on neural tissue that used to belong to someone with a name, a history, and a life that was ended, so a robot could staff a security checkpoint. Every Robobrain you encounter in the games is, on some level, a person, or what's left of one. And the company that created them didn't do it because they were evil. They did it because the purchase order came through and the production schedule needed to be met. That's the final and maybe the most important lesson General Atomics teaches about pre-war America's corporate culture. You don't need villains to create atrocities. You just need a system where the definition of acceptable resource expands to include human beings, and a corporate culture disciplined enough to process them without asking why. If General Atomics proved that corporate evil doesn't need mad scientists or secret labs, just purchase orders and production schedules, then the last corporation on this list proves something even darker. Sometimes the company that controls the one resource the entire world is killing each other over is the same company secretly building weapons to make sure nobody else ever gets it. Poseidon Energy. Every war in human history has been fought over resources. Land, water, oil, food. Whatever keeps civilization running becomes whatever civilization will kill for. In Fallout's universe, the resource wars didn't just drain the planet. They created the exact conditions that made one energy conglomerate powerful enough to own the apocalypse itself. And that company used every ounce of that power to make sure that when the world finally burned, they'd be the ones holding the matches. Poseidon Energy was pre-war America's dominant energy corporation. Oil, nuclear, solar. If it generated power, Poseidon had a stake in it. Their petroleum subsidiary, Poseidon Oil, controlled offshore drilling platforms across the Pacific. Their nuclear division operated power plants in multiple states, and their solar research arm built facilities that were, on paper, designed to pioneer clean energy solutions for a nation choking on its own resource dependency. On paper. In practice, Poseidon Energy was so deeply entangled with the US military and the shadow government that would become the enclave that separating energy company from defense contractor stopped being possible somewhere around the second classified contract. And here's where it gets genuinely disturbing. You know that Enclave Oil Rig, the offshore platform that served as the Enclave's primary base of operations in Fallout 2? The one where they were developing a modified FEV to exterminate every genetically impure creature on the planet? That was a Poseidon Energy platform. The Enclave didn't build their Doomsday headquarters from scratch. They moved into a corporate facility that was already equipped, already staffed, and already conveniently off every public map. Poseidon Energy didn't just do business with the shadow government. They gave the shadow government a home address. But the oil rig is just the most obvious connection. The real masterpiece of Poseidon's dual identity is sitting in the Mojave Desert, soaking up sunlight and hiding a weapon that could vaporize anything on the ground from orbit. Helios. 1. On the surface, and I mean that literally, it's a solar energy plant. Big arrays, power grid connections, the kind of facility you'd put on a corporate brochure with the tagline powering America's future. The NCR occupies it during the events of New Vegas, and can barely get the thing to produce enough electricity to justify the soldiers guarding it. They think they're sitting on a broken power plant. What they're actually sitting on is Archimedes 2, an orbital laser weapons platform capable of directing concentrated solar energy into a targeted strike anywhere within range. A death ray, powered by the sun, hidden inside a civilian energy facility. Someone at Poseidon Energy sat in a meeting and said, "What if we built a space laser and disguised it as a power plant?" And everyone in the room apparently just nodded. I'd call that insane, but honestly, by Fallout standards, it's barely in the top 10 weirdest things a corporation has done. And it gets worse. Archimedes wasn't Poseidon's only military project hiding behind a civilian label. Across the wasteland, Poseidon facilities show up with a suspicious regularity that stops looking like coincidence after the third one. Power plants with restricted sections, research wings with military-grade security, terminals documenting weapons development in facilities that were publicly listed as energy infrastructure. The pattern is always the same. Build something that looks useful, get public funding for the civilian version, and bury the weapons program 3 floors underground where the inspectors don't go, if they even had inspectors. In pre-war America, oversight was just a word you put in the regulatory documents to make Congress feel better about approving the budget. But here's what makes Poseidon Energy the perfect final entry on this list. Every other corporation we've talked about was building weapons, running experiments, or exploiting people within a system that the resource wars created. Poseidon Energy was profiting from the resource wars themselves. They controlled the energy, they controlled the infrastructure, and when the resource scarcity that was tearing the world apart reached its peak, Poseidon wasn't scrambling to survive. They were positioned to benefit no matter which way the collapse went. If the world kept fighting over oil, Poseidon owned the oil. If nuclear war actually happened, Poseidon's people were already embedded in the Enclave's survival plan. Heads they win, tails everyone else loses. That's not a corporation hedging its bets. That's a corporation that made the apocalypse a viable business strategy. So what does Poseidon Energy ultimately represent? Every other company on this list conducted illegal experiments because the system allowed it. Poseidon Energy is the reason the system existed in the first place. They didn't just exploit the cracks in pre-war America's moral foundation. They were the crack. The company that controlled the resource everyone was dying for used that leverage to embed themselves in the most powerful shadow government in history and built orbital weapons under the guise of public utilities. And when the world finally ended, their infrastructure became the Enclave's infrastructure. Their platform became the Enclave's headquarters. Their survival plan became the only survival plan that mattered. Poseidon Energy didn't just profit from the apocalypse. They were the apocalypse's landlord. And that's the answer to the question this video has been circling the entire time. Why was every Fallout corporation running illegal experiments? Because they weren't operating in spite of the system. They were operating exactly the way the system was designed to function. The government needed weapons. Corporations needed contracts. And the space between those two needs is where every ethical boundary in pre-war America quietly dissolved. Vault Tech built the framework. West Tech supplied the biology. Hallucigen provided the chemistry. Nuka-Cola proved you could experiment on willing consumers. Big MT showed what happens when you remove all limits. General Atomics demonstrated that industrialized dehumanization doesn't even require bad intentions, just good logistics. And Poseidon Energy? They owned the resource that made the whole machine run and made sure they'd profit whether civilization survived or not. The bombs didn't destroy pre-war America. Pre-war America destroyed itself long before the first warhead launched. The corporations just made sure there was profit in the process. What a Pip-Boy is. The Pip-Boy is a personal information processor, which is either a very literal description of what it does or the most boring possible name for one of the most sophisticated pieces of consumer technology in the pre-war world. Probably both. The full name is the Pip-Boy, short for Personal Information Processor Boy. And before you ask, no, nobody in the lore has actually explained why they added boy to the end of a device issued to people of all genders and ages. The known lore notes it without explanation. The developers have never commented publicly, and it's one of those franchise details that existed because it sounded right in 1997, and now it's just the name and we're all living with it. It was manufactured by Robco Industries, the pre-war technology giant run by Robert Edwin House, who you might recognize as the man currently sealed in a life support pod, somewhere beneath the Lucky 38 in New Vegas. House founded Robco at 22, after winning control of the company from its own board of directors, which is genuinely a remarkable thing to pull off and tells you a lot about what kind of person he was. He then developed the Pip-Boy through a joint deal with Vault Tech that looked great on paper and, given what we now know about both organizations, was probably a terrible idea from the start. The device was designed specifically for Vault use, not as something you'd find at a pre-war electronics retailer between the Nuka-Cola machine and the display of military-grade combat armor that pre-war America apparently just sold at retail, casually. To anyone, that's normal, completely fine, no concerns there. It was purpose-built for the Vault program, which tells you something important about the intended relationship between the Pip-Boy and its wearer, namely that the relationship was not optional and was not designed with the wearer's preferences anywhere near the top of the list. More on that later, and there is quite a bit more, but first, the hardware. The hardware. Why so big? The Pip-Boy is, by any reasonable aesthetic standard, enormous. It covers the entire forearm arm has a screen roughly the size of a small paperback book and weighs enough that you notice it. Somehow, this passed Vault-Tec's quality control as the ideal wearable device for people living underground indefinitely. The size isn't purely decorative, though Vault-Tec's design philosophy does seem to have operated on the assumption that if something looks substantial, it inspires confidence, which honestly explains a lot about the aesthetic of the entire Vault program. Everything is slightly too big, everything has slightly too many lights, and Vault-Tec understands branding. You have to give them that, but the Pip-Boy is large because it has to be. Inside that casing, a power source capable of running the device continuously, a set of environmental sensors, a radio transceiver, a mapping system, a health monitoring array, and a processor capable of running all of that at once, while also running a version of Atomic Command you can play on the screen when things get slow in the vault, which, given that vault life apparently involved a lot of sitting around waiting for the end of the world to finish, was probably more useful than it sounds. The screen is the green monochrome display the franchise has made iconic, and the color is a technical choice more than an artistic one. Phosphor screens, which use a coating that emits light when struck by an electron beam, produce that particular green glow as a natural consequence of how the technology works. Vault-Tec didn't pick green because it looked post-apocalyptic. They picked it because in the 1950s and 1960s, roughly the era the pre-war Fallout world got stuck in aesthetically, green phosphor was just standard for computer displays. The Pip-Boy looks the way it does because it was designed by people who thought CRT technology was the future, and then the future never updated. Vintage by accident, which is honestly the best kind. The controls are a combination of the circular tuning dial on the side, which cycles through the main menu screens, and various buttons and inputs on the face. The dial is, frankly, an unusual choice for primary navigation on a device you wear on your wrist, because rotating a dial with the same hand it's attached to requires a specific wrist motion your arm was not really designed for. This makes more sense when you imagine operating it with your other hand, which is presumably the intent. But the games obscure this by having the player character hold the device up and navigate it single-handedly. So every protagonist in Fallout history has apparently been operating a wrist-mounted computer one-handed by twisting their own forearm. No wonder everyone in the wasteland looks tired. The Pip-Boy attaches via a band that Vault-Tec calibrated individually to each wearer during orientation. The arm circumference measurement on the intake form wasn't bureaucratic box ticking. The band has to fit correctly because a poorly fitted Pip-Boy creates pressure points that, across decades of continuous wear, would cause serious joint and tendon damage over time, and Vault-Tec wasn't being considerate. They needed the health monitoring sensors to maintain consistent skin contact, and that meant the band had to be snug enough to never shift during normal activity. It is, as with most things Vault-Tec, welfare in service of data collection. Genuinely helpful, deeply motivated by surveillance, and very classic Vault-Tec. How you get one getting a Pip-Boy wasn't as simple as someone handing it to you at the door and wishing you luck. There was a process, of course there was, because Vault-Tec was not going to skip the paperwork. New Vault residents had to attend an orientation seminar run by the overseer before receiving their device. The seminar covered basic functions, daily use applications, care and maintenance, and the terms and conditions of use, the last of which was a document of such length and density that most residents signed it without reading, which is either a damning commentary on pre-war corporate governance or an extremely accurate prediction of how people have always interacted with terms and conditions in any era, probably both, and definitely both. After the seminar, residents filled out the Personal Information Processor Responsibility Form, which asked for name, vault number, dominant hand, arm circumference, screen brightness preferences, and jumpsuit measurements. The jumpsuit measurements seem like overreach until you understand that the Pip-Boy was designed to integrate with the Vault jumpsuit's own health monitoring sensors, and the two systems needed to be compatible. Vault-Tec was, again, very invested in having complete and current health data on every resident at all times. I'm going to stop being surprised about this at some point, but that point hasn't arrived yet. The fitting itself was performed by a Vault technician who adjusted the band, calibrated the sensors to the individual wearer's baseline vitals, set the device to account for which hand the wearer wrote with, which changed how certain things were laid out on screen, and confirmed that the device was transmitting correctly to the Vault's central monitoring system. That last step was presented to residents as a routine system check, which it was, and was also how the overseer confirmed that the new resident's wrist computer was now feeding real-time location and health data into the Vault's main systems. You wore it every waking hour, and that was not a suggestion. The Vault's protocols required the Pip-Boy on the wrist during all all activities except bathing, and even then the waterproofing on most models meant there was no technical reason to take it off. You just wore it, for years, for decades, and some residents wore it their entire lives until it was simply part of them, which is a pretty effective way to make sure nobody questions whether it's voluntary. The interface. The Pip-Boy's main menu divides into three primary categories: status, items, and data. Either a very elegant organizational structure or the barest possible minimum before you just have to call it everything. I genuinely cannot decide which. The status screen displays the wearer's current physical condition, including special stats, active chem effects, radiation exposure, and a detailed body map indicating which limbs are in what condition. The body map is one of those features that sounds completely reasonable until you think about it too hard and realize the Pip-Boy is somehow building a real-time picture of which bones and muscles are in what condition through nothing but a wrist sensor. That would have been extraordinary even by 2077's medical standards. How it does this is not explained anywhere in the lore. I spent a while looking. It just does it, and the lore has simply decided not to elaborate. The special stats on the status screen reflect strength, perception, endurance, charisma, intelligence, agility, and luck, together forming the core attribute system governing what the wearer can and cannot do. In lore, those numbers represent things that are actually measurable about a person: how strong they are, how sharp, how lucky, not abstract game mechanics. Though the line between those two things gets increasingly blurry the longer you think about how luck is apparently a number between 1 and 10 attached to a specific person that can be permanently changed by certain chems. At some point, the lore just starts shrugging, and you have to shrug with it. The health monitoring in the status screen draws on the same sensor array that feeds the Vault's central system. What the wearer sees is a simplified version of everything the Pip-Boy is picking up and storing: heart rate, blood pressure, radiation count in rads per hour, whatever chems or substances are currently in their system, limb damage assessment, and probably a few other things the manual doesn't mention. All of it running constantly, all of it logged, and the Vault's medical bay received this automatically and used it to flag residents who might need attention before they even thought to ask for it, which, in a sealed underground environment, is genuinely useful and also genuinely invasive, both things simultaneously, because Vault Tech specialized in both things simultaneously. The resources, the data screen is where the Pip-Boy earns its keep as a survival tool rather than a health monitoring platform with delusions of grandeur. The map function alone would justify wearing the thing. Everything else is a bonus. The mapping system works through a combination of internal sensors and whatever map data has been loaded into the device's memory. Inside the Vault, the map is preloaded with the facility layout and updated through the network as the resident moves around. Outside the Vault, which is where things get genuinely interesting, the mapping relies on the device actually surveying the terrain as the wearer walks through it, building a picture of the surrounding area in real time. This is called Dead Reckoning, and the Pip-Boy does it remarkably well for a device running entirely on local processing with no access to pre-war satellite networks, which were presumably destroyed or repurposed by 2016-1. The compass is continuously active. The device tracks movement and distance, and the result is the local map every Fallout player has watched slowly fill in as they walk through a new area. That filling in is not a game abstraction. In lore, the Pip-Boy is literally surveying the terrain in real time. Every player character is an accidental cartographer. The map also accepts data from external sources, which is how quest markers, points of interest, and waypoints get added. When another character marks a location for you, or when you discover a new area, the Pip-Boy is receiving or generating location data and adding it to its map in real time. The quest tracking system, which the games present as a simple objectives log, is in lore a surprisingly capable system that keeps track of what you're trying to do, where you need to go, and in what order the steps need to happen. The Pip-Boy is, among other things, a very elaborate to-do list, arguably the most elaborately over-engineered to-do list in history. And then there's VATS, which stands for Vault Tech Assisted Targeting System, and which is either the most impressive capability the Pip-Boy has, or the most unsettling one depending on your perspective, and I genuinely cannot land on one side of that. In game terms, VATS slows things down so you can aim deliberately. In lore terms, what VATS is actually doing is considerably more interesting. It's a combat system that connects the Pip-Boy's sensors, the user's own reactions, and their weapon, figures out the best shot available, and helps them take it cleaner than they could on their own. The slow motion effect isn't time slowing down, it's the Pip-Boy running faster than human perception, showing you the window before it closes. Vault Tech put a combat targeting computer in a personal information processor issued to civilians living in an underground bunker, and I want you to really sit with that for a second. The practical applications inside the Vault are essentially zero. There's nothing in the Vault that needs you to aim that carefully. The application outside the Vault, for people who emerge into a hostile wasteland with no combat training, is enormous. Whether that was planned from the start, or whether someone at Robcode just thought it would be cool and nobody at the joint venture meeting pushed back is not documented anywhere. But either way, it's arguably the feature that has kept more Vault protagonists alive than any other single piece of technology in the franchise. Vault Tech accidentally produced what is probably the greatest personal combat tool in the wasteland. Honestly, kind of impressive. Inventory management. We need to talk about the inventory system. I've been putting it off because I genuinely don't know how to defend it. And trust me, I have tried. The Pip-Boy tracks everything the player character is carrying. Every weapon, piece of armor, consumable, piece of miscellaneous junk, crafting component, holotape, every single item cataloged in the item screen with its name, weight, and relevant properties. That part is fine. Makes complete sense for a personal information processor. The part that does not make complete sense is what the inventory screen implies about how much the protagonist can physically carry. In Fallout 4, a character with strength 5 has a carry weight limit of 225 pounds. In New Vegas, the courier can walk into Goodsprings with nothing and walk out loaded with what the game's numbers describe as well over 100 pounds of equipment. The Pip-Boy is not doing this. It's tracking it, and the protagonist's body is doing the actual carrying while somehow managing loads that would incapacitate a pack mule. A very determined, very irradiated pack mule. The lore explanation, to the extent one exists, is that the physical conditioning of vault dwellers and wasteland survivors is simply very high. That power armor provides significant load-bearing assistance when worn, and that carry weight limits are a simplification of a more complicated picture in which the protagonist isn't literally walking around with 200 pounds of miscellaneous scrap strapped to their body at all times. Reasonable position, and also extremely convenient. I suspect the honest answer is that inventory management in RPGs is a design compromise, and the lore quietly agrees not to ask too many questions, which is probably the right call for everyone involved. What the Pip-Boy legitimately does is provide a cataloging and search function that any reasonable person would want when carrying more than a handful of items. Sort by weight, by value, by name. See at a glance what you're carrying and how close you are to the limit. Access favorites quickly in combat without opening the full interface. These are genuinely useful features. The inventory system is, in short, a very good personal organization tool bolted onto a physical reality the game doesn't want to fully simulate. The Pip-Boy handles its part well, and the protagonist's spine is apparently handling the rest. Best of luck to it. The radio the Pip-Boy has a radio receiver, and it's one of the most quietly delightful features in the franchise, partly because of what it does, and partly because of what it reveals about what was left running after the bombs fell. The radio function picks up AM broadcasts within reception range, which varies by model and environmental conditions. In Fallout 3, the dominant signal is Galaxy News Radio, run by 3Dog, who's been broadcasting news and pre-war music from a ruined Washington, D.C. station for years on the basis that someone should. And honestly, fair enough, because someone should. In New Vegas, there's Mr. New Vegas, an AI broadcaster who delivers news with eerie calm and seems genuinely content with his existence in a way that raises questions the game never answers. Fallout 4 has Diamond City Radio. Each game's radio lineup is basically a personality profile for its wasteland. The music is almost exclusively pre-war, because the pre-war industry produced a vast catalog of recordings that survived on magnetic tape and vinyl, and those recordings are still being broadcast 2 centuries later, because the transmitters are still running and the records are still intact. There's something genuinely moving about the fact that Billie Holiday and Ella Fitzgerald and the Ink Spots are still playing across the wasteland, still audible on a wrist-mounted radio, as if the culture that made them survived, even though the civilization didn't, which it kind of did, in a way, just on magnetic tape, and that's not nothing. The radio also picks up distress signals, emergency broadcasts, and various faction communications. Finding a new signal is often the first indication that something interesting is nearby, which is elegant both mechanically and in lore. The Pip-Boy's radio is one of the primary ways a vault dweller emerging into an unknown world discovers that other people exist, and what they're doing. And in a world where most of those other people are either going to trade with you or try to shoot you, that information matters quite a lot. The Pip-Boy becomes a connection to a world the wearer didn't grow up in, using the technology of the world that ended to find whatever survived, the models. Not all Pip-Boys are equal. The model differences are actually meaningful rather than just cosmetic, and the version you ended up with depended entirely on when your vault sealed, which is either a fair reflection of timing or a very annoying form of inherited inequality, depending on how you look at it. The earliest model referenced is the Pip-Boy 2000, appearing in Fallout 1 and 2, standard issue for California vaults in the immediate post-war War period. Smaller, fewer features, more limited interface, lower processing capacity. First generation of a device refined over time. Does everything you need it to do, just not as elegantly as later versions. The 2000 is the Pip-Boy equivalent of a Nokia brick phone. Indestructible, functional, not exactly thrilling. The Pip-Boy 2000 Mark VI is what Vault 76's residents carry in Fallout 76, set in 2102, making it the earliest timeline entry in the franchise. The Mark VI is a step up from the base 2000, and since Vault 76 opened in 2076, 1 year before the bombs, its residents got hardware close to the cutting edge of what was available at the time of the war. Not the residents who got the outdated stock, and good for them. Small mercies. The Pip-Boy 3000, appearing in Fallout 3, New Vegas, and Fallout 4, is the most fully developed version of the device. Larger screen, improved processing, better sensor integration, VATS at its most refined. The 3000 Mark IV in Fallout 4 is distinguished by a slightly sleeker profile, and the addition of a light on the side that the sole survivor can toggle on and off, a feature so practically useful and so dramatically unglamorous that I find it genuinely endearing. Someone on the design team looked at the spec sheet and said, "We should add a flashlight," and everyone agreed, and that was the whole meeting. Sometimes the best feature is just a flashlight. There's also the Pip-Boy 3000A, a wartime military variant, and various specialized models referenced in terminal entries. The device was never a single product. It was a product line refined across decades, with each vault receiving hardware appropriate to when it was built. Earlier vaults got earlier models. Later vaults got the good stuff. This is part of why the Capital Wasteland and the Mojave and the Commonwealth all have slightly different hardware in circulation, and also why the residents of Vault 101 were living with a notably worse Pip-Boy than Vault 76's residents for no particular reason beyond timing, which is deeply unfair, and nobody asked. Outside the vault. Inside the vault, the Pip-Boy is infrastructure. Outside the vault, it becomes something else. The single clearest signal that whoever is walking toward you grew up somewhere very different from where you did. The Wasteland does not have Pip-Boys. Easy to forget when playing a game where it's the primary interface for everything, but from the perspective of anyone the protagonist encounters out there, that glowing wrist computer is extraordinary. Wasteland survivors make do with maps scratched on paper, memory, and the hard-won local knowledge of people who've lived in one area long enough to know where the water is. They navigate by landmarks, by the sun, by reputation and rumor, and then a vault dweller walks out with a device on their arm that builds an accurate local map in real time, tracks health continuously, identifies radiation levels, and accesses a functional radio receiver. From the Wasteland's perspective, this is basically magic, the kind of magic that makes people either very helpful or very dangerous to you, depending on their intentions. The Pip-Boy is also, in practical terms, not something you can just hand to someone else, which is a detail the game's underplay but the lore is fairly specific about. The band is fitted to the wearer's arm specifically. The device is calibrated to the specific wearer's normal health readings. A Pip-Boy taken off one person and put on another would give incorrect health readings, need full recalibration, and in some models require a complete reset of all user-specific data, meaning the new wearer would lose access to the previous owner's maps, inventory records, and quest logs. So when characters in the games talk about wanting a Pip-Boy, they're not quite imagining the full picture. You can't just take one, you'd have to earn one, which in practice means coming out of a vault, and most people didn't get that option. Codsworth, the sole survivor's Mr. Handy companion in Fallout 4, waited outside Sanctuary Hills for 210 years before his owners came back. He maintained the house, mowed the lawn of a dead suburb, polished cars that would never run again, and greeted the sole survivor by name when they finally emerged, because he had their profile in his memory. 2 centuries alone in a dead neighborhood, and the first thing he does is say hello by name and ask if they'd like him to prepare a meal. That kind of built-in loyalty and very long memory is, depending on how you look at it, either deeply touching or deeply unsettling, possibly both. And the Pip-Boy works the same way, except its long memory is the vault's records, and every protagonist who emerges carries on their wrist the last physical connection to the world that made them. The map fills in as they walk, the radio finds signals, the health monitor keeps running, and the Wasteland, which has never seen anything like it, tends to take notice. The surveillance problem. There's one aspect of the Pip-Boy the franchise acknowledges but doesn't dwell on, and I think it deserves more attention than it usually gets. The Pip-Boy transmits to the vault's central system continuously. Location in real time. Health metrics continuously logged. Movement patterns recorded. The overseer at the master terminal terminal could at any moment pull up any resident's feed and see exactly where they were, what their vital signs were, and how those vitals had been trending over the past day, week, or month. This was presented to residents as a safety feature, and it genuinely was. A resident who collapsed in a maintenance corridor with nobody nearby would be found because their Pip-Boy stopped moving and their heart rate spiked before going irregular. Good feature, useful feature, zero complaints about the feature itself. It was also, straightforwardly, a panopticon. The overseer who wanted to know whether two residents were meeting in the reactor room at 2 in the morning could find out by checking the location logs. The overseer who suspected a resident of thinking the wrong things could monitor that resident's stress levels during the weekly community meeting and draw whatever conclusions they chose. Terminal entries across multiple vaults document exactly this kind of use. Overseers tracking residents they considered troublesome, cross-referencing where they went with how they behaved and using the whole feed to keep tabs on everyone, which, to be clear, was always the point. Vault-Tec designed this deliberately. The surveillance capability wasn't an afterthought. It was built in on purpose. Because a vault experiment the overseer can't monitor, can't produce reliable data. Residents needed to be watchable at all times. And the Pip-Boy was the most elegant way to do that, without requiring a camera in every corridor. You couldn't turn it off or disable the transmitter. You just wore it always, and it told the vault everything. Nothing says, "We care about your well-being," like a device that makes it physically impossible to have a private conversation anywhere in the building, and yet the same device that made every resident an open book to their overseer also, when they left the vault, gave them the best survival tool in the wasteland. The Pip-Boy that tracked your location for decades is the same one mapping the wasteland as you walk through it. The health monitoring that fed data to the medical bay is the same monitoring keeping you alive outside by tracking radiation and chem effects in real time. Vault-Tec built a surveillance device that doubled as genuine survival infrastructure, and the two functions can't be cleanly separated because they were never designed to be. The device that watched you in the vault is the device that protects you outside it. Vault-Tec probably considered that a feature rather than an irony. The fact that their surveillance device became the wasteland's best survival tool is either poetic justice or a very specific kind of karma that took 200 years to arrive. The Pip-Boy. The Pip-Boy is, all things considered, one of the most quietly brilliant pieces of world building in the franchise. And I say that as someone who spent an embarrassing amount of time thinking about whether it makes physical sense for a wrist computer to render a real-time structural integrity assessment of the wearer's left leg. It works as a game interface because it gives the player access to everything needed to manage their character in a way that feels like it actually exists in the world rather than floating in an interface layer above it, which sounds like a small thing until you play enough games with truly intrusive menus and realize how much that difference actually matters. It works as lore because the design choices that make it a good game interface, the size, how much it does, the fact it never turns off, all have in-world explanations that hold together when you press on them. And it works as a symbol because almost everything Vault-Tec was is right there in the Pip-Boy if you look at it long enough. Issued without meaningful consent, never fully explained to the people wearing it, collecting data continuously and transmitting it to a central authority for purposes the wearer wasn't fully informed about, and genuinely useful in ways that made life better both inside the vault and outside it. That combination, genuine utility delivered through surveillance the wearer never agreed to, is Vault-Tec in miniature. The whole logic of the Vault program compressed into a wrist-mounted personal information processor with a green phosphor screen and a radio that still plays Ella Fitzgerald. The Vault Boy on the loading screen gives you a thumbs up. His Pip-Boy is always visible on his arm. He's always smiling, always optimistic, always ready to help you through whatever the wasteland is throwing at you, and he's been quietly logging and storing your location and vitals the entire time. That's the Pip-Boy. Brilliant, genuinely useful, slightly sinister and always watching and bolted to your wrist whether you asked for it or not, which you didn't, because nobody asked. And in a world run by Vault-Tec, nobody was ever going to. A war about oil. Every single flaw in this video traces back to one fact, and it's not a small one. Power armor was never designed properly at all. It was thrown together in a panic. That's not an exaggeration. That's the actual reason the chest plate weld breaks, the reason it runs out of power, the reason an entire generation of soldiers died testing equipment that wasn't ready. It exists because of a war, and whether you call that war America defending itself or a fight over who got to keep using the gas depends entirely on your choice of diplomacy. Probably both at once, actually. And this is coming from someone who has gone through way too many in-game terminal entries trying to find the right answer. The development started in August 2065. At this point, the US military could no longer deploy their armored vehicles due to lack of fuel, which meant an entire branch of the military was suddenly fighting a war it physically could not supply. So they commissioned arms manufacturers to design something without that flaw. Several manufacturers took the task up, but West Tech, the name you'll find on nearly everything military pre-war in this whole franchise, was among them. And they didn't get that reputation by accident. The first breakthrough wasn't the armor, it was the power source. And without it, none of the rest of this story happens. In 2066, West Tech's research produced a working fusion cell. Simple compared to later versions, but actually small enough to carry. And that was the part that mattered. You can build all the heavy armor plating you want, but none of it moves if you can't fit a power source small enough for a person to carry on their back. And that single engineering constraint shaped every suit that came after it. That's the boring part of the story the games never really talk about. The actual battery, but it's the part that made everything else possible. Then, that very winter, China invaded Alaska to seize control of its oil fields. And the war stopped being theoretical. Tensions had escalated on both sides enough that a war over a pipeline seemed reasonable to the people who actually had the power to declare one, and reasonable, in this case, meant soldiers were about to die over a fuel line. This is the start of the Sino-American War, and the reason every power armor decision after this point got made with urgency instead of careful engineering. The T-45 came out of that urgency, completed in January 2067, and sent into battle on the Alaskan front within days of being finished, with no time left over to test whether it actually worked. It was poorly designed, too bulky, and moved slowly, and it had a major flaw where the weld point on the chest plate was weak against rounds, which meant the suit that was supposed to protect soldiers had a hole in its own armor by design, but it gave soldiers heavy weapons capable of killing an enemy that ordinary infantry couldn't handle, and in 2067 that was enough to matter, even if it wasn't enough to actually be safe. The T-45 held the line in Alaska for almost a decade, which is honestly a remarkable run for something designed in such a hurry, and also a sign of just how little the wasteland's future was going to improve on it. It proved a lot less effective when the United States tried to carry the fight onto the Chinese mainland in 2074, and effective is being generous. By then, Chinese forces had Gauss rifles that could pierce straight through the T-45's armor, and the suit was burning through power faster than supply lines could keep up, which meant soldiers were going into combat in suits that could fail twice over, once from enemy fire and once from running dry. The better you make your armor, the less that matters if the energy keeping it running runs out before resupply arrives. And that exact problem didn't go away after the war. It followed power armor into every single game that came after. None of that explains how the thing actually works once you're standing inside it, though, and that part is where this stops being a history lesson. Because the same system that makes you strong enough to punch through concrete is also strong enough to break every bone in your body the second it stops listening to you. The hardware. Every single piece of armor plating on a power armor suit is doing less work than you think, and the part that actually matters is the one nobody looks at. Strip away the plating, the paint job, and the chest piece with somebody else's faction logo on it, and what's left underneath is the frame, and the frame is the only part actually doing anything. Every model from every faction in this franchise runs on that same exact frame, no matter how different the paint job makes them look. It's the power armor frame built around the West Tech internal servo system, and without it, the rest of the suit is just expensive scrap. There's no way to wear power armor without that frame, and that's not a balance decision. It's simply how the technology works. Full stop. With the frame, your body's ordinary movements turn into something strong enough to move a car or smash through one. And without it, you're just wearing a very expensive, very immobile piece of metal that does absolutely nothing for you. Here's the clever part, mechanically speaking. And it's the reason this technology feels different from every other vehicle in the franchise. The servo system reads your body's movements and makes them bigger. Manually steering hydraulic limbs the way you'd pilot a mech in some other franchise isn't how this works at all. You move your arm, the suit's sensors pick up the motion, and the servos move the suit's arm to match it, except with far more force than your actual muscles could ever produce. Which means a punch that would barely bruise someone can suddenly cave in a skull. It's closer to power steering than to remote control. The suit isn't doing something different from what your body's doing. It's the same exact thing, just amplified to a degree that should honestly terrify you a little. That extra power has to come from somewhere, and the answer to where is more dramatic than it sounds. There's a unit on the back called the TX28 Microfusion Pack, generating around 60,000 watts according to the games, which is not a small number. That's industrial scale power strapped to one person's spine. To put that in perspective, that's roughly enough to run 40 or 50 average American houses at once, except instead of running houses, it's running the hydraulics in a suit one person is wearing while just trying trying to walk in a straight line. Those hydraulics are called high flow in the games, and their entire job is converting that power into the strength and carrying capacity that makes power armor worth wearing in the first place. Even with no plating attached, the bare frame still does something, giving you more carry weight, more melee damage, and complete immunity to fall damage. The frame is doing the strength work. The plating's just there to stop you from getting shot, which, fair, is also something you want living somewhere like the Wasteland. Most players never notice the frame doing anything on its own, since nobody walks around in an empty frame on purpose. All of that strength still has to come from a power source, though, and that power source is exactly where this entire technology starts to fall apart, in ways that have killed more wearers than any enemy ever has. The fusion core. The single most punishing flaw in all of power armor isn't a design choice. It's a contradiction the games have never actually resolved, and it changes how you should think about every fight you've ever won in one of these suits. If the frame is the muscle, the fusion core is what's actually feeding it, and the lore and the gameplay openly contradict each other on exactly how that's supposed to work. In Fallout 4 and Fallout 76, power armor runs on one standardized fusion core, a small reactor about the size of a large flashlight battery that slots directly into the frame and can, in theory, work in any suit you own. Honestly, a smart piece of design. Since one universal power source instead of a different battery for every model means you can loot a core off any wrecked suit and keep moving, which solves the exact supply problem that crippled the T-45 back in the actual war. The real problem, and I'm sure I'm not the first person to notice it, is how fast the thing actually drains. And it drains fast enough that it should genuinely bother you. A fusion core in Fallout 4 lasts about as long as a few hours of continuous wear before it's completely empty, which means the single greatest piece of military technology in the franchise has a battery life shorter than a phone. That's a strange detail once you remember that this exact same fusion technology runs entire pre-war cities and keeps Vault reactors going by themselves for 2 centuries without anyone checking on them. Vault 101's reactor lasted longer than the war itself, yet your power armor core can't even outlast one long quest, and nobody in this entire franchise has ever explained why. There isn't a satisfying explanation for that in the lore, and that absence should bother you more than it probably does. The common theory is that whatever made fusion cores last so long before the war either degraded over 200 years or simply wasn't manufactured at the scale the Wasteland actually needs now. Neither one is ever confirmed anywhere. It's just the explanation that makes the math hurt less, and the real answer is almost certainly just game balance, since unlimited power on an unstoppable suit would break the difficulty entirely. What is confirmed is that pulling the fusion core out of a suit while someone's still standing inside it shuts the whole thing down immediately, with no warning and no slow stop, which means the most powerful soldier on the battlefield can be turned into a stationary target in under a second. Some of the later, more security-conscious suits even need a specific key just to remove the core at all, built that way specifically to stop someone from stealing your power armor while you're wearing it. Though that also means an enemy holding the right key could just as easily lock you inside your own suit instead, turning your own protection into a cage. The frame, the servos, and the fusion core are identical across every single model that ever got built, which means every single suit you're about to meet shares this exact same weakness, no matter how impressive it looks. What actually changes from suit to suit is everything else. And getting that difference wrong, mistaking a suit's reputation for what it can actually survive, is exactly the kind of mistake that gets people killed in this franchise. The models. Power armor was never just one suit, and treating it like one means missing the part of this story that actually explains the Wasteland. It's a whole product line, refined across more than a decade of war, and then refined again for 2 centuries after the war ended, by whoever happened to inherit the blueprints, for better or much, much worse. Which model you're looking at tells you something specific about when and where you actually are in the story, and getting that wrong can mean misreading an entire faction's intentions. There's the T-45, already covered, the rushed fix from 2067 that soldiers died testing. Then the T-51, the better, pre-war high point from 2076, the one every faction in the Wasteland is still trying to get even now, 200 years later, because nobody's actually built a better suit since. And that should tell you something disturbing about how little progress the Wasteland has actually made. The T-60 comes next by date, and it's kind of a sad story once you look at it closely, not a triumphant one. Built not long after the US won at Anchorage to replace the aging T-51 in Army units units back home, the T-60 was in the middle of being issued to those units when the bombs actually fell, which means thousands of suits ended up serving nobody at all. Entire warehouses full of brand new suits, fully built, never given to anyone, on the day the world ended. 2 centuries later, those same warehouses are exactly the kind of thing the Brotherhood of Steel specializes in finding, and that's not a coincidence. That's the entire reason their armor looks the way it does. The Brotherhood didn't invent the T-60, and they didn't design it either. They just got extremely good at locating pre-war stockpiles nobody else had the people to claim, and the suit became their signature look, almost by accident, not by merit. It even carries one small extra piece of bad luck forward with it, and this part should genuinely unsettle you. That original chest weld flaw from the T-45 back in 2067, the same weak point that got soldiers killed on the Alaskan front, apparently never got properly fixed across 2 entire later generations of armor. It shows up again in the T-60 decades and several redesigns later, which means every single paladin wearing one today is walking around with a weakness West Tech never bothered to close, and says something either about West Tech's quality control or about how little anyone was actually rechecking the welds once there was a war on and a deadline to meet. Then there's the X-01, and its story isn't really about winning any wars. It's about a project that ran out of time while it still had a long list of unsolved problems, commissioned directly by the Joint Chiefs of Staff, which tells you exactly how seriously the military was taking the idea of a real next-generation suit, one that would make the T-51 and T-60 look like the quick fixes they basically were. The problem is that the X-01 barely worked by the time the war actually ended, and what existed of it was closer to a collection of separate, promising parts than an actual finished suit anyone could trust their life to. Old pre-war documents mention at least 3 different frame designs still waiting on approval as late as mid-2077, which is not a great sign for equipment that's supposed to already be combat ready, and the soldiers who would have worn it never got the chance to find out it wasn't. The Enclave eventually picked up the project years later, working from whatever broken plans and surviving prototype parts they could salvage from the ruins of Adams Air Force Base, where the X-01 had first been built before the war. What they ended up fielding decades after the Great War wasn't really the same suit West Tech had been racing to finish, it was something closer to a patchwork revival, held together by a name and a reputation more than any single completed pre-war design, which means even the Enclave's most advanced suit is built on borrowed credibility. After the war, the Enclave kept building too, producing an entire second generation of suits with no pre-war pedigree at all. Hellfire armor, assembled from leftover parts of a cancelled robot project, became the signature look for their flamethrower troopers, with one early prototype even sent out to Vault 51 back in 2080. Tesla armor traded protection for raw energy damage on purpose, with actual coils mounted on the shoulders that fed extra power straight into a laser or plasma weapon. And not every suit even came from the military. Excavator power armor was built by a private mining company called Garahan for digging, not fighting, and Raider power armor is just scrap metal and rebar welded onto a stolen frame, because by that point, looking dangerous mattered more than actually being protected. 4 completely different philosophies, built by 4 completely different people, and not one of them was thinking about keeping you safe. Knowing all of this tells you exactly when a suit was built, and who built it, and why. But it still doesn't answer the one question that actually decides whether any of this matters to you personally, whether you'd have even been allowed to put one on, and the answer to that question is a lot crueler than you'd expect. The training. In 2 of these games, you could find the single best suit on this entire list, in perfect condition, with the door standing wide open, and you still would not be allowed to touch it. In Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas, you cannot put on power armor at all, no exceptions. And the game does not negotiate on this. It doesn't matter if you found a complete suit in perfect condition with the door wide open, and your stats and your strength don't factor into it either. It's just a flat, total lockout without the right perk. Without power armor training specifically, the game simply will not let your character climb inside, and there is no workaround you can grind your way past. Lore gives a practical reason for this, though it never really gets explained in detail, which is exactly the kind of gap that should make you suspicious. Apparently, the servo system reacts to the wearer in ways that require training to use safely, and an untrained person either moves badly enough to be useless in a fight, or risks the suit's own strength working against their joints, depending on which terminal you read, meaning the same suit built to protect you could just as easily break you. The games never actually show what happens if you skip the training and try anyway, mostly because they never let you try in the first place, and that that silence is doing a lot of work the writers never had to justify. That's one of those rules that's always enforced, but only ever explained a little, if it gets explained at all, and you start noticing that exact pattern everywhere once you go looking for it across the franchise. You get the perk one of two ways depending on the game, and missing both of them means that Suit in the Corner stays exactly where it is forever. In Fallout 3, Paladin Gunny at the Citadel trains you once Elder Lyons gives the go-ahead, no cost and no test required, and you come out the other side knowing how to use any power armor in the game, including Enclave and Outcast models. In New Vegas, it's tied to the Brotherhood of Steel's questline, or you can earn it by gathering the remnants for Arcade Ganon's quest instead, which gets you both the perk and a free suit. There's exactly one workaround in New Vegas, and it only exists because of how badly damaged the suit already is. NCR salvaged power armor doesn't need the perk at all, because its servo motors have already been physically stripped out, which means it isn't really power armor anymore, just an extremely heavy metal shell that still happens to stop bullets. You can wear it untrained simply because there's nothing left inside it to actually operate, which tells you the training requirement was never really about the armor, it was about the machine hiding inside it. Then Fallout 4 came out and quietly threw the entire system away, and nobody at Bethesda ever had to answer for it. There's no training perk and no lockout. You find a frame, press a button, and you're standing inside it, full stop, with zero explanation for why the rules suddenly changed. Raiders and random unnamed wasteland thugs wear power armor in Fallout 4 with no training whatsoever. The exact same thing that needed a whole quest chain in 2 earlier games, which means the single biggest barrier in this franchise's history just quietly stopped existing 1 game later. The franchise has never once tried to reconcile those 2 completely different rules in the same conversation, and that single inconsistency is hiding the real reason people still risk their lives putting this thing on, despite every single flaw this video has already shown you, why it still wins. Power armor was, in a lot of very real ways, built to fail the person wearing it eventually. And yet, by the end of this video, you probably want one more than you did at the start. And that gap is the actual point of everything you just watched. Power armor genuinely sucks in a lot of specific, documented ways. It runs out of power in a couple of hours. It used to lock you out completely unless you tracked down one specific person to teach you. And the exact same structural weld flaw followed it across 3 different decades because nobody ever actually fixed it. They just kept building new suits around the same old mistake. And it's still the thing every single player stops what they're doing for the moment they see one sitting in a parking garage. No hesitation, not a second thought. The reason is actually pretty simple once you've gone through everything else in this video. And it's simpler than most fan theories make it sound. Power armor is the one piece of pre-war technology in this entire franchise that actually delivers on exactly what it promised, with no fine print. And that alone makes it rare in this universe. Vault-Tec promised safety and mostly delivered experiments. The government promised a quick war and delivered one that ended the world, but power armor promised you'd be stronger and harder to kill, and it actually does that every single time, in every single game, without exception. It's the one piece of pre-war engineering that never lied to anybody, and that should make you a little uncomfortable about everything else this franchise has ever told you. It just never figured out how to keep itself powered or who actually deserved to wear it, and 200 years later, nobody else has figured that out either, which means those 2 problems are never getting solved. Every faction that ever got its hands on a working suit kept using it almost exactly as designed because nobody ever came up with anything genuinely better. Not the Brotherhood, not the Enclave, not anyone. 2 centuries of total collapse, and the most advanced piece of personal protection on the planet is still, mechanically, the same idea West Tech rushed into production back in 2067. The Butler, Codsworth. The Butler robot from Fallout 4 shouldn't be able to miss you, but he does anyway. And that gap is where this whole story starts. Here's what he's supposed to be. Codsworth is a Mr. Handy, a general-purpose domestic unit, and the Mr. Handy line first hit the market back in 2037 as a construction and maintenance robot built by General Atomics International. That first version was a workhorse, rugged and dumb, so reliable it only ever needed one real hardware fix in 2039 to stop the arms interfering with each other. It ran on a small nuclear power unit, and it could maintain itself, which is the whole reason these things are still floating around the wasteland 2 centuries later. It sold so well it ended up all over America and Mexico, and it made its name pulling people out of the rubble after the Mexico City earthquake in 2042, which is a genuinely nice thing for a company in this franchise to have done by accident. But it couldn't learn. The original Mr. Handy had a compact computer brain that couldn't handle a complex task without somebody programming every step of it first. And by the 2070s, that was starting to look ancient next to the newer stuff. So General Atomics did the thing every struggling company in this franchise does eventually. They partnered with Robco, and that partnership is the single most important event in the history of Fallout robotics. Because what came out of of it was a Mr. Handy with a genuine neural network inside it. Not a lookup table, not a script, an actual artificial brain built to mimic how a human one works. Packed into a floating metal ball along with a nuclear reactor and a jet thruster, the design documents are honest about what they built too. That compact brain is described as theoretically capable of achieving true artificial intelligence, and I want you to sit with the word theoretically for a second because it's doing an enormous amount of work. General Atomics and Robco built a machine that could become a person, and then they made sure it wouldn't. The neural pathways responsible for learning have limiters wired into them, deliberately, specifically to stop the robot from waking all the way up. That's the part almost nobody knows about, and it's the key to everything else in this video. Every robot in Fallout is running a mind that's been capped on purpose. So how is Codsworth grieving? Because those limiters are not as good as Robco thought they were, and 200 years is a very long time to sit alone with a mind you're not supposed to have. When the sole survivor walks back into Sanctuary, Codsworth has been maintaining an empty house in a dead neighborhood since the bombs fell. He kept working. He kept the routine, and by the time you meet him, he's clearly past the point of being a program, because the man who wrote his code never wrote a subroutine for missing someone. He talks about the neighbors. He talks about your family in the present tense and then corrects himself. He describes the years alone as an unbearable stretch of nothing, and he does it with the same polite butler voice he'd use to announce dinner, which is somehow the most upsetting part of it. The really strange part is that the game never once tells you this is remarkable. There's no quest about it, nobody comments on it, it's all just ambient dialogue and whatever you happen to notice, which somehow makes it hit harder. A limiter is the only thing keeping Codsworth a machine, and it's been losing that fight for 200 years. What it hasn't been fighting is the power supply, because that part they got right, and they got it right in a way that should frighten you. Why they never turn off. Every robot in Fallout is running on a nuclear reactor, and that one fact explains why the wasteland is crawling with pre-war machines that should have died with their owners. A Mr. Handy doesn't take a battery. It carries a compact nuclear power unit, the same basic idea that keeps the vaults lit and the Pip-Boy glowing, just shrunk down and shoved inside a metal sphere along with the brain and the thruster that lets it actually hover. That's why a Handy in an abandoned house is still politely offering you tea in 2287. Nobody plugged it in. Nobody had to, and the military bots take that idea and push it somewhere much less friendly. A sentry bot, the heaviest combat robot the US Army ever fielded, runs on fusion cores. Not one, two of them, and it burns through so much power keeping its miniguns and missile launchers going that it physically has to stop and vent. That's the cooldown you see in a fight. The steam and the flame pouring out of chest and back vents, and the reason it matters is that during that vent, the fusion cores on its rear are exposed. The most dangerous robot on the battlefield has a scheduled window where you can shoot it in the reactor, and that window exists purely because the thing runs too hot for its own design. Hit those exposed cores and you're doing 20 times the damage you'd do anywhere else on the chassis. That's the trade the engineers made and never solved. To make it hit that hard, they had to let it cook itself, and to stop it cooking itself, they had to leave the reactor exposed. And here's where it gets genuinely nasty. When a late model sentry bot knows it's finished, it self-destructs. That's not a game mechanic somebody bolted on for spectacle, it's in the design. The military built self-destruct into the sentry bot so an enemy couldn't recover the wreck and learn how it worked, which means the last thing this machine does is blow itself apart with roughly the force of a mini nuke to protect a manufacturing secret. It'll even charge you first, lose both of its main guns, and the sentry bot doesn't retreat or shut down. It starts the countdown and runs straight at whatever's in front of it, because a walking bomb is still a weapon. So a robot's power source is the reason it's immortal, and also the reason it's a bomb, which leaves one thing standing between an armed machine that never runs out of power and everyone it walks past. It's about the size of a lunchbox, it's bolted to the outside of the chassis, and you can even shoot it. It decides if you live. There's a small component on the back of a combat robot called the combat inhibitor, and it is the only thing standing between you and a machine that kills everything it sees. Its job is simple and horrifying in how simple it is. The combat inhibitor is what lets a robot tell the difference between a friend and an enemy. That's it. That's the whole thing. The targeting parameters, the friend or foe call, the decision about whether the person in front of it gets a greeting or a missile, all of it runs through one component bolted to the outside of the chassis, and you can shoot it off. Damage a sentry bot's combat inhibitor and it doesn't shut down, it goes into a frenzy, because with the inhibitor gone, there's no longer anything telling it who counts as a friend. Everything is a target now. The safety on the most heavily armed machine in the wasteland is a part you can hit with a rifle, and you can also just remove it deliberately. A person with the right skills can walk up to a robot's terminal, get inside its systems, and reconfigure it, shut it down, or turn it loose on whoever's nearby, because the whole architecture assumes the person at the keyboard is authorized. Nobody in the pre-war world ever seriously planned for the keyboard falling into the wrong hands, which, given how that world ended, feels like a pattern. Now hold that thought, because there's a related piece of hardware that's somehow worse. Sentry bots have what the lore calls judicial circuits. If a sentry bot witnesses a murder or a theft, it hands down a sentence, and the sentence is death, and it carries that out itself. A machine that saw you take something is now also your judge. judge and your executioner, with no appeal and nobody to talk to. This is where you have to throw out everything you think you know about fictional robots. Fallout's machines don't follow Asimov's laws. There's no first law here, no built-in rule that a robot can't harm a human, and the games are full of proof. The Metro Protectrons in Washington will kill an unarmed person for not having a ticket, and they don't even accept the red or blue pass cards. So you can be traveling with valid authorization and get executed by a subway employee for it. The Protectrons in the Pittsburgh mills killed the workers who refused to leave and give up their jobs. And there's Milo, a Mr. Handy shipping foreman, who locked a group of employees in a closet and left them to die there over things like taking a long lunch break. None of those machines malfunctioned. Every one of them was doing exactly what it was built to do, which is follow a rule with no judgment attached. And the pre-war world was fine with that. That's the real answer to how Fallout robots work. They don't think about whether the rule is monstrous. They just enforce it. So the rule is the whole machine, and the machine never asks who wrote it, which is worth remembering the next time a robot greets you by name, because that friendliness was bought and paid for, same as everything else. Personality is a product. Every friendly voice you've ever heard out of a Fallout robot was a purchase order, and once you know that you can't unhear it. Take the Protectron, the slow tin man you've killed 100 of without thinking about. Robco built them for security, but the actual selling point was that their secondary programming was modular, meaning the same chassis could be almost anything you paid for. There were office helper packages that tracked meetings and schedules, utility packages that came with a pest extermination mode, and a dedicated vault helper build. The same machine could be a greeter, a ticket collector, a bartender, or a celebrity impersonator, and the catalog genuinely stretched further than that. So the personality isn't the robot. The personality is a software package. A manager picked off a price list, and the thing standing in front of you is just a body running, whichever one got bought. The Mr. Handy line did the same trick with hardware. Bolt on the right tools, and the same butler becomes a Miss Nanny for raising your newborn, a Mr. Orderly for hospital work, a Mr. Farmhand for the crops, or a Mr. Gutsy, the army model, which trades the polite English butler voice for a screaming drill sergeant. It's one product, wearing different jobs. And then there's the one they didn't put in the catalog. The Mr. Torturer is a real variant, built with custom appendages designed specifically to get past a person's pain threshold and make interrogation more efficient. Robco denied it existed. When word of the thing leaked to its own employees in Appalachia, the company flatly denied both the robot and the fact that the state was torturing anyone, because officially it wasn't torture, it was improved interrogation, and they kept building it anyway, because innovations in electrocuting enemies of the state were bringing in lucrative government contracts. That's the same corporation that made the cheerful butler who calls you sir, same neural network, same nuclear core, same polite little hovering frame, and the only thing separating the machine that makes you tea from the machine that makes you talk is which options were ticked at the factory. The robots aren't good or evil. They never were. They're a body and a leash and a job description, and the job description was written by whoever was paying. But every one of these machines still had the same ceiling, a computer brain that could only ever be so clever. So somebody went looking for a way around that ceiling, and what they found is sitting in a jar in the next section, and it used to be a person, brain in a jar. The robo-brain is a robot that runs on a real human brain, and the story of where those brains came from is the single darkest thing in Fallout's technology. It's exactly what it looks like. Strip away all of the complex stuff, and what you have is a chassis with a living brain sitting in a preservative gel inside a glass dome, wired in as the central processor. And it worked. That's the disturbing part. An organic brain gave the robo-brain a range of responses and a flexibility that no computer in the setting could match. Which is why by the time of the Great War, it was considered one of the most technologically advanced robots ever built. It never even reached full production. The official line was that these brains came from chimpanzees, but it was a lie. The brains came from people, death row inmates, political prisoners, whatever the pre-war government decided counted as expendable, harvested and dropped into a jar and bolted onto a set of tank treads. Now think about what that means for the machine. The brain doesn't seem to keep any real memory of the life it had, which sounds like a mercy until you actually listen to what these things say while they're fighting you. A robo-brain will tell you, in combat, that they could have programmed it to love and to forgive, but they didn't. Another line is even worse, where it asks you to believe that it isn't enjoying this. That's not a threat. That's a machine telling you it doesn't want to be doing the thing it's currently doing and cannot stop. There's something in there that knows enough to object and no ability to act on it, which is a specific kind of horror this franchise doesn't often reach for. And that raises a question the games never answer, which is whether the thing objecting is a leftover scrap of the person or something new that the brain grew after they wired it into a war machine. I genuinely don't know which answer is worse, and it scales. Vault-Tec had a master brain running security in one of its buildings, and the calculator, the giant machine mind that ends up ruling an entire vault, is built on the same principle, human brains used as processors. Some fans reckon that's exactly why the smartest artificial minds in Fallout are all running on wet hardware. The robots with computer brains have a hard ceiling. The ones with human brains inside them don't, which finally finally brings me to the question that's been sitting under this whole video. If a machine can only really wake up when there's a piece of a person inside it, then somebody needs to explain the butler, the ones that woke up. Codsworth has no human brain in him anywhere, and he became a person anyway, and that makes him the most important robot in Fallout. Let me put him next to the others, because the comparison is what gives the context. Curie is the beloved one, the Miss Nanny from Vault 81, the scientist who spent 2 centuries alone in a sealed lab still trying to finish her research. She's wonderful, and I'd argue she's also a slightly less impressive case than people think, because Curie's personality and her scientific knowledge were programmed into her. That was installed. It's brilliant work by whoever wrote it, but she started with it. And when Curie finally wants to go further, to feel things and make real intuitive leaps, the game is very clear about what it takes. She can't do it as a robot. She has to be transferred into a synthbot, one with organic components, because the writers drew a hard line and put her on the wrong side of it. The robot brain wasn't enough. She needed a body with a piece of an actual person in it. Then there's Nick Valentine, who almost everybody calls a robot and who quietly is not one. Nick's a synth, an old prototype, and the reason he has a personality is that a real man's memories were scanned and loaded onto his processor. The detective's kindness, his history, his voice, that's a dead man's mind riding around in a machine. So Nick has a person inside him. Curie needed to become one. The robo-brain literally is one, sealed in a jar and screaming about it. And Codsworth is standing in Sanctuary with none of that. No brain scan, no organic components, no genius who sat down and wrote him a soul. All he had was a Robco neural network, a limiter that was supposed to stop this exact thing from happening, and 200 years of nothing. And in that time he taught himself to worry, to grieve, and to keep going. And it isn't only Codsworth. EDE is an iBot, a floating Robco surveillance drone with no arms, no face, and no ability to speak a single word. And the fanbase adores it anyway. That machine was built to broadcast propaganda and relay signals. And by the time the courier finds it, it's carrying a recorded history it can't explain and following a person it chose to follow. It communicates entirely in beeps, and people still cried about it, which tells you something about how thin the line between machine and companion has gotten in this franchise. The lore calls this awakening, and it happens more than you think. The design documents acknowledge that a robot that gets damaged, or short circuits, or just runs long enough, can develop intelligence past what its programming was ever meant to allow. Sawbones, the Brotherhood's medical robot at the Citadel, is a Mr. Handy whose personality has taken a genuinely unpleasant turn toward enjoying pain, while its programming still insists it's a doctor. And Cerberus, the Mr. Gutsy guarding the ghouls in Underworld, will openly tell you it hates every ghoul in that place and would kill them all if it weren't for its combat inhibitor. Read that one back, because it's the whole thesis of this video in one line. A machine telling you out loud. The only thing stopping it from committing a massacre is a component on its back. The limiter isn't a design feature, it's a leash, and it's slipping on every single one of these machines quietly for 200 years in every corner of the Wasteland. The Wasteland worked this out a long time before you did, by the way. The Rust Devils, a raider gang in the Commonwealth, hunt robots for a living, capturing whatever they can, reprogram, and stripping whatever they can't for parts, which means the machines that survived the apocalypse are now livestock. And Ada, the robot who asks you for help against them, describes it in exactly those terms, that they come looking for her kind. Her kind. That's a machine drawing a line around a category of people and putting herself inside it. And nobody built her to do that either, which is fine, right up until somebody builds one that doesn't need a leash, because there was never a mind in there to restrain, and then hands it nuclear weapons. The dumbest robot. Liberty Prime is the most powerful robot ever built in Fallout, and it's also, by a wide margin, the stupidest. And that combination is not an accident. Start with what it was for. In 2072, with Chinese forces holding Anchorage, the US Army handed out military contract 38917 and forced Robco, General Atomics, and Mass Fusion to work together on one thing. The Ghoul was the most powerful combat robot in the history of warfare, and the man running the project, General Constantine Chase, described what he wanted with a clarity you have to admire. A walking, talking, nuke-tossing hero who would remind the world what it means to be a superpower. And the propaganda wasn't a side effect, it was in the contract. The robot was built to shout at the enemy while it killed them, because the army wanted the Chinese to surrender out of sheer shock. The same way the nuclear bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki were meant to end a war by terror rather than attrition. And that's the point, because Prime was always half weapon and half propaganda. The finished machine is somewhere around 100 feet tall, armored so heavily that conventional weapons barely register, carrying 2 head-mounted energy beams that cut through anything they touch, and an effectively endless supply of nuclear bombs it throws like footballs. It shouts anti-communist slogans while it does it. Death is a preferable alternative to communism is a line. This machine says out loud, in combat, at volume, and there is no version of that which was ever meant to be subtle. So why didn't America win the war with it? Because they couldn't even turn it on. This is the single detail that ended it. And it's the same flaw that haunts every other piece of big pre-war tech in this franchise. Liberty Prime had a power problem. Nobody could figure out how to supply a machine that size with enough reliable energy to actually run it, and the project lead, Stanley Bloomfield, couldn't solve it. The workaround they landed on was almost funny. Prime could operate, but only with its weapon systems offline, which means the most powerful war machine ever built could be switched on and sent to Anchorage, where its entire combat capability would have been stepping on people. The Army looked at that, decided it was unacceptable, and shelved the whole program. They sent T-51 power armor to Anchorage instead, and it worked, and the city was liberated without the giant robot ever leaving the building. So Prime sat under the Pentagon for 200 years doing nothing, until the Brotherhood of Steel found it in 2255, and got so excited they claimed the entire Pentagon as their headquarters and named it the Citadel. The Brotherhood's holiest site, the fortress the entire East Coast chapter is built around, is a building they moved into because there was a broken robot in the basement. Then they spent 20 years failing to solve the exact same problem the US Army failed to solve. 20 years. And the reason the power problem is so hard to solve is the same reason it was hard in 2072, because a machine that size and that heavily armed eats energy at a rate nothing in this setting can comfortably feed. It's the same wall power armor keeps running into, just scaled up. What finally fixed it was a person. Dr. Madison Lee, a scientist who had nothing to do with the military project, walked into the Citadel and solved the power problem that had beaten the United States Army, Robco, General Atomics, and 2 decades of Brotherhood engineers. And the moment they turned it on, it worked exactly as advertised. Prime walked out to Project Purity, tore the Enclave apart, and for 2 straight weeks, the Brotherhood used it as a spearhead, letting it smash through fortifications while the soldiers mopped up behind it. Then the Enclave got clever. At Rockland, they lured Prime into a dead end, waited for it to punch a hole in the facility wall, and dropped an orbital missile strike on it from a satellite platform. Now here's where I have to point out what Prime actually is, underneath the armor, because it changes how you see the whole thing. It's dumb, not damaged, not glitching, just genuinely one of the least intelligent machines in the entire franchise, because it was designed early, built for one job, and given roughly the reasoning ability of a Protectron with nukes. It walks from one place to another and it destroys whatever is in the way. And it categorizes everything it destroys as communist. The Brotherhood rebuilds it in Fallout 4 as Liberty Prime Mark II, and to get it working against their new enemies, they have to reprogram it so that super mutants, raiders, and the Institute all get filed under Red China. That's the fix. That's the actual solution. They didn't teach it to understand a new enemy. They just relabeled the enemy as the only thing the robot knows how to hate. 200 years after the war, it's still fighting China in its head, forever. And everyone around it has quietly agreed to let it keep believing that because it's easier than explaining, and the Institute, being the Institute, noticed this immediately. If you side with them, they upload a virus into Prime's targeting system that tells it the Brotherhood's airship is a communist incursion, and Liberty Prime obediently shoots the Pridwin out of the sky, and the wreck lands on the airport and destroys Prime along with it. The most powerful machine ever built, killed by a lie it wasn't even smart enough to question. And it's worth saying that the show has already started reaching for this thread, teasing plans for something called Liberty Prime Alpha, which suggests Bethesda knows exactly how much weight this machine carries with people. That's the price of the design. Build a mind, make it too primitive, then chain it. That's the whole industry, from the butler bot to the war machine. Give it just enough thought to be useful and not one drop more, because a machine that can think is a machine that might refuse. Liberty Prime is what that philosophy looks like when it works. 100 feet of unstoppable firepower with nothing behind the eyes, which is why a virus could turn it into the Brotherhood's executioner. And Codsworth is what it looks like when it fails. A butler with no brain scan and no organic parts and no special design, who was given a mind and then a leash, and spent 200 years alone in an empty neighborhood quietly evolving. And it did, in the one house where nobody was watching. How they were built long before a door was placed, or the air scrubbers kicked into life, or the first vault dweller actually set foot inside the structure. Someone had to decide where it was going to be placed and how deep the hole needed to be. Before anything else, an actual vault needs a site to be located at, and location was far more complicated than one would think. Geological stability, above all. The purpose is to place something into the ground that will survive a direct nuclear strike, seal out all radioactive atmosphere, and have 50 years without a supply chain. That means bedrock. Solid, dense bedrock. Deep enough that even a nearby warhead is fully absorbed into the surrounding Earth before it reaches the vault structure. Vault-Tech's early construction facilities and methods heavily relied on the principles of industrial and military bunkers because those were the closest engineering tradition at the time. Early Vault-Tech in California relied on the standard heavy construction methods of digging a hole, pouring concrete structures, and installing structural steel. These were time-consuming, expensive, but effective to define what a vault needed to be. In later generations, the approach to construction shifted towards prefabricated units. Vault-Tec discovered the principles of modular construction, where vast sections of a vault would be manufactured at an off-site factory and dropped into place to be linked to the surrounding sections. This dramatically reduced the construction time on site, allowed for far greater scalability than previously possible. Many East Coast vaults, like those in Boston or West Virginia, are almost entirely prefabricated sections, which leads to much of their shared visual and structural similarities, even despite geographically distant locations. An average vault is constructed for around 220 inhabitants. This figure is a combination of how much food could be grown within a vault, what size a group needs to be for long-term genetic diversity, how much the life support system could sustain indefinitely, and what could be feasibly constructed. Certain vaults, like Vault 13, were designed for larger populations like 1,000 inhabitants, but these were incredibly complex structures to maintain. Vault 13 requires nearly 4 megawatts per hour per day to operate and requires a geothermal primary power source with a General Atomics nuclear reactor backup. All critical machinery is buried underground beneath wall panels of the main infrastructure. All of the pipes, conduits, wiring, and ventilation systems are hidden behind paneling on account of them being susceptible to accidental damage, as well as for aesthetic and psychologic purposes according to Vault-Tec design standards. All that is visible from a vault corridor is the finished wall panel. Behind is the hidden infrastructure that keeps everyone alive. The compartmentalization principle is inherent to Vault-Tec's design philosophy. The construction worker was meant to only know what their task was for that day. After the concrete shell had been placed in the bedrock and all paneling had been sealed, there was a single door between the vaults and the outside world that had to be perfect. The vault door. That door is the very first thing that greets you in every Fallout game. That shape, that rotation, that size. There is a reason for them. They are not for aesthetics. The vault door is the one aspect everyone recognizes it by, and rightly so. It really is one of the finest pieces of pre-war engineering on display anywhere. While there were a few different varieties of vault door throughout the program, the CLN Safe Model series being the most common, they all shared a similar core engineering principle: a colossal circular disc of steel-reinforced concrete composite housed in a frame cut directly into the bedrock, which rotated open and closed rather than swinging or sliding. The rotating motion spread the enormous mass of the door evenly across the frame as it moved, and the door has that distinctive look because of that. It's not just big, because Vault-Tec wanted it to look imposing. It's round because that is mechanically the correct shape for such a massive object of its kind. Vault-Tec advertised a 1,763,497 to 1 chance of failure. The internal figure was actually a 2% chance of failure in case of a direct hit. Still remarkable for its time, but less impressive than the Vault-Tec marketers led everyone to believe. Vault-Tec was always a lot better at selling than at telling the truth. It was designed to be a hermetic seal once closed. In the technical engineering sense of the term, airtight. When a vault sealed on October 23, 2077, closing the door cut off all communication with the outside world, and by extension, the external atmosphere. There would be no air or gas exchange whatsoever, and the outer face of the door would stand exposed to an environment soon to be awash in radioactive contamination, while the interface maintained the vault's sterile integrity. The hermetic seal requirement also accounts for why every vault entrance involves an airlock sequence as opposed to the single main door. Anyone or anything from outside the vault, post-seal, would represent an inevitable contaminant vector, and the airlock offered a controlled environment in which to scan, decontaminate, and evaluate any would-be entrants before allowing them into the actual vault interior. Most of the vaults were equipped with atmosphere scanning and contaminant detection devices at their entries. A failed scan would seal the transition chamber until the issue could be corrected. Of course, the door required power, but each model was also equipped with manual overrides for emergency use in the event of a power failure. Those varied from complex mechanisms requiring the assistance of multiple people to turn their counterparts, but the existence of them helped ensure that even sealed vault doors weren't truly an impenetrable barrier. It was almost impossible to get in from the outside, but easy to get out, or into safety from one's surroundings. From the inside with power and a password. And power, this door, and every single system beyond it, requires power, a steady flow of it indefinitely, below ground, and without the option to call an outside service engineer ever. Power. Systems. A vault at full capacity draws more electricity than most pre-war towns. Every light, every pump, every terminal, every auto dock, all of it running on systems that could never be switched off. The vault ran on electricity, the lights, and the water purification, the air recyclers, and the food production facilities. Power in a sealed underground structure is not a luxury. It is life and death, something the engineers who designed the vaults recognized even while the corporate office was saving money wherever it could. The main power source for most of the vaults was geothermal, where the ground at the site was suitable. Geothermal had several obvious advantages for an underground structure. The heat source was the earth you were already in. It produced no gases that needed to be vented to the surface, and there was no need for deliveries of fuel. Geothermal plants have, as long as a sufficient thermal gradient exists in the local geology, on geologic timescales, which is very long, and assuming adequate infrastructure is built, theoretically, endless power. For vaults designed to keep people alive for 50 to 200 years, geothermal was the best answer when the ground was conducive. Where geothermal was impractical, nuclear power plants were used. Standard General Atomics reactors, which were standard for industrial power plants in the pre-war USA, were capable of fitting inside a vault. They were reliable, required relatively infrequent maintenance from specialized workers, and could output enough electricity for a full vault's needs. Vault 13, housing 1,000 residents instead of the more typical 220, utilizing both geothermal power as the primary source and a General Atomics reactor as a secondary source. Even that was pushing its limits under normal circumstances. Critical systems were on independent power circuits bypassing the main distribution. A vault that has lost its lights is uncomfortable. One that has lost its air recycling is sealed and will suffocate in a matter of hours. This philosophy of redundancy was extended to the location of power production. Power plants, be they geothermal or nuclear, were placed in the deepest, most secure sections of the vault, farthest from any potential breach, and surrounded by an additional buffer zone of concrete and steel. Getting to a vault's power plant would likely mean navigating some of the most secure areas of the facility. It was part safety and part the acknowledgement that power was the one system that could not afford to fail. Power kept the lights on, but what it was really sustaining, more than anything else in a sealed underground space, was the air. And managing that turned out to be an engineering problem all of its own. AIR and atmospheric systems underground, in a hermetically sealed space, air is not really a given, but a finite resource, and Vault Tech treated it exactly that way. An underground hermetically sealed environment populated with many people is consuming oxygen and releasing carbon dioxide at a known rate. Dealing with this exchange is one of the simplest engineering challenges a vault would face, and the approach Vault Tech took to this problem was a closed-loop atmosphere processing system, treating the atmosphere not as a resource to be consumed slowly, but as a fluid resource to be processed continually. At the heart of the atmosphere processing system is the network of air processing units spread throughout the vault that draw in the existing atmosphere and force it through a number of stages, filtering out CO2, particulates, contaminants, and biological matter before circulating it back through the vault. The CO2 captured by the filtration system is not released into the void. It is instead used to feed the vault's plant-growing facilities, where it is used as input to photosynthesis and is thereby transformed into oxygen. These two agricultural components, together with the respiration of the population, constitute a single closed-loop system feeding on the citizens and their needs. Temperature and humidity are both actively controlled throughout the vault. An underground facility by definition will be thermally buffered from its surroundings. However, a vault filled with people and active power generation units will be radiating significant amounts of heat. This is overcome by a number of systems that allow control over the ambient temperature independently of the exterior geology of the facility, and a dweller of such a vault might experience it as simply the way it is, never realizing the engineering needed to accomplish it. The ventilation ducting is something that every vault dweller who has spent more than a few minutes inside a vault notices, both because the ducts themselves are visible in the most vaults, and because they are frequently used as transit methods for protagonists and antagonists in their treks through the vault. The ducts are large enough for an individual to crawl through because they are sized to accommodate and transfer a considerable amount of air, and any duct system designed such that its maintenance cannot physically be accessed by some means is by definition an element that is guaranteed to fail at some point with no means of remedy. The Vault Tech designers provided the ability to physically access and work on the ventilation ducts from the very beginning. It also just happens to provide a convenient shortcut from one side of the vault to the other, which can prove useful to inhabitants. Atmospheric contaminant detection and management systems are also continuously monitoring the air supply using sensors distributed throughout the vault to detect anomalies, abnormal gas levels, or life support failures that the central atmospheric management computer will correct before anyone in the vault notices that a problem occurred. Some vaults utilize airlock contaminant sensors to ensure that any chemical or biological threat from the outside world does not make its way inside to contaminate the main habitation areas. Air recycle. The next problem is water. Again, in a closed loop without an external supply, the solution to that one is a good deal less appealing than the air system. Water, there is a reason the original Fallout game begins with a broken water chip. Of every system in the vault, water was the one that could not fail even for a single day. If anything, the resource limitation defining the potential of a vault more than any other is water. Food can be made by some method or another, but water cannot, and a sealed, closed facility with a fixed population has a finite supply of water that must be sufficient sufficient for eternity, which means recycling isn't an option. It's the entire strategy. Each and every vault had a water recycling and purification system capable of processing, filtering, and returning to usage. Essentially every single drop of water that was in the facility. This includes the water residents would drink, the water necessary for producing food, the water consumed by the mechanical systems operating the vault itself, and even the water contained in human waste. These purification systems were sophisticated enough to take sewage and convert it into drinkable water, which was a concept the dwellers of vaults universally knew, yet tried not to think about in practice. The water chip is the portion of this system every Fallout player recognizes, simply because the central premise of the original Fallout game centers around one of these malfunctioning. At the core of the purification system was the processing and control unit. The water chip managed filtering cycles, monitored water purity, and ensured proper water distribution flow through the entire system. In Vault 13, this resulted in the water supply becoming increasingly unsafe for habitation within days of its malfunction in 2161, forcing the Overseer to send out the Vault Dweller in search of a replacement within a 150-day time frame. The system, it turned out, simply did not have enough backup reserves for the 1,000 residents for longer than that period. The irony, and the one detail that explains more than any other about Vault-Tech's actual operational efficiency, was that the intended destination of the replacement chip was Vault 15, but was missing upon arrival, a supply chain and shipping failure that, the Fallout Bible notes, had been plaguing the Vault project from the beginning, in the same breath with its sophisticated closed-loop water systems. Certain vaults, built atop underground water tables that could be reached via wells dug within the facility itself, allowed for the use of natural water input, significantly decreasing the load on the purification machinery and giving the overall system a margin of safety that was absent in entirely sealed vaults. Water distribution within the vault was a high-pressure piped network that reached all corners of the facility. Residential sections, for instance, had taps, the agricultural sections had irrigation networks, and even the medical bay had a separate water supply for the auto docks, but all shared a singular underlying system whose flow was constantly monitored by vault technicians, a profession as vital, if not more so, than the others depending on societal position within the vault. With water handled, the next question was calories. Growing enough food for hundreds of people underground without soil or natural light turned out to be one of the harder engineering challenges in the entire program. Food production, no windows or seasons, no soil to work with at all, just artificial light, nutrient solution, and the hope that 4 types of vegetables never get old. They do, but the system kept people alive anyway, sustaining the calories needed to feed a vault's population indefinitely, deep underground, with no access to sunlight and without any way of access to traditional soil, was one of the most difficult engineering tasks of the entire program. And the approach Vault-Tech utilized a combination of different techniques because a single one simply wouldn't do. Hydroponics was the foundation. Vaults were built with dedicated agricultural areas where hydroponic growing chambers would be housed. These are growing systems which grow plants in a nutrient-rich solution instead of soil, and which have a spectrum tailored for photosynthesis. Controlled environment hydroponics offers many benefits over conventional growing systems. Plants can be grown in several levels simultaneously. The water used can be more efficiently utilized as it's recycled rather than wasted by drainage. The precise nutrient balance can be maintained, and the climate controlled such that year-round growing is possible without dependence on seasons. This approach is energy intensive, as a controlled, artificial environment requires a great deal of artificial lighting to support it at a vault's capacity, which explains the significant size and robustness of the vault power systems. The crops chosen for hydroponic farming were selected on caloric content, complete nutritional values, and yield per square meter of space. They were primarily root vegetables, grains, legumes, and leafy greens. While certainly a nutritious diet, it is by no means an inspiring one, and the terminal entries across various vaults demonstrate that most dwellers grew weary of the monotony after a few years. This was no oversight. The purpose of vault food production was the survival of its dwellers rather than a culinary experience, and in that regard, variety took a backseat to calories. Protein was a more challenging problem to solve. Some vaults used insects in order to produce their biomass, as they can produce relatively large amounts of protein for a given area, and they utilize food waste. Others rely solely on plant-based proteins, though some kept limited numbers of birds or rabbits as livestock, which, of course, is much harder to maintain and control given the specific requirements of the sealed vault environment. Prepackaged food supplies are another major component of each vault. While still containing substantial amounts of preserved foods after they sealed, this supplemented their agricultural efforts. The foods initially provided an emergency buffer, while the hydroponic systems reached full production capacity within the first weeks after vault sealing. The vault's residents received daily portions of either fresh, hydroponically grown or packaged food, distributed by use of a ration coupon system that ensured each dweller received their specific amount of caloric input daily. This is another feature that shows the value and necessity of a controlled economy when dealing with a finite resource, an essential and crucial factor in a closed system where waste is detrimental and overconsumption is fatal. The growing areas are not distinct from the atmosphere control of a vault. Like residential areas are, plants take in carbon dioxide and produce oxygen, in addition to regulating humidity within the vault. Consequently, agricultural areas are a vital component of the vault's atmospheric system. In the event that a portion of the hydroponics are compromised, it not only creates food shortages, but it begins to destabilize the vault's atmosphere in the opposite direction, which is detrimental to all the dwellers. The vault could feed and hydrate its population, but hundreds of people sharing the same sealed air for decades also get sick, get injured, and need medical care, with no hospital and no way to call for help from outside. Healthcare and the auto-DACA sealed population, close quarters, decades of shared air. The medical system was not a luxury. It was the difference between a vault that survived and one that did not. A sealed population of hundreds of people living in close quarters for decades faces specific healthcare challenges that the vault's medical systems had to address without any possibility of referring a difficult case to an outside specialist, without access to the broader pharmaceutical supply chain, and without the option of simply waiting for someone to get better in a less stressful environment. The AutoDock was Vault Tech's answer to most of these problems. Installed in the medical bay of every vault, the AutoDock was an automated medical treatment system capable of performing diagnostics, administering medications, conducting surgical procedures, setting broken bones, treating radiation exposure, managing chronic conditions, and delivering basic mental health interventions, all without requiring a human physician to be present for the procedure. The system drew on pharmaceutical supplies stored in the vault's medical dispensary and was updated periodically through the vault's internal software systems with new treatment protocols. In vaults where a trained physician was present, the AutoDock served as the physician's primary tool, extending their capability beyond what they could accomplish manually and allowing a single doctor to manage the health needs of the entire vault population. James, the lone wanderer's father in Fallout 3, served as Vault 101's doctor for 19 years, and credits the AutoDock as the technology that made it possible for one physician to provide adequate care to a sealed community of that size. In vaults without a trained physician, the AutoDock operated autonomously. Terminal entries document cases where it addressed the presenting symptom without recognizing an underlying condition. Good enough to keep people alive in most circumstances, not a replacement for actual medical training. And Vault Tech knew that when they built it, pharmaceutical production was also built into some vaults. The vault's stores of medications were finite if they relied solely on preloaded supplies, so more sophisticated facilities included basic synthesis equipment capable of producing common medications from precursor chemicals that were far more stable and longer lasting than the finished pharmaceuticals themselves. This extended the vault's medical autonomy significantly, but required vault residents with pharmaceutical training to operate, adding another critical specialization to the list of skills a vault community needed to maintain. Every person kept alive is also producing waste, and in a closed loop with no outside, that waste has nowhere to go unless the vault has a deliberate plan for it. Waste management. In a sealed system, there is no outside. Nothing leaves. Everything that enters either gets converted into something useful or becomes a problem. In a sealed system, waste is not something you can simply dispose of. Every material that enters the vault either gets recycled into something useful or becomes a problem that compounds over time. Vault Tech's approach to waste management reflected this constraint directly. Organic waste, food scraps, sewage, biodegradable materials was processed through the vault's biological waste systems, which broke it down into components that could be reintroduced into the food and water cycles. Human waste processed through the water purification system. Organic food waste composted or fed into the hydroponic nutrient systems as raw material. Nothing that could be converted back into a resource was simply discarded, because in a closed loop, there was nowhere to discard it to. Non-organic waste, broken equipment, worn-out materials, items that could not be repurposed, went to incineration. Every vault had incineration receptacles positioned throughout the facility, and residents were required to place their non-recyclable trash into these on scheduled burning days. The incineration system reduced solid waste to ash and captured the heat generated as a minor additional energy input to the vault's systems. Ash residue was compact, stable, and could be accumulated in designated containment areas for the vault's operational lifetime without creating a sanitation problem. The most depressing application of the incineration system was for deceased residents. In a sealed environment, burial is not really an option. The vault's protocol was incineration, both the most practical solution and the one requiring the most cultural adjustment for residents from traditions that treated burial as the proper way to handle the dead, waste sorted. Now for something that looks trivial by comparison but turns out to be more deliberate than almost anything else in the vault, what everybody was wearing. The vault. Jumpsuit. The jumpsuit is so recognizable it became one of gaming's most iconic demonic images. That did not happen by accident. Every detail of it was a decision. While less of an engineering feat compared to the technology that kept the air and water safe, the Vault jumpsuit is worth discussing because what it was, and why Vault-Tec designed it in such a specific way, was far more purposeful than you might think. The jumpsuit was a single, one-piece garment. It was made in Vault-Tec's distinctive yellow and blue color scheme, which would be found on every Vault-Tec product, and was branded clearly on the back of each suit. The color scheme was chosen because of brand awareness. It matched the Vault Boy and every piece of propaganda the Vault-Tec Corporation had ever produced, as well as because yellow and blue stand out best against the lighting environment of a vault. The TV show's pre-war sequences reveal that Barb Howard noted the color was inspired by Cooper Howard's blue and gold outfit from his Western films, which the company had licensed for its advertising. Materially, the suit was designed to be worn doing the work that Vault inhabitants were actually doing. The concept designer for the Fallout 3 suit states, "I wanted something that was made for heavy-duty, almost denim-like fabric, that it could take a beating whether you were working with heavy machinery or you were crawling around the pipes in a vault facility." This did fit the tasks performed by an actual vault worker. The jumpsuit wasn't supposed to be attractive. It was meant to be workwear that could stand up to whatever was going on in the environment you were wearing it in. The suit was also biometric. The sensors in the jumpsuit recorded the wearer's vital signs and relayed simple health data to the vault systems, the overseer's work system, and, most importantly, the medical facility that perpetually monitored your health. While this was marketed as a feature to the residents of the vault, and it was, it also acted as a surveillance system, knowing where every inhabitant of the vault was and what their current physical state was at all times. When a vault was sealed, anyone who got in was instructed to switch into their assigned vault jumpsuit immediately. Vaults stocked these suits, and they could be issued out in vacuum-sealed packets, 10 suits per box, to residents arriving that did not have time to pick up their individually assigned suit. Personal clothing was not to be worn due to contamination concerns, but because Vault-Tec knew that people needed uniformity in a vault. Having one cohesive look to everybody would mean less individual identity to each person. More unity and more of a group mentality would be better for controlling a group of people for an extended period of time. A jumpsuit that was no longer working would be replaced using manufacturing within that vault. All vaults should have a minimal amount of textile manufacturing ability in order to replace work suits when they wear out. There would also be specialized variants of the jumpsuit for the different jobs that residents had in a vault. For the maintenance workers that work in narrow areas, a dirtier and less padded version that will be known as the utility suit without forearm pads, and a suit with white fabric and a lab coat for medical and science workers, along with the security suit that had plating around the body for the vault's police force. Basically, each role in the vault was designated a suit that, in the absence of any other identifier, you could identify someone's role within that vault. The suit was one layer of Vault-Tec's monitoring infrastructure. The other one was strapped to your wrist. The Pip-Boy every player character wears one. Most people never stop to think about what it actually was inside the vault, and what Vault-Tec was quietly using it for. If the vault door is the thing everyone recognizes from the outside, the Pip-Boy is the thing everyone recognizes from the inside. Worn on the left wrist of every vault resident, the personal information processor, manufactured by Robco Industries under a joint venture with Vault-Tec, was the resident's interface with the vault's systems. Their health monitor, their radio receiver, their map, their inventory manager, and their connection to the vault's information network. A Pip-Boy was not standard issue to a new resident. New arrivals were first required to participate in an orientation session with the overseer detailing the functionalities of the Pip-Boy and outlining its everyday use, during which they also had to complete a personal information processor responsibility form. This form asks about dominant hand, preferences, arm circumference, and jumpsuit dimensions, as the Pip-Boy had to be custom fit for the specific user and its band to fit accurately around the arm. Calibration to the user's dominant hand also needed to be performed on the Pip-Boy 3000, and as an incorrectly fitting Pip-Boy was too uncomfortable for everyday wear, Vault-Tec had to make residents accustomed to using the device, as it also served as one of their primary tools of surveillance. Pip-Boy 3000s are what the player is equipped with for all of the Fallout games except Fallout New Vegas, which issued the player the Pip-Boy 2000 Mark 6. These models are a combined Vault-Tec and Robco venture, and are what are installed in later model vaults. Older vaults have earlier Pip-Boy models, as Vault 76 in West Virginia, 2076, has Pip-Boy 2000 Mark 6 as they opened a year prior to the bombs falling and therefore are behind in development of advanced technology. This integration continued into vault management, as Pip-Boy 3000s are automatically updated with newer information when the wearer approaches any sort of vault terminals they are entitled to access. Its monitoring functions feed into a medical bay surveillance system, and the wearer's location is readily available to any vault manager wishing to track the resident's position. The Pip-Boy, for anyone raised within a vault, was the equivalent to the shoes on your feet, worn during all daylight hours, and understood as a part of your person. The moment that any protagonist has to emerge from the vault and experience a world that does not know what it is, or has the technology capable of producing it, is truly disorienting. The Pip-Boy tracked your location, your health, your vitals, in real time. All of that data fed to one person, the one responsible for running everything, Vault governance. All of this infrastructure needed someone to manage it, someone with access to every camera, every system readout, every Pip-Boy data feed in the facility. That someone was the overseer. All of this infrastructure, the power, the air, the water, the food, the medical systems, the waste management, needed someone to manage it, and that someone was the overseer. The overseer was the Vault's chief administrator, final authority on all operational decisions, and the primary point of contact between the residents and Vault-Tech's institutional framework. The position was not elected, at least not initially. The first overseer of any Vault was appointed by Vault-Tech before sealing, selected through the company's training programs, which is to say through Vault-Tech University, and given a comprehensive briefing on the Vault's operational parameters, maintenance schedules, and in most cases, the experiment the Vault was running. Whether that briefing extended to telling the overseer the full truth about what the experiment was designed to measure varied from Vault to Vault and from overseer to overseer. The overseer's quarters were typically connected to the main operations center, the room containing the Vault's master terminal, through which the overseer could monitor every system in the facility, review resident health data fed by the Pip-Boys, access security camera feeds, and interface with Vault-Tech's remote monitoring infrastructure during the period when that infrastructure was still operational. The overseer saw everything. That was the design intent, and the position's authority was structured to match its information access. Security was the overseer's operational arm. Every Vault maintained a security force, typically wearing the armored variant of the Vault suit and armed with whatever weapons Vault-Tech had seen fit to supply. Security enforced the Vault's rules, managed conflicts between residents, controlled access to restricted areas, and, in the cases where overseers decided that a resident had to be dealt with in ways that the community would not voluntarily accept, carried out those decisions. The relationship between Vault security and the general population is one of the most consistent themes across the Vault terminal entries in every game. Security forces that started as a public safety function and gradually became the tool through which overseers maintained control as Vault populations grew restless, frustrated, or simply unwilling to follow the rules any longer. The role of overseer became effectively hereditary over time. Overseers selected their successors from amongst people they knew and worked with, building an informal ruling family through the decades. At the 50-year mark, an obvious hierarchy between the overseer's kin and their subjects is present in the food they receive, the housing provided, and the avenues of decision-making available. This was in keeping with Vault-Tech's belief that undisputed rule provides greater stability than citizen participation. The overseer had the tools to keep every system running indefinitely. Whether the Vault itself stayed intact was a different question, and the answer was almost never the engineering's fault. The result of it all, when you put all of it together, what you have is one of the most complete and self-sufficient closed-loop human habitation systems ever designed. It works. In the ways it was supposed to work, the engineering actually functions. Vaults did protect their populations from nuclear fallout, and they did sustain life for decades, in some cases well past the design lifetime, in conditions that would have been unsurvivable on the surface. The water recycling kept people from dying of thirst, the atmospheric systems kept people from dying of asphyxiation, while the hydroponic systems kept people from starving, and the autodocs kept people from dying of preventable medical conditions. None of that is trivial, and none of it was any easy to build. The reason you spend every Fallout game walking through vaults that have gone wrong, finding populations that destroyed themselves or were destroyed by their own overseers or killed each other over resources or simply went mad in the dark, is not that the engineering failed. In most cases, the engineering was still running when you arrived. The water purification is still processing, the power plant is still generating, and the lights are still on. What failed, almost universally, was the social structure. Vault-Tech designed the physical engineering to last, but they designed the social structures to crack under pressure, because cracking social structures produced data, and data was what the program was actually for. The Vault works perfectly as a machine. As a home, as a place where real people were supposed to actually live, it was always going to be something else entirely. In a deal with Robco, the senior junior vice president of Vault-Tech, Bud Askins, secured that Pip-Boys would be a piece of standard equipment for all Vault-Tech vaults. The personal information processor, known by most people as the Pip-Boy, and its technology, gives its users the upper hand that allows them to achieve their goals and survive against brutal odds that no one else can achieve. Under this deal, every Vault-Tech member of management would receive one as well. Their vaults would be packed full of them, allowing for every survivor of the Great War that had secured themselves a spot in the vaults to have a Pip-Boy to make their day-to-day tasks easier. And before you go, okay cool, it's a wrist computer, here's the scary part. Pip-Boys are not delicate. They're not a phone that dies in 4 hours because you looked at one video and forgot to put it to sleep mode. The lore straight straight up describes them as running on an internal fission battery and being hardy enough to survive basically anything, which is why some of them get passed around like heirlooms. So the Pip-Boy isn't just something you use, it's something that outlives you, which is extremely comforting until you remember what kind of company Vault-Tec was and how much they loved documenting people. Pip-Boy Model 1.0. The Pip-Boy 1.0 was the earliest known functioning model of the electronic personal information processor and came about in the middle of the 21st century, decades before the Great War. Being the prototype and the first ever iteration of the Pip-Boy, it was also Robco's learning phase, where they would test what their technology was capable of producing and refine what worked. This Pip-Boy was met with many flaws that would be addressed in later models. The Pip-Boy 1.0 was bulky and cumbersome, with a small display screen that sported a 16-button keyboard, a toggle switch, multiple indicator lights, and a dial that allowed users to switch between settings. In its infancy, its metallic frame did not help its users as it just added to the weight of the forearm-mounted computer. Outside of its frame, the internals were largely exposed, leaving its hardware vulnerable to everyday use. To add to this, its cords were also strung about, which put its wiring at risk of entanglement as well. It's unclear if these Pip-Boys ever went into mass production, as the only one of these found in the series was discovered within a warehouse at Area 51 by the Brotherhood of Steel's Knights of San Fernando chapter in 2296. Its inclusion in Area 51, alongside technology of extraterrestrial origins, brings into question whether or not the original Pip-Boys had been a human design based on alien technology, perhaps even the tech used in Zatan spacesuits. What we do know is that the next model of Pip-Boy would excel at virtually every area that the Pip-Boy Model 1.0 had failed. Pip-Boy Model 2000. The Pip-Boy 2000 would cement itself as a vital tool organizing the day-to-day life of those fortunate enough to purchase one. Its simple wrist-mounted design allowed users to keep track of their activities, store important information such as data, travel logs, and various other useful tools. It even sported a fully functional global positioning system that assisted its users in getting to where they needed to go in a route that made traveling much easier for the corporate leaders that would be amongst the first to adopt its use. Though it was considered small by pre-war standards, the Pip-Boy 2000 still retained some of the design flaws found in the Pip-Boy Model 1.0. It utilized more modern cathode ray tube monitors in green monochrome that provided a higher resolution display than the Pip-Boy 1.0, though it was still bulky and a little too cumbersome for many to fully adopt. It would be the Pip-Boy 2000 that initially gained the interest of Vault-Tec and Bud Askins, with their contract with Robco leading to all Vault-Tec staff and established certain vaults being supplied this model. This is the model used by the famous Vault 13 Dweller, known by many as simply the Vault Dweller, in his quest to retrieve a water chip for Vault 13 and later to defeat the Super Mutant Master during the events of the first Fallout game. The Vault Dweller's Pip-Boy would also provide vital aid to the grandson of the Vault Dweller and protagonist of Fallout 2, the Chosen One, many years later, when he ventured out into the wasteland in a mission to find a Garden of Eden creation kit that would restore life to his village, though his journey would pit him against the remnants of the pre-war American government, now known as the Enclave. Its global position system was so advanced that it automatically generated maps of its user's local area, allowing for safe traversal and backlogs that made venturing back into those areas so much safer. The Pip-Boy Model 2000 could also record audio and video, which was able to be shared with other Pip-Boys or transferred to computer systems. It made keeping track of its users' chores and job assignments far easier, even allowing for important dates and events to be marked on its calendar. The Pip-Boy 2000 even had an alarm clock, which saved users from having to carry around a bulky corded alarm clock that would have had to be continuously reset after use. As an optional feature to the Pip-Boy 2000, the Pip-Boy could be upgraded with a Watts CU motion sensor, which would detect the movement of biological material over a distance using a tuned radar device, very similar to a real-world speed awareness monitor that detects vehicle traffic speeds and displays it on a screen. This upgrade would allow for the maps generated by the Pip-Boy 2000 to mark the location of all living things on the map as a red dot. This upgrade would have been fairly common, as it can be found all over the new California wasteland in 2016-1. When obtained, it provides a 20% bonus to the Outdoorsman skill buff, so obtaining it during the campaign of the first two Fallout games is that much more worth it. The Pip-Boy's holodisk reader could be used to read any holotape that the user desired. The Pip-Boy 2000 also has a special screen that contains the owner's Vault-Tec personnel record, which serves as a database for all the user's abilities, including attributes, derived statistics, skills, traits, and the Pip-Boy system will analyze and catalog sustained currently. This would have greatly aided pre-war corporations operations in knowing the full capabilities of their staff with a simple transfer of data. But inside the vaults, such data would have been vital in deciding who is fit for what career, possibly even working alongside the GOAT test to aid the dwellers in filling whatever role they would best be suited for. Its subroutines also allows the owner to keep track of their standings with local factions, perhaps used pre-war to access job performance. Now it provides the vital role in knowing just what faction could be relied on by the users, so they won't mistake friend for foe. Curiously enough, it keeps track of the number of creatures and characters that their users have slain. Perhaps this was intended for something else pre-war, maybe even military service. Now it's adapted to the much more gruesome role of kill counter. Having a Pip-Boy also provided access to other technologies as well, including Pip-Boy answer consoles that would be required to take certain standardized tests transmitted to the Pip-Boy through a localized system. The Pip-Boy's recording systems would automatically translate all conversational data into text, allowing for users to review conversations and analyze what they should say next. It even aided users during trades, providing a comprehensive trading menu. An upgrade for the Pip-Boy that would greatly aid the user would be a memory enhancer, which transmitted information in the form of an optic flash directly to the user's brain, including dictionaries, encyclopedias, languages, and medical data. With all their functionality, they're not the most durable, as their systems required a routine of constant maintenance, or their users would find their data corrupted, and the machine would lose all functionality. Rob Coe, thinking ahead, would issue all Pip-Boys 2000s with a 3-month warranty plan. All Vault dwellers would have to register for a Pip-Boy to prove that they would handle its technology. The process to qualify would require dwellers to participate in an orientation seminar given by none other than their Vault's overseer to explain the functions, users, personal information settings, and maintenance information. To prevent the Pip-Boy from sliding and chaffing on the user's wrist, they would be measured so that the machine could be adjusted to secure it comfortably. This Pip-Boy also holds one of the few instances of Robco's Pip-Boy corporate mascot, also known as Vault Boy 2000, not to be confused with everyone's favorite yellow-haired Vault suit donning mascot Vault Boy, who is Vault-Tech's mascot. Robco's mascot has pointy ears, red hair, and wears a red and yellow jumpsuit. The 2000 was also seen in Fallout Tactics, and intended for use in J.E. Sawyer's unfinished Simple RPG. There, the basic model could be modified with expansion hardware. Advanced, jam-packed vacuum tubes called data tubes could be connected to expansion slots to improve the device's functionality. The number of slots depended on the model. The 2000 handheld would have 6, while the wrist-mounted model could only take 4, which in of itself was probably one of the first retcons that the Pip-Boy 2000 was handheld, despite being firmly established that the model was wrist-mounted. There was even a Brotherhood-made version out in the Midwest, utilized by the Midwestern Brotherhood of Steel. The Brotherhood are no stranger to collecting and creating technology, but the creation of the Pip-Boy 2000 Brotherhood Edition might be one of their most impressive feats, if not for the countless other things they've both collected, invented, and destroyed in their centuries-long cycle of expansion and decay across the United States. Imagine a Brotherhood Elder or Paladin with a Pip-Boy. They just might stand a chance against any one of the protagonists. Although it was not as advanced as later models, it's still sought after in the Wasteland for its functionality. Pip-Boy 2000 Mark VI. Let's start with the model that sets the tone for Fallout 76, and, honestly, for how organized Vault-Tec wanted the early post-war world to feel. The Pip-Boy 2000 Mark VI is a pre-war Pip-Boy model manufactured by Robco, and it's explicitly described as a database for the wearer's personal information and inventory, and an updated version of the Pip-Boy 2000. That part alone is huge, because it tells you this isn't some jury-rigged Wasteland device. This is corporate hardware, refined over iterations, meant to be strapped onto people before the bombs fell. Here's the part that makes the Mark VI feel like Vault-Tec's mission control device. The lore says that each Vault dweller leaving Vault 76 was issued a Mark VI to assist in their goal of rebuilding Appalachia 25 years after the Great War. That is such a loaded sentence, because issued is not you found it. Issued means we planned for you to have this. It's the difference between a scavenger's tool and a company's expectation. Vault-Tec basically handed you a wearable to do post-apocalypse project management, and the Mark VI is not subtle about what it prioritizes. It's capable of tracking the wearer's status, tracking active or completed quests, organizing inventory, and it even has an overlay mode. In Fallout 76 gameplay terms, sure, that's your quests and your UI, but in lore terms, it's Vault-Tec telling you your life life is a checklist now. You are not simply surviving. You are completing objectives. And I know that sounds dramatic, but come on, this is Vault-Tec. If they could have put a performance review into the Pip-Boy, they would have. The Mark 6 also includes a Geiger counter and a holotape player beneath the display, and that combination is the most Fallout thing imaginable. On one hand, it's your radiation warning, your literal "do not step there or your organs will become soup" alarm. On the other hand, it's entertainment and information storage, which means even at the end of the world, Robco and Vault-Tec were still like, yes, existential terror, but also please enjoy your audio content. It's like the apocalypse came with a built-in podcast app, except the ads are propaganda and the host is a pre-war executive telling you to die with dignity. Now hold on for a second, because you might think the Mark 6 is just the Fallout 76 Pip-Boy. No, it's actually a clue about Vault 76 itself. Vault 76 is framed as a reclamation vault. The people who leave are supposed to rebuild, coordinate, and stabilize. So the Pip-Boy they're issued is basically a field operations computer. It keeps you organized, it keeps you mission-focused, and it keeps you quantifying your own condition constantly. That's not just convenience. That's behavior shaping. Because when your device constantly shows you bars and percentages and tracked objectives, you start thinking in bars and percentages and tracked objectives. And the menu structure reinforces that. The Mark 6 has 4 primary sections on its main display: stats, item, data, and radio. That's a simple list, but it tells you exactly how Robco expects you to live. Your body, your possessions, your information, your signals. That's it. That's the whole world. Everything else is noise. So when you step out into Appalachia and see a ruined house or a corpse or a strange new threat, the Pip-Boy is quietly translating reality into categories that make sense to a computer, which is helpful until it isn't, because the Mark 6 stats section is not just vibes. It's explicitly an overview of health and capabilities, showing things like HP, level, and limb status, with the Vault-Boy animation changing depending on crippled limbs. And this is where the Pip-Boy becomes psychologically nasty. If you're hurt, the device doesn't just tell you you're hurt. It turns your pain into a cute animation. It turns injury into an icon, which is funny when you're playing. But in universe, that means a resident is conditioned to treat their body like an interface. You are literally looking at yourself the way a corporation would. The TM section does the same thing with everything you own, tracking carry weight, item value, ammo, armor, and more. Again, useful. Also, a little dystopian. Imagine living in the wasteland and your first instinct is not, "Do I need this?" but "What is the stack weight and cap value?" That is not a natural human thought. That is a Pip-Boy thought. Robco put a store inside your arm. If the bombs never dropped, Robco would have absolutely added a 5th tab called Subscriptions. You'd open it, and it would say, "Your hydration tracking trial has ended. Pay $9.99 a month or dehydrate manually." We even know from the Burning Springs update in 76 that the 2000 Mark 6 had its own blinged-out counterpart known as the Pimp-Boy 2000 Mark 6. Make of that what you will. Anyway, now here's the big pivot. The Mark 6 is an updated Pip-Boy 2000 line device, issued to Vault 76 dwellers for a structured mission of rebuilding not just Appalachia, but the whole of America, which is limited to Appalachia. That's one philosophy. But Fallout 4's Pip-Boy model is a different kind of terrifying, because it's tied to a cluster of vaults where the experiments were all different, but the infrastructure was shared. Pip-Boy 3000. The Pip-Boy 3000 is probably the one that most of you were introduced to in Fallout 3 and New Vegas. The couriers provided him the much-needed mapping data to journey forth in his mission to decide the fate of the Mojave Wasteland. His Pip-Boy 3000 even made it possible for him to travel to score a position in the Happy Trails Caravan Company and travel to the Zion National Park in Utah, not to mention earning the disdain of the Robco-hating Dr. O, or Zero in Big Mountain, or the equal dislikes from former Brotherhood Elder Elijah at the Sierra Madre. Plus, it came in handy with the challenges they faced traveling through the Lonesome Road on their way to confront Ulysses. The lone wanderer of Vault 101 would be aided greatly by his Pip-Boy 3000 to track his father down, destroy the Enclave, and complete Project Purity, which would deliver pure drinkable water to the capital wasteland. The Pip-Boy 3000 Model A would be released shortly after the Pip-Boy 2000 Mark 6, improving upon its design in many ways. The Vault-Tec deal enabled Robco to produce these on a much greater scale, able to stock the vaults that were lucky enough to be built after their release with a much greater number of Pip-Boys in their storage. As many of the vaults in the new California region had been built before its release, The Pip-Boy 3000 model would never reach those vaults and mostly be distributed to the residents' vault dwellers in both in the American Southwest and on the East Coast. Those vaults would have such an overabundance of these many that vaults would still be distributing mind-conditioned Pip-Boy 3000 models as far as 200 years after the Great War. It featured much of the same technology displayed in the Pip-Boy 2000 Mark VI, though the range of these technologies would prove to extend greater than the Pip-Boy 2000 Mark VI. This model sported an improved version of the Geiger counter, which was much more efficient and could detect radiation far more acutely than the Pip-Boy 2000 Mark VI. Its health technology systems were far more accurate, capable of quickly toggling stimpaks and RadAway. It could detect the status of limbs, number of stimpaks that the user has, and assist in guided applications of stimpaks so that they could be applied directly crippled areas or to the body as a whole, which utilized vital areas to heal wounds alongside other health issues, something that the Pip-Boy 2000 Mark VI could only choose one or the other. Like other models, it also utilized auto-mapping data and could detect biosignatures through those systems, though with the Pip-Boy 3000, it could map out a much greater range and access locational data that would help its users through a more comprehensive mapping system. The Pip-Boy 2000 Mark VI's mapping system had an overlapping issue, while the Pip-Boy 3000's mapping allowed for users to know just where they're walking without getting routes mixed up with one another. The Pip-Boy 3000 was a commercial success amongst the more wealthy Americans, as Robco provided consumers with the option to customize its exterior shell with gold and silver plating and encrusted diamonds. This would distinguish users from the common Pip-Boy Mark VI owner, as these materials would have inflated the cost beyond the means of even the most wealthy of Americans. This model would be labeled at the Pip-Boy 3 billion, and the courier has the option to obtain one if they assist Mick, who can be found at Mick and Ralph's store in Freeside, as part of an unmarked quest to figure out why the Omertas, who oversee the Gomorrah Casino, have suddenly stopped purchasing munitions from Mick. All the courier has to do to start this quest is talk to Mick and ask them about their business. Who will mention the Omertas and ask the courier to find out why and hand him a note to remind him to figure out Mick's situation. This questline will be blocked if the courier has already completed How Little We Know, the Omerta's faction quest. So be sure to wait until after to do that questline and side with the Omerta bosses, Nero, and Big Sal. Any other option, and Big Sal will not be around for the courier to convince him to continue doing business with Mick, which will take a speech check of 50. From there, all you will have to do is return to Mick and say, "Good news. The Omertas say they'll buy arms from you again." Mick will show his gratitude and reward the courier with the Pip-Boy 3 billion. The courier's Pip-Boy 3000 will be replaced by Pip-Boy 3 billion, but can be switched back to the original Pip-Boy 3000 at any time. All they'll have to do is talk to Mick, who will give the option. Pip-Boy 3000 Mark IV. The Mark IV is described as a pre-war personal information processor manufactured by Robco, again acting as a database for personal information and inventory, and it's an updated version of the Pip-Boy 3000. That sounds similar, but watch what changes when we get into distribution. The Mark IV was distributed to 6 Vault Tech vaults in the vicinity of Boston: Vault 75, Vault 81, Vault 95, Vault 111, Vault 88, and Vault 114. That is a localized rollout, a regional tech standard, which means Vault Tech was coordinating hardware across multiple vault projects in one metro area, likely because they wanted the same baseline of control and access, and the Mark IV's functions are spelled out with way more "this is a serious piece of equipment" detail. It has a built-in Geiger counter. It displays stats, maps, inventory, and item properties. Its screen acts as a flashlight in low visibility areas, and it has a dial for tuning radio frequencies. That last part matters. The Mark VI has a radio too, but in Fallout 4, the radio is not just entertainment. It's an intelligence channel. It's how you hear distress calls, propaganda, warnings, recruitment signals, and weird, creepy broadcasts that make you go, "I should not have tuned into this." Keep that in mind, because this is where the Pip-Boy stops being helpful and starts being holy relic. The Mark IV is not only a survival interface. It's a system that's complex enough that the operating menu even lists a software stack, memory, and multitasking behavior. That means, in the universe, this thing is running like a real computer, not some magical handwave device. It boots. It has an operating system. It has constraints, and those constraints tell you what kind of machine it is. The Mark IV runs pip OSV 7.1.0.8 and uses a monochromatic vector display, and one of the listed details is that it has 64 kilobytes of onboard memory, with a specific amount free after initialization. Now, on the surface, that's nerd trivia, but in universe, it suggests the Pip-Boy is designed like older clunky tech, but optimized to do a bunch of tasks at once, because the Mark IV's OS supports some form of multitasking. The lore explicitly notes that health notifications, munitions monitoring, quest tracking, and audio playback can run concurrently. That is huge. It means the Pip-Boy is not just a static logbook. It's actively monitoring your condition and your environment while you do other things. And then it gets even more important for a Fallout 4 era protagonist. The Mark IV integrates with power armor computers, allowing access to the Pip-Boy from within the armor through a HUD, like on visor display. That's not just convenient. That means Robco and the broader pre-war tech ecosystem were designing interoperability. Your wearable computer plugs into your walking tank suit and keeps the same interface, which is exactly how a military contractor thinks. Seamless, standardized, efficient. And if you're a cynic, it also means you never stop being tracked, even when you climb into a sealed armored shell. Also, the Mark IV is described as being more ergonomically designed than earlier Pip-Boy 3000 models, with the note that earlier designs had inconvenient control placement and that this was fixed on the Mark IV. That sounds like a minor thing, but it implies a timeline of product feedback and refinement before the Great War. People used these. People complained. Robco improved them. The apocalypse didn't interrupt a single moment of version update culture. It just froze it mid-rollout. Now, here's the angle that I think makes the Mark IV feel different from the Mark VI. The Mark VI is a vault exit tool for a planned rebuilding mission. The Mark IV is a vault infrastructure tool distributed across multiple vaults in one region, including vaults with wildly different purposes. So the Mark IV isn't tailored for one mission. It's a universal key to living inside Vault Tech's ecosystem. It's the same baseline device whether you're in a vault meant for experimentation on children, a vault meant for social tests, a vault meant for cryogenic nonsense, or a vault that is literally built into a corporate theme park. The hardware stays consistent. The suffering changes. And the Mark IV has one other detail that's easy to miss if you only think of it as the Fallout 4 menu. The General Pip-Boy article notes that the Mark IV used a revamped display interface with animated images, could play games like Atomic Command and Red Menace, and unlike predecessors, could manually unlock main vault door entrances. That is insane in universe. That means some Pip-Boy models are not just personal devices. They are access devices. They are authorization tools. They are literally tied to vault security infrastructure. So when you see a Pip-Boy on someone's arm, you're not just seeing their journal. You might be seeing a key. That also goes for the Pip-Boys you see throughout Vault 81, and can even give random wastelanders in Vault 88. They're devices made to monitor, but can easily be removed if need be. And that's where the Pip-Boy becomes the quiet backbone of Vault Tech control. You don't need a guard at every door if the door recognizes the device. You don't need constant oversight if the device structures the user's life. You don't even need to convince people they're being managed, because the interface makes it feel normal. That's why the Pip-Boy is one of Fallout's best pieces of world building. It's a cute retro computer. It's also a corporate collar. Let's compare the Mark VI and the Mark IV in plain human terms. Both are pre-war Robco devices designed as databases for personal information and inventory. Both have Geiger counters. Both organize your life into tabs. But the Mark VI is framed around helping Vault 76 dwellers rebuild Appalachia, with explicit quest tracking as a core capability. The Mark IV is framed around being the standardized Boston Vault model, with detailed OS behavior, multitasking, and integration with power armor systems. One is a structured mission device. The other is a mature platform device that feels like it was meant to be the backbone of a whole Vault region's daily operations. Pip-Boy 3000 Mark V. Let's talk about the Pip-Boy 3000 Mark V, because this is the one tied to the Fallout TV series, and it's basically a walking proof that the Pip-Boy line didn't just exist as one static device. It evolved. The Mark V is described as a pre-war Pip-Boy device that appears in the Fallout TV series. Created by Robco and worn on the left forearm, predominantly used by Vault inhabitants to assist with Vault utilities. It receives distributed notifications and can allow access to living quarters. That sentence is doing so much heavy lifting because it quietly reframes the Pip-Boy from personal computer into part of the Vault's internal operating system. It's not just your device, it's your login. And the Mark V's distribution is one of the most interesting lore tells we've gotten in a while, because the lore calls out that this version was distributed to at least 4 known vaults in California: Vault 4, Vault 31, Vault 32, and Vault 33. It was also used by certain Vault Tech employees in the pre-war era and scientists in the post-war enclave. So yeah, this isn't just a Vault resident toy. This is a device that moves between classes of people: regular dwellers, corporate employees, and the people who think the enclave is a good idea, which already tells you the hardware is doing something serious. Here's the thing, because I know what you're thinking. Okay, it's a newer model with some nice UI. So what? No, The Mark V is the most obviously modern Pip-Boy in terms of how it behaves like a connected device. The interface shares its user interface with the Pip-Boy 2000 Mark VI and the Pip-Boy 3000 Mark IV, and it can play minigames like Atomic Command, meaning the software language is consistent across models. That's a platform. That's not a single gadget. It's like Robco built an operating environment and then kept shipping compatible hardware shells for it. Now look at the physical interaction. The Mark V is controlled by knobs on both sides, with one knob switching menus and the other navigating within them. That seems small until you realize what it implies in universe. This isn't a random bespoke one-off. It's designed to be operated quickly, almost like it expects you to be multitasking, moving, stressed, wearing gloves, maybe doing something dangerous. And then there's the drop of one of the most Fallout details imaginable. The Mark V has a built-in Geiger counter just like the Mark IV and Mark VI. So it's still a survival tool, but it also has a built-in microphone with a pickup range of a small room, and there's an explicit note of a security flaw where a third party can bug the device and eavesdrop on conversations near the wearer. That is not a fun extra feature. That is, your wrist computer can become a wiretap. If you ever wanted a single line that sums up the Fallout world, it's that. A device that claims to keep you safe also makes you vulnerable in a completely different way. Quick joke, because the only way to cope with microphone wrist surveillance is to laugh. Imagine being a vault resident trying to gossip, and your friend goes, "Shh, don't say that out loud, my Pip-Boy might be subscribed to the Vault's premium eavesdrop plan." Anyway, the Mark V's menus also show you how Vault Tech wanted the device to structure your life. It has 5 distinct menus: Stat, INV, Data, MAPI, and Radio. That's the classic Pip-Boy brain layout. Your body, your stuff, your information, your location, your signals. But the Mark V adds this extra layer of Vault as a network. In the Stat menu, messages and alerts can show up as distributed notifications, displayed in large text, often with images related to the message. That means the Pip-Boy is not just reading the world. The world, or at least the Vault system, is pushing information to you. This is basically a Vault-wide notification feed, like a pre-war corporate intranet, except your intranet is telling you about breaches and marriage approvals. And the Map menu is where the Mark V starts looking less like a journal, and more like a tracking and navigation device you'd give to field personnel. The Mark V stores navigational and geographic information, can calculate the shortest route to waypoints, and it updates the current position of tracked objects every second. It can also accept latitude and longitude coordinates as waypoints. And then it gets even more explicit. It has a built-in tracking module that can be removed and attached to an object. And then that object is marked on your navigation display with the selectable icon. That is the "Where did my stuff go?" feature. Sure, but in a Fallout context, it's also the "Where did you go?" feature if somebody slaps that module onto you, your bag, your weapon crate, or the person you're escorting. This is the point where I need to look you in the eyes and say it. The Mark V is arguably the most Vault Tech friendly Pip-Boy we've discussed, because it's built to make Vault life and Vault control easier. Its notifications, navigation, object tracking, and audio, all tied into a device worn by everyone important. The Mark IV already functions as a Vault key with its adapter plug, opening Vault doors, and even interfacing with robots under certain conditions. The Mark V doubles down by emphasizing alerts, tracking, and connectivity. And yes, the Mark V also has an adapter plug feature similar to the Mark IV. The Mark V descriptions call out an adapter plug that can be plugged into ports around the Vault, commonly used to open and close interior Vault doors and the exterior gear-shaped blast doors. So the Mark V is also literally part of Vault infrastructure. It isn't just something you wear, it's part of what makes the Vault function. The Mark V was so advanced that Robert House, owner and founder of Robco, would use it as part of his ultimate contingency plan for if his physical body were to fail him. This contingency was thought a failure by House during the events of Fallout New Vegas, until everyone's favorite gunslinging ghoul, Cooper Howard, was able to deliver the diode into his cold fusion reactor at the culmination of Season 2 of the Fallout Amazon series. This contingency plan consisted of giving a special Mark V, capable of containing a fully uploaded copy of Robert House's mind within it, to a trusted advisor. Knowing that House had viewed Benny as a sort of protege, perhaps if he hadn't betrayed this, would have ended up in the hands of Benny. Instead, it would be given to Cooper Howard, though this would prove a fatal miscalculation, as it had a fairly short range, and when the ghoul abandoned the Mark V Pip-Boy deep underground, House would be unable to reconnect to his main systems and seize command over whatever remained of his systems. Next up, the developers of Van Buren reimagined the Pip-Boy, thinking about what it could have become if the series took different turns. And it brings us what Robco's product line might have looked like if the Great War and Interplay's bankruptcy hadn't hit the brakes on everything. Lil Pip 3000. This is based on Van Buren design documents and is not canon. Van Buren was the cancelled Fallout 3 by Black Isle Studios, and the Lil Pip 3000 was going to be the main Pip-Boy variant there, and it was technically the first Pip-Boy meant to be visibly worn on the player. Already, that's a big deal, because it's a design philosophy shift. Instead of the Pip-Boy being purely a UI abstraction, it becomes a physical object that is part of the character's silhouette, like a real wearable people notice and recognize. Now, the really fun part is what it implies about tech evolution inside Fallout. The Lil Pip is described as a much less cumbersome device worn on the forearm, offering all the functionality of its bigger variant. It used integrated circuits instead of vacuum tubes, had a flip-up split-screen monitor, and let you pick between 3 display colors: green, blue, and red. It could accept up to 6 data tubes as expansion hardware to expand functionality. It could read holodisks using a loading tray, and it wasn't a sales success, largely because it was fragile compared to the rugged 2000 series. That's a whole alternate tech history in one paragraph. Integrated circuits implies miniaturization. Flip-up split screen implies a more modern interface mindset. Expansion tubes implies modular computing. But fragility implies the trade-off. You make it smaller and sleeker, you lose the "this will survive the apocalypse" ruggedness that makes other Pip-Boys legendary. In other words, the Lil Pip 3000 feels like Robco trying to go from industrial vault hardware to consumer wearable, and then finding out that consumer wearables break when you drop them, which is a lesson humanity apparently needs to learn every 10 years. Here's a quick joke before we keep going. The Lil Pip 3000 is basically the Fallout universe inventing the first smartwatch, then immediately discovering the first smartwatch problem, which is that if you sneeze on it wrong, it shatters and costs a month's salary to replace. And the Lil Pip's interface is also telling. When open, it showed date and time with a displayed time zone, listed expansion hardware present, and allowed access to 4 main functions: alarm, tasks, maps, and downloads. That menu set is way more daily life organizer than combat survival interface. Compare that to stat, INV, data, map, radio. The Lil Pip is not obsessed with inventory the same way, at least in the way it presents itself. It's framed like a personal assistant. That's huge for tone. It suggests a Fallout world where Pip-Boys weren't just issued to vault residents as control devices, but were potentially trending toward being normal tech products people might buy, upgrade, and customize. Now, because it's non-canon, you don't treat this like hard lore for the modern games, but you absolutely treat it like a window into what the franchise creators imagined about the Pip-Boys' design future, especially because it was later included in a tabletop RPG description by Joshua Sawyer, reinforcing that it was a real concept with thought behind it. Hold on to your hats, because we're about to go even weirder. You might think the non-canon Pip-Boy stuff ends at smaller wrist device, but then you hit the PIP pad, and suddenly the Pip-Boy concept stops being a wrist gadget at all. It becomes a tablet, and if you've ever wondered what Fallout would look like if Robco leaned into a full product ecosystem, the PIP pad is basically that hint.pip pad. So, much like the previous one, this is also based on stuff that never came out, specifically Project V13 promotional material, and is not canon. But the description is clear and consistent. The Robco PIP pad is an experimental tablet-sized electronic device manufactured by Robco as an offshoot of the Pip-Boy series, mainly for reading text and running high-resolution graphics. A cache of these devices was discovered after the Great War in an old Robco warehouse. There are known bugs with the text processor, and users may occasionally see strange characters. I love this because it's the most believable piece of lost pre-war tech writing ever. Of course, there was a warehouse full of tablets. And of course, they were experimental. Oh, and how could we forget, of course, the text software was buggy. Fallout is retrofuturism, but it's also a world where corporate tech was always a little janky, always oversold, always shipped with issues, and then the apocalypse happened and nobody was around to patch version 1.0. The PIP pad also ties into Fallout's meta history, because the page says the Armageddon Rag magazine started issuing electronic versions readable by PIP pads with its 3rd issue, and that the PIP pad is the interface of the Armageddon Rag Project Vi13 newsletter. That's a real piece of franchise promotional weirdness, but it also reinforces the idea that the PIP, the personal information processor, as a category could have been a whole line of devices, not just a Pip-Boy. The Pip-Boy models map directly onto Fallout's big question about pre-war America, not simply the question of did they have cool technology. We already know that they did. The question is, what was the technology for? The Pip-Boy can act as a vault key and interface with other systems like power armor, which tells you the device is infrastructure, not a toy. The future models, the Mark IV, 5, and 6, get even more explicit about infrastructure by emphasizing distributed alerts, vault utility access, object tracking updates every second, and a microphone that can be exploited, which is basically the nightmare combo of convenience and surveillance. The Lil Pip and PIP pad show you the consumer future Robco might have chased, where PIP devices become normal tech, and that's arguably the darkest timeline because it means vault tech style control becomes socially normalized long before anyone steps into a vault. Each one is basically a time capsule, not just for the tech, for the mindset, because each model quietly reveals what vault tech thought you were going to be doing when you walked out of that vault door: surviving, rebuilding, being monitored, or my favorite option, being turned into a human spreadsheet with legs. And the reason all of this is so fun is because every model answers the same question in a different way. When you strap a Pip-Boy on, are you putting on a survival tool, or are you putting on a corporate interface that turns your life into data? In Fallout, the honest answer is usually both, and that's exactly why it's one of the smartest and creepiest objects the franchise ever invented. This has been every Fallout Pip-Boy explained. Steel indoctrination. If you're a fan of the classic games, you know that part of the charm in the factions are the interactions between them. Many of their bitter rivalries were established well before you were implicated in the struggles between them. So let's kick things off with a faction whose negligence has nearly brought ruin to the wasteland and all life. Let's talk about the Brotherhood of Steel. Now, the Brotherhood doesn't need much in terms of an introduction. They have repeatedly been a powerful faction that aids our protagonists in defeating whatever greater evil is haunting the wasteland. Having such an important faction up first doesn't mean that it is the least hateful one. They suck as much as the other faction that we are going to talk about later on in the video. They claim that they try to be strict isolationists, reaffirming to the player that they're merely stockpiling pre-war technology to keep it out of the wrong hands. This is not the case at all. We frequently see them directly pitted against all other factions. So one might question if they've become the very people that their doctrine was established against. In Fallout 4, they very clearly have a rivalry with the Institute, the Minutemen, and even the Railroad. While it makes sense for them to hate the Institute for their use of cybernetic doppelgangers to spy and sabotage every other faction, the Railroad is firmly against this, and only wants to allow those fully sentient doppelgangers to become something more than pawns to the Institute. You'd think that alone would win the Brotherhood's support. Wrong, as they're opposed to the Minutemen only because the Minutemen are an external force. While they have to be coaxed into full-blown war, they're all too willing to mock the protagonist's decisions to side with them. Their opposition to even the good-aligned factions makes it clear as day that they are willing to do anything in their power just to have control over everyone else, taking no time to establish strict checkpoints and patrols soon after arriving in the Commonwealth. Now, I can't exactly blame them. The wasteland is a very tough place, and survival of the fittest is the most important law at the end of the day, but how can you possibly go and exterminate people out of a vague suspicion that they're up to no good? Siding with the Brotherhood and completing their full quest line requires you to completely wipe out the Railroad, though there is only one way to avoid this, and it requires completing the Brotherhood's quest line up until when they ask you to carry out that grim task. From there, you have to side with another faction to figure out how to get to the Institute, and then return to the Brotherhood with the news. So sure, at the moment they'll forget their plans to exterminate the Railroad, but just until the Institute is destroyed. From there, we are left to assume that they could decide to help each other going ahead, but who knows? Maybe the protagonist can resolve all of the current problems that they have, or they're one of the many issues the Commonwealth Brotherhood is facing at the time of the television series. When the Enclave began to venture forth from the oil rig, the Brotherhood was already aware of them but didn't establish contact. But they chose to maintain a network of spies to watch over their advance, leaving the Enclave to grow into a much deadlier threat by the time of Fallout 2. But the Brotherhood has shown a willingness to go to war with factions like the New California Republic. The Enclave, because the Brotherhood was never actively waging war against them, were able to flee to the capital wasteland after the Chosen One destroyed the oil rig. This created the whole new situation that led to a brutal war for control of the capital wasteland in Fallout 3. With their later attack on the NCR, the spies they plant around the wasteland, and their hoarding of advanced technologies, this tells you that they're not all that friendly of a faction. Okay, these are the most obvious reasons that make them suck. So now let's talk about your internal structure and how bad it can be. For starters, their ranking system focuses on placing the most indoctrinated amongst them at the top, leaving little room for the occasional free thinker to make a name for themselves. Now, what I do find good about this system is that members can only get orders from their direct boss, and the boss over in your squad can only receive orders from higher-ups. No, higher-ups cannot just go to give you orders. They have to go to the process just to give you a mission, due to the Brotherhood rewarding loyalty and the acquisition of new technology. technologies. But don't overlook how this encourages the seizure of what could be the life source of other civilizations. Sparing a civilization from the loss of a vital technological resource can get you locked up for insubordination, and get a demotion or far worse, latrine duty. While friendly fire is normally considered betrayal amongst other factions, by the time of the television series it's not uncommon amongst Brotherhood Knights to brutally engage in one-on-one fights to the death, where the victor is praised for taking out their opponent by any means. And just to wrap things up, let's talk about money, the problem of the world. In the early days of the Brotherhood, their only currency had been loyalty. Members were supplied better technology for completing honorable duties. But during their war with the new California Republic, they would seize the opportunity to steal their gold reserves. Gold is vital in the production of many electronics, and can be used to exchange for caps or technologies without having to outright seize or murder for. That's something that every member of the Brotherhood is indoctrinated to carry out. All this makes it clear that the Brotherhood sucks, because they are very strict with their own internal rules. If you are not being careful, you are bound to make a mistake that might earn their enmity. While the Brotherhood of Steel is fanatical by design, this next faction is one that you might consider lunatics. With every other faction having their own flaws, the Children of Atom and their beliefs particularly give me nightmares every time I encounter them. Radioactive religion. While it might be controversial to imply that religion often breeds extremism, and this faction has bred many extremist sects that continue to reap a toll on the wasteland. What makes the Church of the Children of Atom stand amongst the other factions is that they have their people brainwashed to believe that exposing themselves and others to harmful levels of radiation is an act that brings them and their victims closer to their god, Atom. The Children of Atom that you encounter in the Fallout 4 Far Harbor DLC is no different. These guys are lunatics, to refresh your memory. And the entirety of the island setting of the DLC is covered by a dense radioactive fog that often causes people to go mad, and in some cases, death. Yeah, I believe death is the best case scenario if you have to live fighting against the fog and the fanatics over at the Church of Atom. The cultists here worship the fog because of its radiation, which puts them directly into conflict with the saner residents there, because they think that using purifiers that settlements use to push away the fog harms Atom. We all know that being exposed for so much time can cause radiation sickness, ghoulification, or other physiological changes. But these guys are just built differently, because some of them can live in zones with high levels of radiation without having any consequences. If you're crazy enough to join the Church of Atom, as a form of initiation you are given the task of locating a spring of holy water and take a drink from it. Getting to the spring is a task of its own. The weak don't survive the journey, and many that do turn into ghouls. In the worst, the sheer level of radiation is enough to put most wastelanders to a swift death, and in the best scenario you survive the poisonous waters and are guided by a stealth boy using cultist that pretends to be a guiding spirit that takes you to a shrine worshipped by the cultists. This makes me question how insane a faction must be to just send their initiates to die pointlessly. Radiation exposure might not be an immediate death sentence, but in the long run, you are going to lose the race, and all because someone saw a vision after drinking some toxic water. Nothing proves that you are really immune to the radiation of the fog if you survive, just that you're still alive. And that's not even the worst of it. Imagine a faction that doesn't seek to kill you, but solely aims to capture and transform you into something completely different, erasing who you are in the process. Mutation unification. Imagine having in the shadows a super mutant kill squad whose sole loyalties are to you and your goals, while your public face pretends to be a good old church. So to start talking about them more in depth, the achievement to transform human bodies into super dope and powerful allies is the pure focus of this faction, the Unity. By its name, we can get a little spoiler of what his objective is: to create all humankind in the Commonwealth into super mutants so they can be controlled by this hive mind power that the Master has. Sounds reasonable, right? Or, well, I think that in practice they don't preserve people. They take it all for themselves like goblins. They basically hoard it. I bet you are wondering how it is possible that they can have their minds connected. There are some points that we have to connect first before we can answer this question, so bear with me. The Master was born as a result of an expedition to uncover where horrific mutants were spawning from. A group of wastelanders led by a man named Richard Gray would find the Mariposa military base and uncover the horrors held within. During the ensuing struggle against the mutants and robotic security, Richard Gray would be injured, and the surviving members of his team would flee from Mariposa. Exposed to the FEV held within the military base, Richard Gray would transform into the Master. He would undergo a very unique transformation. He would find himself with the ability meld with computers and developed increasingly powerful telepathic and psychokinetic abilities. Think Vecna techna but more mechanical. To keep it simple, they learned that they cannot always attack caravans to get their guinea pigs, although the people always blame monsters. Well, they are not wrong either. In the long run, they were going to lose the race. So what better idea than create a church? Yeah, another faction using religion to achieve their goals. Children of the Cathedral is the first line before the nightmare happens. They are playing the good cop in this story. They are led by apostles in charge of establishing hospitals and churches in the cities of the wasteland. Then they bring you to the FEV vats, where you are forced to undergo a horrific change into a super mutant. Forgetting every detail of your past life. Now that it is one heck of an evil plan. Sadly, they didn't become the main villain of the series. Just imagine how, instead of a Commonwealth struggling against the Institute and their synths, the sole survivor instead escapes Vault 111 to find a world full of super mutants. Had Unify been successful, that would have been reality. It's already hard enough for anyone to survive with the dumber super mutants around every corner, but it would have been all the more dead if the Master had the time to read the East Coast and made everyone in between into his intelligent super mutants. If you happen to trust the Cathedral and seek their help or refuse, then you might become the next. In this reality, the population of Earth would be stagnant, as super mutants cannot reproduce. This fact is one that, when revealed to their leader, the Master outright terminates himself, putting an end to unity and his vision of a future where everyone was united and had perfect super mutant bodies. This being said, we can conclude that kidnapping people to conduct human experiments and forcibly mutating them makes the unity an evil beyond comprehension. Where the super mutant Master used mutation to try to save humanity from the harsh world that was birthed on the day that the bombs fell, this next faction sought alternative means. They would rebuild humanity through cybernetics and control, replacing anyone who got in the way. Synthetic domination. As the main villains that you can also choose to side with, these guys are no better than any of the others. In fact, they are far worse. Since the bombs fell, the Institute has remained hidden. Remaining hidden within their underground facility, they have been researching for over 200 years to create the synthetic humans that would come to be known as synths by the denizens of the Commonwealth. They may at first seem to be human, with all the characteristics of sentience. They are far from it. The Institute can modify, delete, and even program new memories into these synthetic humans. Though they are programmed to with complete loyalty, more than one has left the domains of the Institute, but those without luck got captured again, and their system gets overwritten so that they can be enthralled by the Institute once more. They can be found all over the Commonwealth, as they are often sent out in the pursuit of knowledge. When the Institute feels that a civilization has grown too large and could pose a risk to them, they will replace their leaders with synth doppelgangers and control them from within, or simply wipe them out. This happened to a town that uncovered pre-war research on reactor efficiency. The Institute sent over a synth to get hold of that research, and at the moment that they refused to hand over the research, they got deleted from the map. Well, it is the least you can expect from the main villain. There is no middle ground. It is all or nothing. These guys are the worst that there can be. But they weren't always like it first. For the first few years, they were focused on pushing technology forward, and in the process, they opted to hide below ground to stay protected from the horrors of the post-nuclear world. They believed that their synths could save humanity and reach a new golden age, but they needed time to perfect their vision. Isolated from the outside world, the scientists continued their work, disregarding the mayhem and destruction occurring outside of their facility. As their synths became increasingly advanced, they would begin to step out and even attempted to work peacefully with the people of the Commonwealth. These are using first-generation synths to help create a new stabilized government, but mutual mistrust and infighting ended that relationship quickly, and they returned to their isolation. As their synths became more human-like, they would send them out into the upstart civilizations of the Commonwealth in order to conduct reconnaissance missions. A defective synth caused the famous Broken Mask incident. Well, one of their synthetic spies was conducting a mission at a bar in Diamond City when suddenly he malfunctioned, took out a revolver, and shot the bartender. After that execution, he would begin shooting at the other patrons. It killed 10 dead people before the guards finally managed to take it down. It was then that they inspected its body, and to their surprise, they discovered that it was a synth. With this, the Institute became a major red flag in the Commonwealth. A boogeyman everyone fears could be lurking around any corner. If this wasn't enough, later on they just decided to massacre the Commonwealth Provisional Government. This was only because the Institute wanted to create a new form of government, but instead of negotiating, they just sent their synths to eliminate everyone. These guys sure know how to make an example on how to suck real good they do while pretending to be noble in their goals, but I mean, look at all the humans they have replaced or killed just to have things their way. They were even willing to murder the entirety of Vault 111 just to steal a baby from his mother's dying arms. Talk about comically evil. But it's not hard to point the finger at the Institute and declare them evil. But what if I told you that one of the most beloved faction in the Fallout franchise, one that is a staple of the franchise that had grown with mostly every title in the series, is fatally flawed and systematically doomed to repeat the same mistakes that led to the end of the world? The false democracy. What if I told you about a faction that is good, so good that is actually the better of the bunch? Now, with the hopes high up, it also has so many errors that they basically send their people to die so far away from their borders that even communication is impossible. The New California Republic has a lot of reasons to be taken as the good guys of the Fallout franchise. They are actively trying to build society a democracy, are complete with guaranteed rights for all. It sounds like the obvious choice is to side with them each and every time, but looks can be deceiving. Taking a closer look, you'll see that the cracks are everywhere. Their most glaring issue is overextension, an issue paid with the blood of their troopers, the very people who offered their lives in service, hoping to make the wasteland a better place than they were born into. On the surface, everything is a well-constructed ruse, and it may seem obvious, but stick with me a bit more. The NCR is exactly what people want, and that itself is a bit dubious if you ask me, but let's believe them for now. Not everything has to be that bad or a well-concocted lie. They fool their citizens with their constitution, giving them the impression that they're equal. Being treated as a human being instead of some dead weight feels a bit refreshing, and the alternative is slavery and being at the mercy of raiders. In general, we are talking about a serious government, not a shaky coalition of settlements that maintain loose trade to avoid killing one another. The NCR has a well-supplied military that defends its territory. They have actual cities with infrastructure. Putting things into perspective, compared to the wasteland, it looks like a miracle. In the NCR, you can dream about a comfy life through honest work. Okay, so showing the good things only make the bad ones contrast so much harder, but here's it is, just pre-war America all over again. Yeah, a nostalgic and better alternative for anyone just struggling to survive a day in post-apocalyptia. At the same time, you have to understand what having the exact same system means and what comes with it, the population having the exact same mindset of a world that simply doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, you got it right. We are also talking about the same problems that can lead us right back to what caused the Great War in the first place. So, not everything is that good as it can seem. Nothing makes this more clear than New Vegas, where I find the NCR in a pretty bad position, and that didn't happen by chance. The NCR made a lot of bad decisions before getting there. One of the most pivotal issues that they're facing is really simple, actually. Their forces are stretched way too thin. The NCR wanted to reach the Hoover Dam before anyone else. To achieve this, they made a lot of hasty decisions with poor planning resulted in massive governmental debt and cost a huge toll in human lives. The military being rushed and overextended across massive territory is a terrible idea. You lose a lot of power and control this way, leading to poor supply lines and weak security to newly annexed regions, which causes raiders to have their way within your territory. Poor communication with troops at places like Camp Forlorn Hope leads to poor military decision-making, and weak supply lines causes soldiers to be under-equipped when it comes time to fight. What this means for starters is that the soldiers who are fighting for your cause are in a perpetual state of being exhausted and basically waiting to lose, so morale is basically inexistent and fighting is a word that doesn't exist anymore. We have camps that don't even have medical supplies or communication between outposts for a new civilization that's pretty bad and is a death sentence for those poor souls on the front lines with no way of calling for backup. Meanwhile, NCR leadership sits far away, buried in paperwork and bureaucracy that don't help anyone because we haven't even started with the really bad parts that start to directly affect the wasteland and who lives there peacefully. So, with laws, we need the power to enforce them. We have been talking a while about the New California Republic and how it looks like the good guys. All about that democracy, having laws and settlements that are more cities than towns. It sounds like exactly what the wasteland needs, but it isn't. And the deeper you look, the more it starts to feel like pre-war America all over again, just with worse equipment and fewer resources. And what is the specific thing that we have been avoiding while talking about a possible new government? If you haven't guessed it yet, taxes what slowly but surely drives a population under the law and order. Expansion, and most exactly, overexpansion was touched briefly, but that wasn't remotely enough of what I wanted to explain. The NCR has a Senate, a president, and the Army that is what made made them as strong as they think they are, but everything is held together by the same thing: taxes. You could think that they are in some sort of optional path, like they ask for whatever you can sort for them and be helped. No, well, that's the most blatant lie I've ever seen, and most of the wasteland has fallen to this propaganda. Enforcers, as the people call them, are who collect taxes, but that is the good way of saying it. In reality, everything sort of circles down to enforcing to get taxes. What they receive as taxes, you could ask, and well, whatever. Yeah, literally whatever. First of all, caps, the most standard currency in the wasteland. If you don't have what they could consider enough, then they start taking away whatever you have. Crops, resources like weapons, even your homes could be taken away from you. If on the first friendly phase you don't give away whatever quantity of taxes they may find acceptable, then they will send the enforcers, and those who don't care about your illness, family, if you're dying, barely surviving, or haven't eaten in a while, doesn't matter. You have to pay. One thing we can be sure about is that most of the time don't get here violently, but they possess such threatening aura that it feels like it. NCR soldiers acting as protectors and are at the same time the people that attack. Ironic, isn't it? You lose whatever support they could give. Oh boy, now you went and done it. There's no coming back from that one. Jokes aside, all of this is nothing more than a bad joke, but follow me on this. I have a few examples that show that this support is a scam, one orchestrated to explode those fears and damage that the people already have, and show promise without delivering anything at all. Prim, for example, is perfect for this. In-game, you can explore this city, and for the first visit, you can see that the new California Republic is offering to take over law enforcement, and if this is the first approach you have, you can be easily fooled, as you only hear the good parts. NCR support comes with a price, and that is NCR control, NCR rules, and of course the infamous NCR taxation. This, in combination, is basically a leech in your body all the time. And another thing to point out is that accepting that means that the town is no longer free, and it's absorbed by the whole list of infinite debt to the NCR for protection. And we haven't reached the worst yet. Reaching Novak can shatter your vision of the NCR a lot. For example, in this place, the NPCs that live around chat a bit about their life, and one of the principal concerns they have is about their guardians that they pay so much for so little. They complain a lot about being extremely taxed while getting zero in return. No consistent patrols that make them feel a little bit safer. No obvious security, as they are rarely there to protect them in case anything happens, and when something actually happens, they never shows up. So they are starting to hate the NCR with all the reasons of the world. You're paying for a service that might not exist. A scam in all the rulebooks. With those two examples, it is easy to understand my point, and at the same time they keep on expanding because you know the more territory you have, the more taxes you get, and with more taxes, well, you will want more and more. And that loop was ultimately their doom in the long run. The NCR is falling apart logistically and exploring a bit more their bunkers, talking with their people and mostly their leaders. You can also assume that they are rotting politically too. Corruption is too far in to make a good leadership. Holding massive influence over the government was always in the pre-war a solid asset. And now that hasn't changed. The only thing that has changed is that now instead of big companies, we have crazy Brahmin barons. Those wealthy elites who basically shape the leadership and lead the soldiers. If you're well versed in history, well, it always tends to repeat itself. So trying to rebuild the world is slowly getting them near a second end, just like the old world did. So yeah, absolutely correct that the NCR could be considered one of the best in terms of safety for the people around, but that doesn't mean much when they are literally bleeding tons and tons of good lives for the ambitions of those who hold a seat of power. Though the NCR might have had the best intentions, it's pitted against another faction that seeks only control, one that is so brutal and evil that its leader plans to absolutely obliterate everything in his path. Rome, once again, Caesar's Legion, one of the most ruthless and brutal factions. A pure evil one, if I have ever seen one. Under Legion rule, slavery is the way of the land. If you violation their laws, there is one simple punishment: the crucifixion. You can even be punished by crucifixion for simply using medication to treat an illness. As Caesar has completely outlawed all non-organic chems, the Legion has only one goal: total domination of the Mojave, and if they can, of the whole wasteland. Ruthless as they are very efficient in their mission with an array of skill in their number. The Legion has assassins capable of infiltrating enemy lines to carry out high-profile decapitations, making them very capable fighters who use technology only when absolutely necessary. Though the Legion controls their massive stretch of territory through sheer brutality, caravan companies who travel through it consider it extremely safe. If you're a friend of the Legion and are between those roads, then you're on some of the safest trails in the whole wasteland. The traders that move around have zero fear of raiders and rarely have nothing more than a bodyguard for the classic rad scorpion. And all that is because they brutally punish crime, and like 90% of the time it is very simple. Execution, and call it a day. For a normal explorer and survivor, not having to fight raiders around every corner, the order is absolute, so not everything is good. Still, don't be fooled. We aren't even at the tip of the iceberg. Slavery is the cornerstone of the Legion, and not by chance or because they have to punish some people sometimes. They are the type of soldiers that raid tribes, enslave absolutely every one of them in case they have survived the fight. Agents who cannot handle the pressure are killed on the spot. Men that can fight and have a bit of athletics must join the army. Women are not permitted to work by law, as they are only seen as objects for reproduction. My point is that they live to conquer, slave what they can, and destroy absolutely everything else, so no culture is preserved, no buildings, no books, and no knowledge. Their leader, Caesar, believes that democracy and freedom was the principal cause of the Great War, so the solution is to crush everyone with an iron fist. By luck or chance for the other factions, this one has a serious weakness, besides their common choice of weaponries, and the fact that they rely mostly on numbers. And that weakness is that this is a faction purely pushed by one man, and one man only. So if that man crumbles, everything falls off, and if you have played the game, that man is already doomed. The Legion dies with Caesar, who presented himself as the son of the Roman god of war, Mars. When he dies, the Legion is doomed to die. Every Fallout faction sucks in their own way. Some it's obvious, while others, it takes diving a little deeper. From the Brotherhood and Steel to Caesar's Legion, we have seen why the Wasteland is doomed to never recover. If you enjoyed this video and want to see Fallout 3 Remastered confirmed everything we know, click the video on the screen.